After 395 days, over a year of chapter releases, bluelock's matchup between Germany's Bayern Munich and France's PXG has finally seen its end. Super goal after super goal, awakening after awakening. I tried my best to get my chapter overviews out quickly and with quality throughout this match. Due to a lot of requests just like the Ubers match, I've taken all of my overviews and combined them into one long video for you all to binge through. I personally just finished rereading the match myself, and honestly, it flows a lot better now rather than weekly. Anyways, if you all appreciate the work I put in and want to show some love, please make sure to click that subscribe button and comment below your favorite moment from this match. I also have a community Discord you can find linked in the description, so feel free to join up and say hello. If you guys want to see the full overview of FC Barca vs BM as well as Mannschrein, let me know because I already have them completed, I just didn't upload them as the PXG match was coming to a close. Without further ado, let's get into the new Egoist League's most ferocious match. As we see an overhead view of the bluelock facility, the announcers are thanking all of the fans worldwide who are tuning in. The climax of the new Egoist League is finally upon us, with the 9th match being between Mannschrein City and FC Barca. As we then get a better view of everyone watching here, the 10th match is announced to be Bayern Munich vs PXG, as seconds are ticking down to the kickoff. Some notable people we can see here watching are Isagi's parents, Kunigami's sisters, and even the kid who became Isagi's first fan. The chapter then cuts to the World Football Association conference room, where the JFA president seems to be showing off the bluelock TV ratings. Standing in front of a conference table of high-profile individuals in the soccer world, he's boasting about how many subscribers bluelock TV has and all that stuff. He just cannot get enough of himself, as he goes on, boasting about how it's one of the new hot forms of sport entertainment. Puffing out that big ol' belly of his, he tells them that the entire football world is curious on what superstars will emerge from the program. His pitch here is that they must take full advantage of the popularity in which bluelock is generated, as obviously he just cares about getting to the bag. Finishing off his proposal with an ugly grin on his face, he humbly asked that the board consider his ideas regarding the U20 World Cup. Now, who really knows what his true ideas and motives are that he said previously, but I have a feeling that the system and matches may not be entirely fair to bluelock. As we then see a mysterious man with a cane, shrouded in shadow as he sits in a throne-like chair. This is actually revealed to be the FIFA president himself. This guy seems to be just as corrupted with money and greed as our JFA president, because he says that if it increases their revenue, he might consider the proposal. What do you guys think that this could imply for the upcoming U20 World Cup? Could matches end up being rigged for or against bluelock? Anyways, with the chapter then cutting over to the bluelock medical checkup room, Kunigami seems to be getting monitored very closely, as we see numbers for things such as his cardio functions, muscle mass, and overall fitness. Henri is then shown to state something rather shocking. Apparently at the young age of 17, Kunigami's numbers are already slowly but surely reaching Noel Noah's. That's not even the most shocking part though of this whole scene, because Ego then goes on to remind Kunigami of something very odd. Apparently the wildcard designed him to raise the level of everyone else from bluelock in the NEL, simply serving as a pawn to Ego's quest to create the world's best player. With an amazing full panel spread of Kunigami then being shown with him hooked to an EKG, Ego leaves us off with even more questions. He tells Kunigami to throw away his ego and achieve a blank state of mind, which sadly, Kunigami just mindlessly agrees to. I have a lot of speculation regarding Ego's true motives involving the wildcard, however I'm just going to save that for tomorrow's theory video. With the chapter then once again changing the scene, we now find ourselves in the Germany Stratum locker room. The starting formation is then shown for Bayern Munich, which seemed to concern a lot of people in the community. Kaiser and Kunigami are up front, which already kind of upsets me because Isagi has definitely proven himself as a striker. Also, Corona and Yuki seem to be sitting on the bench, meanwhile Birkenstock and Grim are in the starting lineup. Noah goes on to say that he plans to heavily use substitutions in this game based on the situation, however it still seems very odd to me. Maybe they'll just be relied on as impact subs, because Noah goes on to tell those on the bench to stay ready because they'll be needed at any moment. With Noah finishing up and telling them to go out and win, we get a badass spread here of Bayern Munich walking out. Everyone seems to be eerily calm and focused for this match, with Isagi obviously running circles in his own head per usual. Taking a deep breath out, Isagi is playing with the thought that only victory matters here. Thinking back on his previous assist he was forced into during the Barca and Mannschrein matches, Isagi realizes that bit by bit, he's been overcoming every obstacle to stand in his way. He's continuously been evolving and gaining new weapons, which has given him the confidence to stay thinking about becoming the world's #1 player. Before, this thought seemed to just be some vague and obscure desire of his. But now, he can visualize the way he wants to play as a striker. Not just that, but the way he will defeat Rien and how he will carry Bastion Munich to victory. With his accumulated knowledge of metavision, egocentrism, and flow, Isagi can truly see a clear vision of himself becoming the world's best player. Just about to approach the doorway to the field, Isagi states that number 1 is the only thing he desires. This is the unique hunger that dwells inside of him, and the originality Ego is speaking about. In another amazing panel this chapter, we get to see the classic pregame spread of the opposing team, with Shido already making it a fruit fest. We can also see the confirmed formation being a 3-4-1-2, with Shido and Rien up front, and notable starters such as Nanase, Santetsu, Tokimitsu, and Karasu. Our first unique interaction is then finally seen, with Shido wasting no time in taunting Kaiser. With a psychopathic look in his eyes, Shido tells Kaiser how everyone in the world will know his name after defeating a new gen striker. Obviously, Kaiser claps back with some below average roast like he normally does, enticing Shido even more. Bro is just singing with his tongue out about how fun this match is going to be. Isagi and Rien's first interaction is also then shown in this chapter, as Isagi walks up already spouting some bullshit. He tells Rien that they're going to put the title of number 1 on the line and truly see who's stronger now. However, Rien seems confused with all of that. Literally standing up on his tippy toes here, Rien says that he could not give a fuck less about the title of number 1. What he desires most is the moment he will destroy Isagi, as his ego still seems to be fueled by his rivalries. This scene here also just kinda makes me laugh out loud, remembering how they're still young, because Rien is acting so tough while literally on his tippy toes, head to head with Isagi. Karasu then tells the gremlins of PXG to wrap up their beefing, because showtime is on the dot. Players can be seen preparing themselves, such as Nanase, Raichi, Gagamaru, and Kunigami, as the time has finally come. The new Egoist League's Game 10 has officially started with its kickoff, as the undefeated Bastion Munich and PXG face off. As the intro text stated, Isagi is standing here amazed at the audacity of PXG. They have decided to run 2 opposing systems in the same formation, just like Bastion Munich, gambling this match on a high-risk, high-reward formation. We get a really cool panel here of Isagi's aura flaring up with him disintegrating into puzzle pieces, as he's just amazed and interested. The new Egoist League's undefeated matchup and battle for the top will be just as Shido stated, an all-out battle between 4 monsters and their allies. As we see Kaiser next to Ness looking extremely determined and pissed off, Isagi also reminds us about the importance of rivalries in this matchup on the big stage. He hasn't just lost himself in his rivalry against Itoshi Rien, because he still seems to be determined to also dethrone Kaiser and take absolute victory. With the match officially starting now, Ness immediately passes the ball off to Kaiser, and Shido and Rien charge ahead. We can also see Charles standing there in the background still, with Tokimitsu and Karasu sprinting up as well. Shido immediately clashes into Kaiser, turning this into a physical battle, grinning while doing exactly as he said in the last chapter when they faced off. With neither player really budging though due to them being on even ground physically, Shido then tries to use his flexibility to swipe a steal, resulting in Kaiser defending with a right drag back. While holding Shido off balance with only one hand, Kaiser then also makes a pass off to Alexis Ness, turning this duel off the ball as he usually does. With Ness receiving this pass and looking for a moment, Kaiser actually manages to dash around and out behind Shido's back, leaving him off balance and clueless. This allows Ness to just easily find an opening to hit Kaiser a dot, as Shido is still recovering and Tokimitsu is sitting there like an immobile freezer. As Kaiser is eyeing this oncoming pass coming down though, seemingly just about to receive it, Karasu comes flying out of the air with other plans, leaving Kaiser looking like he's fully snapped. Accompanied with his beautiful crow aura and that charming smile of his, Karasu seems to already be making a mark in this game with his defensive IQ. Unfortunately for Kaiser though, like I said in the intro, everyone is getting their steps in this game. Kunigami Rinsuke comes charging at him at full speed as he leaps in front of Karasu, knocking the ball straight out of his possession just as he's gained it. We can see Kiora and Charles in the background there moving straight away, as Kunigami is gritting his teeth like an absolute madman. With Raichi, Zantetsu, and Grim also being shown here standing close to the ball's landing spot, Raichi and Zantetsu are immediately thrown into a matchup early on as well, as the Microwave Man has managed to use his horrifying acceleration to cover this distance in what, a second? Also, Noa's formation is already showing its gaps, because why the fuck is Grim still out there? He literally does absolutely nothing every game, maybe makes one pass, but Yukimiya could have already been proved more useful here by stopping Zantetsu. Anyways, Raichi actually manages to sort of win this duel by getting a piece of the ball, which leaves Hiyori and Tokimitsu both looking equally as concerned. As Hiyori is holding off Tokimitsu and with the ball approaching, Nanase also can be seen sprinting in from the side here. Then getting an entire page dedicated to him somehow, Nanase actually manages to arrive at the ball before it reaches either Tokimitsu or Hiyori. All the focus he's being given kinda makes me think he's gonna be making the top 23, but let me know what you guys think. Anyways, Itoshi Rin is then seen sprinting in the background, seemingly being the target of this pass, as Hiyori, Grim, and Ness can just stare helplessly. In the bottom left though, Isagi's Metavision eye seems to be cutting through for what reason, I wonder? It's because Isagi Airlines has arrived at the terminal, flying through the air to block the pass from reaching Rin. On top of that, this man uses Rin's own terminology against him by calling him lukewarm for the number 1, leaving this man honestly kinda baffled. He just tells bro to keep yapping while he can, but Isagi's kinda the colder one in this situation. Even the crowds and announcers can be seen freaking out over this, on top of the high-level exchange of defense and offense this early in the game. Basically, both teams have said fuck testing the waters, we're gonna swim with the sharks straight off the bat. I can't tell if it's the ball bouncing out here or in the direction of some off-screen characters, but I will note that Shido can be seen sprinting in the background completely unguarded here. Maybe we could be seeing an early goal in this game from PXG just as Isagi did versus the Ubers, but let me know what you would all feel about that. With the last page here showing us a spread of some various characters, we obviously have the main important ones like Isagi and Rin, Shido and Kaiser. However, Kunigami and Hiyori are also on this spread for some reason. Now obviously Kunigami has importance in this game to come with the wildcard backstory and his rivalry versus Shido, and Hiyori is now a huge piece of Bayern Munich. But I'm really wondering what his role will be in this match. I was thinking Kiora Jin would be the one to assist Kunigami with this goal, but maybe it'll be Yo Hiyori instead. This would leave Kiora Jin to side with Kaiser and Ness, possibly even being the weapon that was referred to by him. We then get a visualizer showing these two systems that the intro text was referring to, being the offense built around Shido containing Zantetsu and Kurisu, and around Rin containing Tokimitsu and Nanase. Isagi here can be seen crouched down while thinking on this, because Bayern Munich actually did prepare and create countermeasures for both of their systems. Catching Isagi and Bayern Munich off guard, however, we know that PXG ended up combining both systems into one team here, causing this match to become even more unpredictable. It's just like Isagi says here, it's like playing a brand new video game where the degree of difficulty is entirely unknown. Chapter title, woo. Anyways, Chappa then ends up throwing the ball back in for PXG here, which Tokimitsu receives while holding off the bum Grim. We then see Raichi and Hiyori shouting out advice and motivation to the team, which shows us that this match already has people stressing. These two are close to the top 23 cutoff, so it makes sense, with Hiyori telling them to hold the backline tight, and Raichi, he just tells them all to tee up on defense or he'll personally kick their fucking ass. All these violent tendencies and threats, we just need Raichi to square up with Shido already. I mean, come on now. Anyways, as Tokimitsu passes the ball off to Nanase, who's one-on-one with Hiyori, Isagi realizes that they're just barely hanging on defensively. Everyone is trying to adjust on the fly and hurry to get their bearings, but it's kinda hard when they had not planned for this. Isagi activating his Metavision here also points out that on top of adjusting to this new formation on the fly, their most important objective is to keep an eye on that guy, preventing him from roaming and playing freely. Now that guy, also better known as the league's youngest playmaker, is obviously our fang-toothed goat Charles over here. With him facing straight off with Raichi, Charles seems to be scanning his eyes around the field just like Isagi and Kaiser. Everyone on Bayern Munich is constantly watching him, because they know that the moment he gets the ball, PXG will shift gears into their highly unpredictable and lethal offense. While analyzing the situation between Raichi and Charles, Isagi actually notices here that the little prodigy seems to be trying for the ball again. With a PXG player in the background there receiving a ground pass and being completely open, Charles can just easily get open again due to Raichi not even focusing on the ball. With some crazy confirmation here, Isagi states that he knows all of this because Charles also without a doubt is a Metavision user himself. We can indeed from the side here see a pattern glowing within Charles' eye, so sorry to our boy Nico, you are no longer bluelock's young Metavision goat. With Charles then shaking Raichi off his balance and making his way past him, Isagi is reading this play exactly as it happens due to their thought process being blatantly similar. With PXG's number 3 then matching up with Charles' timing to send him a curved pass, Raichi can be seen here looking like an absolute bozo trying to reach for the block. No need for him to worry though, because Isagi comes flying from the top ropes here in order to block this pass. This page is just so odd to me for some reason, because firstly, Isagi's nose looks just like he's a flying woodpecker or Snuffy. Also, Charles' expression here at the bottom is just hilarious, but like the author said on Twitter, he loves drawing him with funny faces. With a then close-up here, Charles isn't even mad as he just smiles and calls Isagi Monsieri Hoge, and also terrific. Isagi takes a minute here to register that he's just blatantly dissing on his little hair sprout, as he says that he himself is rather fond of it. Charles, however, once again jumps straight back into business, telling Isagi that he must see the game and have the same eyes as him. With the ball making its way over from Grimm to Ness, Charles says that he prefers playing against people who are actually tacticians over physical brutes anyway. Also here, Grimm actually held off Shido and won the air battle. Like, let's get this man a contract, put him on the top 23, he's the GOAT. Wagging his finger and flipping Isagi off, I can't really tell, Charles challenges him to see which one of them can take control of this match first. Obviously, Isagi calls him a little brat just like Loki does, and we also see Ness here pass the ball off. Its recipient is as usual the Emperor Michael Kaiser, who from an overhead view seems to be pretty open at the moment. With Ness sprinting up from behind and thinking to himself, it seems like they'll now execute some sort of plan they had. Maybe this could be hinting at Kaiser's weapon actually not being a selfish tool, but actually a way to better utilize Ness, just as Isagi did with Hiyori. The base explanation he gives as to what their plan is involves Isagi being forced to drop back and help a ton on defense in this match. While he's stuck on their half dealing with PXG's fast attacks, Grimm, Ness, and Kaiser will instantly head on the counter from getting loose balls. This finisher is obviously Ness breaking swiftly through the midfield to then provide that final perfect pass to Kaiser himself. Unfortunately, before he could work his magic, Tokimitsu swiftly arrives at his front here, sort of unintentionally taunting Ness too, which makes it even funnier. While Ness is stuck in his own head thinking on if he should even waste his time on Tokimitsu, Zantetsu quickly is barreling in, putting pressure on high. He just can't decide on if he has enough time to effectively pass them up, because if not, Isagi will just be that 1 second quicker. With Zantetsu here just being mere feet away, Ness finally makes the decision to just pass the ball off to Kaiser before any of these pests can get in the way. Also, I kinda wanna make a video now talking about characters who deserve or will awaken Metavision, because come on now, Alexis Ness should be a user already. Anyways, with Kaiser then chest trapping the pass, he assures Ness that he will handle the rest of this while activating his own Metavision. With the ball falling at his front, both Karasu and Nanase quickly arrive there too, fighting over who will take the glory of obscuring Kaiser. They're calling him mediocre and talking about him as if he's free game, however Kaiser is read through them all. Two defenders go to block his show, while another hangs back just in case. This plan is to the textbook in Kaiser's mind, and he's seeing right through it. Finally charging towards the defense at his front, Kaiser is confident here that he will destroy them all. Sounding more and more like Itoshi Rin here, I'm just personally happy to see Kaiser making more on-the-ball, personal plays. It gets even better, because with Karasu trying to block with his hand placement per usual, Kaiser just parries that shit while still shielding the ball off. Nanase too takes a jab at the Emperor trying to step in for the ball. However, that doesn't go well for our little buddy, because Kaiser just heel drags the ball out and to his right. This match's action-packed sequences and speed is already blowing my mind. I mean, it's already just such a phenomenal match. Anyways, then switching over to his Predator Eye ability, Michael Kaiser seems to see the perfect place to shoot. It's now his turn to win, as the top left of the net is an open target. Lukewarm Blue Rose. Even though he attempted to swing through with the Kaiser impact, Itoshi Rin actually ended up sliding in from behind just at the last second, allowing him to grab possession of the ball. With everyone looking shocked at this crazy turn of events, Itoshi Rin goes on even further to insult Kaiser. Being the second person to ever block Kaiser impact, he's sure that if he can just destroy and prevent that precious shot of his, then Bayern Munich's new Generation 11 striker is nothing to him. The final page here just consists of Itoshi Rin posting up with him now having possession, but even more than that, Isagi and Kaiser are both shown with anger and terror in their eyes. As if Itoshi Rin was a goddamn monster from a horror movie or Godzilla, Isagi can only think one thing: he's coming. Just as the intro text reminded us, Itoshi Rin can be seen recovering here from his previous steal with his back turned to Michael Kaiser. Turning his head to only spare him a slight glance, Rin mocks the new generation striker by saying that his shooting point seems to be too predictable. Then pushing off with his right foot, Itoshi Rin then finally leaps back into action. He also reminds Kaiser that the field is fully his domain, which obviously has this man clenched teeth pissed off. With us then getting the view from behind Itoshi Rin's ongoing sprint, he vows to destroy every single person on the field. The NPCs of Bayern Munich scream out in terror, however Hiyori and Kunigami are plenty prepared. We see Hiyori immediately assess the situation, although being visibly worried. However, Kunigami, this man literally just says, destroy, with a stone cold face. He's definitely bumping Playboy Cardi or something in those Mikage AirPods, let's just be honest. Itoshi Rin obviously doesn't take that disrespect though, so after challenging Kunigami to just try and do that, we witness this man absolutely breeze through Kunigami, Raichi, and Ness here. With a combination of quick movements, self-passes, and hand placement, the Destroyer has once again shown us how he can embarrass anyone if he truly wants to. Raichi is just shocked on how much Rin is accomplishing alone, with Ness realizing it's all due to his top-notch touch, speed, technique, vision, pretty much everything. While locking into the sprint after him, Ness can truly now understand the threat of bluelock's #1 player and PXG's ace striker. With Rin easily passing up the defenders to get through though, Charles and Tokimitsu both scream out to him that they're wide open. On his left close however, Nanase also yells out for Hitoshi Rin to take his assistance instead, which Rin actually pays attention to him as the two make eye contact. The explanation to this duo can be seen here in this flashback, which took place 15 days ago in the France training field. With Nanase seen bowing to Hitoshi Rin who's walking away, he's shouting out that he'll do absolutely anything. It seems as if Nanase is begging for Hitoshi Rin to train him and be some sort of mentor, which is quite a nice turn of events if I'm being honest. Rin however does not find this to be amusing, because he immediately just tells Nanase to fuck off while giving him a confused look. Our poor boy just then resorts to begging here and literally grasping onto Rin's leg while being dragged. Bro even begins to tear up while explaining that he's desperate to make an impact, because at this rate, his run in bluelock will be coming to a close. The roast session from Rin gets worse then sadly, as he straight up tells Nanase that he just sucks ass at absolutely everything. Telling the country bumpkin to just get lost, Rin just overall doesn't see any point in wasting his effort on a bum. Then getting a little too desperate in my opinion for a self-respecting man, Nanase literally gets down onto his hands and knees. Even worse, he tells Rin that he'll sacrifice himself to him and do anything he asks, if it means his survival in a new Egoist League. This shit sounds like a fanfic, not that I've read any. Having enough of his pleading, Rin just begins to walk away while telling Nanase that he'll quickly disregard him if he's deemed unsavable. During training, he'll now obey all of Hitoshi Rin's instructions and advice, which will start with him running 3 times more than everyone else. Nanase is obviously a bit too happy about this, because Hitoshi Rin goes on to say that from here on out, Nanase will be his property. Ayo, what the fuck? Why can't this emo kid just develop some social skills so I don't have to be this uncomfortable while reading bluelock? Like, why did he phrase it that way? Anyways, we do get to see a little Nanase training montage behind this atrocious statement as well, which hardly makes up for it. As it flashes over to Nanase sending Rin a pass during one of their training sessions, Hitoshi Rin goes on to trap his pass while making a very confused face. He goes on to ask Nanase what his dominant foot is, which might just give you a hint to what's about to go on. He tells him that it's his right, and Rin goes on to ask who taught him this fact, which Nanase responds by saying nobody actually did the evaluation for him. He just assumed his right foot to be the dominant one due to his hands being that way, causing Rin to quickly cut him off. Apparently Nanase's left foot has already developed a quality of precision and control near the level of his right one, causing Rin to be intrigued as they haven't even trained for that long together. With Nanase just staring in confusion, it seems as though he's actually born to be naturally left-footed. Even beyond that, Rin theorizes that Nanase may have not even realized this crucial factor until now due to him being absolute dog shit. But his body might actually be naturally ambidextrous. With him then sprinting forth with a page all to himself, Nanase's eyes begin glowing with aura as Rin has helped him discover his own hidden talent. With him and Rin then trading off passes as they approach Kiora, Jin, and another defender, Nanase clarifies that he doesn't even care how unrefined and sloppy his plays look. If he could just use this new ability to help broaden Hitoshi Rin's options, then he'll be perfectly happy, as this means he'll more than likely be staying in bluelock and making the top 23. With Nanase then maintaining possession of the ball while holding off Kiora and another defender at his back, this kid is actually blowing me away already. With Rin keeping his full focus on Nanase, the kid is willing to really sacrifice anything if it leads to Rin scoring goals. Managing to successfully pass off the ball to Rin at the perfect moment, Nanase can be seen falling to the ground, perfectly adamant to survive despite being a pawn and physically throwing himself at this. Despite what the PO2 translations say, Hitoshi Rin then goes on to compliment Nanase by saying that the country bumpkin seems to be actually naturally gifted and quite useful to him. Also, I just want to say that Kyurajin looks absolutely stunning here as always, even rocking the 69 jersey just to top off the fit. Back into the action though, Michael Kaiser can then be seen leaping in for a diving tackle on Rin while talking some shit right back. Showing up from the back right as well, Isagi Yoichi has arrived to tell Rin that if he can't shoot, then he's nothing, not even a threat. Being two-man covered by Metavision users, Hitoshi Rin is then forced to tap into a temporary flow while quickly dragging the ball in. He also corrects Isagi's delusional statement of Rin being unable to shoot, because well, that's just wrong. Leaving Isagi absolutely terrified, Rin clarifies that he actually was waiting for his rival this entire time before shooting. Tap lifting the ball up while leaping into the air, Hitoshi Rin also brings Isagi up with him by literally yanking on his hair. He reminds Isagi of what he told him before back in the earlier selection, and he said that he'll have a front row seat in witnessing him becoming the best. In the most absolute devious panel and moment, in my opinion, in all of Blue Lock, Rin tells Bro to go ahead and take his seat while going for the goal, while also holding his ass in the air. It truly does not get more dramatic than this, people, although shouldn't he be getting a yellow for this or something? This is the kind of moments that make people go, Blue Lock is getting too unrealistic for me. Like, bro, this was never a normal soccer manga. Anyways, none of that matters though, because Rin's insane shot was actually deflected here by Hiyori flying in through the air. He even mocks the two egoists by telling them to quit their makeout session, while calling them predictable prima donnas. Even breaking down what exactly went wrong, Hiyori blames Rin's obsession with Isagi Yoichi for the lack of a goal there. Hiyori simply points straight at Rin and tells him to try harder. If he wants to score against the Bastion Munich roster now, then Rin's gonna need to come up with a better plan that even Hiyori can't predict. Just as the intro text reminded us, this chapter starts off with us seeing Hiyori landing back down from his last second block. Rin is still coming down from the air, and even Kaiser is still lifting himself up from the ground. Raichi, as always, screams out for his team to focus on the loose ball. Nanase is shown to be frustrated by this, and Isagi is just smiling while calling Hiyori amazing. With Hiyori then posting up like Spider-Man while staring up at the ball, Isagi is monologuing in his head on how Hiyori read everything perfectly. He literally anticipated the exact scenario while Rin would go out of his way to embarrass Isagi and win, which allowed him to run to the shot course without wasting a moment. Isagi knows that Hiyori shares the same vision and image of the field as him, which is exactly why he is able to provide such effective help here while moving with efficiency. Thinking back on Raichi's duel with Zantetsu, Kunigami's deflection, and Karasu and Nanase's efforts against Kaiser, Isagi can only smile wide as he's realized now, it's not just Hiyori, but all 22 players on this field are giving it their absolute all. From the start of this game, the intensity has been cranked to 100%, which has led Isagi to believe that this match will more than likely be the best 11v11 he's ever experienced. As Karasu can be seen chest trapping the ball here, Ness and Hiyori are also shown sprinting towards him in the background. With a grin on his face, Karasu immediately says hello to Hiyori, pointing out that he's gotten a lot more aggressive since the last time they've met. With Hiyori attempting to hold back Karasu, he asks if he hates that he's changed, which is not at all what he meant there. Karasu actually clarifies that he isn't upset with this in the slightest, he just wishes Hiyori would have realized his true potential sooner. Anyways, Raichi comes in clutch for his team once again, screaming out for them to be on high alert for what offense PXG will attack with. Karasu begins to sprint forward while holding off Hiyori and with Ness to his right. Meanwhile, Isagi is analyzing and watching this all unfold. In an absolutely stunning metavision panel here, Isagi widens his eyes while attempting to fully read the field of play. As an overhead view of these events are shown, Isagi knows that he must fully utilize his metavision to keep up with every player at 100%. Hiyori is even shown at the bottom of the page here looking really pissed off, as Karasu is actually giving him a run for his money here. Quickly shocking everyone though, Karasu then ends up actually sending a backheel pass off instead of dueling with Hiyori and Ness. Even Isagi and Rin are shown to be surprised by this, as the two are still fighting shoulder to shoulder. With us then getting a close-up of PXG's master Loki thinking on the bench. He's smirking because right now, with everyone giving all their focus on the situation at the go mouth, this is the perfect moment they've been waiting for. With Karasu smirking and Hiyori looking back in terror, it seems as though this backheel pass was actually meant for the 15-year-old prodigy, Charles Chevalier, who can be seen sprinting up here for the pass. With a smile on his face and his snaggletooth fang hanging out, Loki clarifies that this chaotic moment is perfect for the little trickster, to wreak havoc to his heart's content. In other words, Charles is legitimately a 15-year-old Roblox troll who thrives in the environment of chaos and confusion. With Isagi, Hiyori, Kunigami, and Raichi all watching in horror, they have just now made the realization that Charles is wide open. They had all been too focused on themselves and reading the situation that none of them remembered to keep track of Charles like they planned to. With him pulling back his leg, he realizes that this is the exact moment he wants to act amidst this chaotic state of play. They can't even confidently confirm if he's shooting or passing at first, which just shows that there's levels to this metavision prowess. We even get a close-up of Charles here activating his very own metavision eyes, which happens to look very unique, unlike even Reo or Isagi's. Do you guys think that the different patterns of metavision actually indicate something different between them, or is there really no depth to it and it's just for cool designs? Anyways, Charles then goes on to thread a straight line pass right in between Kiora and another defender, with his target seeming to be Itoshi Rin. While Isagi is confident in this and holding off Rin, Kaiser and Ness can also be seen lurking in the background here. Isagi then is left watching in awe, as instead of coming to Itoshi Rin, the pass Charles sent actually curves right over their head and continues on. This is because Charles delicately put a backspin on this pass, making it all the more confusing to read. With both Isagi and Rin turning their heads in confusion, it seems to be a long feed pass from over 30 meters. Isagi using his metavision did not envision this outcome at all, and can't even tell who this pass is meant for. With the ball approaching even closer, the next page here shows us Shido Ryuze up close, hauling absolute ass down the field. There's literal steam coming off of this man from how hard he's pushing it. Meanwhile, Isagi and Rin are just stuck watching from the background. As we then see Isagi with a panicked face, he realizes that Shido was the only one to react by full sprinting up the field. It doesn't seem like they're communicating or this is pre-planned, and to make it even worse, Shido isn't even looking at the ball, nor anywhere near it. He's just putting his full effort into sprinting towards where he thinks it will land, placing his full faith in Charles' pass to arrive properly. Charles first of all seems surprised by someone even arriving at where he sent the pass, but he's still excited nonetheless. Shido on the other hand is just surprised that this pass is coming to exactly where he wants it, even though they didn't plan this nor communicate beforehand. Isagi finally realizes here that there's no secret way they're communicating, but rather this is the result of both players seeking their absolute best plays. Just as Hiro and Isagi did last game for the win against Ubers, Shido and Charles are executing this impressive play as reflex reaction. As Shido takes one more step forward, the ball is just right above him in the air as Gagamaru prepares himself. Leaping forward for a diving header, Shido Ryuze has now entered the flow state as he makes contact with his head to the ball. His dark aura wings make it look like he's gliding through the air, accompanied by his whited out eyes and tensed muscles. This was a chemical reaction between Shido Ryuze and Charles, which came from the clashing and combining of their winning visions. Gagamaru does attempt to dive and save this, however the ball easily passes into the net, with a dragon-like aura carrying it in its mouth. Shido just looks so majestic here while flying through the air, and the power behind the shot makes it even more impressive. PXG has now put up the first point on the board, making this game 1-0 in their favor only 4 chapters into the game. Isagi here is looking along with a serious expression as he understands that goals will only be produced in this game from the collision of players' best performances. The final page here just shows us the updated scorecard, as Shido and Charles both celebrate with excitement. It seems like Shido even taught this kid how to speak in emoji for God's sake, which makes me think that Charles really appreciates Shido's style of play and just personality. Do you guys think that they're friends, or do you think that Charles just gets along with everybody? As we're shown another angle here of Shido splashing that shot into the back net, the announcers scream out in excitement over this opening goal. The author has also decided to double down here in the opening page by giving us a detailed outline of Shido's bulge. That's nice, I guess. With Shido pushing himself off the ground with Charles running in his direction, the two both have wide grins on their face over their linked up super goal. Charles managed to throw the entire field into a spiral with just one pinpoint pass, which just so happened to find PXG's pink-haired demon on the receiving end. Shido Ryuze drew first blood for PXG in this match, scoring an ultra goal with the help of their 15-year-old prodigy, Charles Chevalier. The celebration panel we got of the two here is just super wholesome, as everyone from all over roars in amazement. It looks like my joke wasn't too far off last week, because Shido Ryuze and Charles might actually be biological brothers at this rate. Screaming out with a ton of energy, Shido yells out to Charles that he's just too damn amazing, also asking for the trickster to keep feeding him these awesome passes. Charles as well matches the vibe by telling Shido that he's actually the amazing one, as he was the only person on the field to react to his pass. As we see Shido literally grabbing Charles' face and messing up his hair just as an older brother would, he explains that he simply just followed his instincts and ended up at the arrival point of Charles' pass. I just have to ask straight up though, does anyone actually dislike this duo so far? Because I already just want to see way more from these goofballs. With a close-up of Charles then being shown smiling, he gets serious for a second, saying that this was truly the first time anyone's perfectly aligned with his impish passes. To make it all the more wholesome, Shido says that this was the first time of many for them. He's confident that this devilish duo will go on an explosive rampage in this match, which leaves me wondering just how Shido's value will leap after this match, if he continues to create impact. We also get this 10 out of 10 panel of Charles and Shido in chibi form, screaming out about how weird and awesome they are together. This is truly peak bluelock, ladies and gentlemen. The chapter then cuts right over to Julie and Loki staring menacingly from the bench here, emanating aura like he's from JoJo's or something. Leaning forward to grab Noah's attention with his words, Loki goes on to explain that Charles is indeed a genius in passing and playmaking skills. The only problem is that it's also accompanied by his impish, chaotic personality, which as we've seen has made it hard for him to control for Loki. With Noah just glaring over while looking unamused, Loki continues on, explaining that he's tried many different things in previous matches and hopes to fully unlock Charles' abilities. Then locking into Magas for a second, Loki exclaims that it's finally happened though. In the new Egoist League's high-level gameplay, Charles managed to perform the chemical reaction he needed to awaken him all along. Loki admits that due to Shido being an out-of-this-world striker, Charles was able to easily reach and awaken a brand new level of play for himself. With this prodigy developing even quicker than expected, Loki even mocks Noah by saying that it won't be long before he's dethroned and he's number 1. Also, we can't just skip over this amazing panel here of Shido, Charles, and Zantetsu all celebrating. The team interactions from everywhere except Master Munich are just too wholesome for God's sake. Isagi could have blossomed as a striker and maintained his sanity elsewhere. Speaking of our MC, the chapter then actually does flash over to a view of him crouched down while thinking. Funny enough, Raichi is also right behind him asking if bluelock's VAR system is fucking blind because he thinks that the goal should be disallowed. Sounding just like the bluelock TikTok fandom, Raichi says that Rin grabbed onto Isagi and prevented him from defending, which should have stopped the play then and there. Isagi, however, already is aware that this won't be overturned, because even he admits that he was the first to foul Rin when he was going for the steal. Rin, however, still managed to maintain ball possession and get off a quality shot, so more than likely, advantage was played due to the flow of things. Sure enough, a VAR review ruled that the goal will still stand, which literally leaves Raichi to threaten the robotic AI with a beatdown. Isagi is over here holding this man back, telling him to chill out, because at this rate, he's gonna end up being the one with a yellow card. Now that we're past that, Isagi knows that the most important thing he must do is analyze and understand just how Shido and Charles created that goal. We get a really cool puzzle panel here too, alongside Shido's goal flashback, which I'll always take a moment to appreciate because I just love the art variety in this story. The first thing Isagi knows without a doubt is that every single player was giving it their absolute all during that play. Despite everyone giving 100%, no one was able to react in time to Shido and Charles' demonic combination. This means that everyone playing according to their perfectly envisioned scenarios just won't be enough to score goals in this match. In the previous matches, they could usually produce a consistent 1 to 2 goals if they were found in these right scenarios. This match is a totally different story though, because with both teams playing at such a high level, the threshold has been raised even higher than they could believe. Not only that, but Isagi knew from the start that Charles would be a danger to them just from watching him play in the previous matches. The problem though, this prodigy is still developing on the fly just like Isagi, which makes him an even scarier threat. He even says that Charles' pass just then felt like he was laughing down on them with it, which is pretty devious coming from a goddamn 15-year-old. An otherworldly demonic pass from the prodigy himself was combined with Shido's pursuit of ecstasy to create a goal straight from hell itself. As we see the duo both bearing mocking faces, Isagi is confident that this link-up was not planned or even practiced beforehand. It was rather produced on the fly, resulting from both Shido and Charles clashing and combining their best performances. Being a professional yapper like myself, Isagi once again points out that this goal is extremely similar to the goal that he and Hiyori produced. It was a chemical reaction that resulted from them syncing up perfectly and crossing their winning visions with one another. With his monologuing finally over, Isagi realizes exactly what this means for them. In order to win the new Egoist League and defeat PXG, they're going to be forced to create goals equal or beyond that of a perfect chemical reaction. Bro's literally fed up with this, as we can see him mutter to himself that this is seriously fucked up, in quotes. Anyways, Hiyori seems to have been listening on this or thinking to himself, because while walking up, he admits that they're going to have hell on their hands this match if that goal was the opening standard. Due to them having to change their entire thought process and game plan now, Hiyori has decided to quickly take some time to reorganize his brain, asking if Isagi wants to join along. Obviously he's down for this, providing his already stated input, with Hiyori deciding that it would be best for them to have a little recap first. Up to this point, Ego has told them that what they currently desire most is the key to originality, and also that hunger is their most important asset. They continue on in this amazing double spread here, which breaks down the cycle of producing their own peak performances and goals. Hunger first allows you to collect hints and formulate an achievable, original challenge for yourself. Combined with the immense focus and egocentrism you have, you can then be led into a chemical reaction called the flow state. With your winning vision locked in while in this flow state, you can then operate at your absolute peak, which can then potentially lead to you creating the ideal winning scenario. Yeah, totally simple and easy to understand. Right guys? Everyone awake here? The two then continue on, pointing out that Shido's goal wasn't just a product of his personal winning vision alone. These players need to cross their winning visions with a partner in order to pull this off, just as Hiyori and Isagi, Charles and Shido, and Sei and Shido have done before. Out of nowhere though, Noah just kinda interrupts them while posted up on the sidelines, telling these two to recreate it. Like, what the fuck do you mean, bro? I swear this guy's the worst coach yet. Looking stone cold with aura all around him, Noah demands them to score a goal that surpasses that of the one they produced against Italy's Ubers. He even says, "You two can do it," or am I wrong? Which Hiyori confidently exclaims they can do. However, Isagi does look a bit more serious and unsure here. Noah though also goes on to say that if they can't keep Charles and Shido locked down, then they'll continue to rampage for an easy PXG victory. Pointing over at somebody, Noah says that they'll be instead tweaking the game plan and using this specific player to man-mark Shido. That player is obviously none other than Kunigami Rinsuke, who is told to restrict and steal Shido Ryuse's freedom. In another tear-jerking double page, Kunigami is shown to look absolutely horrified when remembering that demon that is Shido. Despite remembering all the pain he was put through, the fact that he had to go to Wildcard and couldn't even see his family, the Dark Horse's eyes glow with an aura as he calmly agrees to this assigned task. With Isagi, Hiyori, and Kunigami all walking alongside one another talking verbal jabs, Bastard Munich's counterattack will continue in the next chapter. Could we potentially be seeing an equalizer here from Kunigami, or something more be in store for our hero's awakening? The first thing we see here is Isagi, Kunigami, and Hiyori all walking back onto the field together after Noah's talk. We see the new Bastard Munich formation here too, which now has Kaiser as their sole striker like before. Kunigami has been moved back into the midfield right in between Raichi and Kiora, making this the perfect chance for them to link up. Speaking of Raichi, he screams out encouraging words to his team, saying that they're only down 1 and will soon equalize the game. Gagamaru pumps his fist up and assures them he'll stop the next one, and even Kiora Jin is shown to be fired up. Somehow they're already sweating though after 5 minutes into this game, so it must be truly taxing for them to try and stop PXG's offense. The perspective then switches over to Tokimitsu and Nanase, who both seem to be frustrated despite being in the lead. Tokimitsu is anxiously scratching his head, because while Shido may be on their team, his goal doesn't actually have any benefit to them. The only way for them to raise their ranking and survive is to do everything they can to help Hitoshi Rin score instead of Shido. They must make Rin the one and only hero of this match, or else they're screwed, because if Rin fails, they fail. We also get to see Charles here licking his lips and throwing up a winking demon emoji, so if any of you speak emoji, please help me translate. Anyways, we then get a page here split between the 4 aces of both teams, as the intensity is cranking up even higher. Hitoshi Rin tells Shido to get out of the way, causing Isagi and Kaiser to speak up as well, hopping on Shido's head with him. Our zesty goat here just smiles though and calls them all jealous, because after all, he was the first one to bag a goal in this match. The game then once again restarts with Kaiser kicking the ball off to Ness, while assuring Shido that he will burn him into ash. Shido once again just smiles even in the face of hate, because this attention is exactly what he craves. Alexis Ness then continues up the field while passing the ball off to Grim, and Isagi's inner monologue can be seen here, as he's thinking about recreating it. As we see him sprinting upfield, all Isagi can think about is recreating he and Hiyori's goal from the last game. The theory and logic behind entering the best performance state does make sense to him, however it's just not that easy. In order to enter this state, Isagi must predict what everyone else on the field is doing. He contrasts his style to Shido, who is someone who enters flow when playing for himself and achieving his own ecstasy. Isagi enters this state of focus when he understands the situation around him, which seems to lead him to a realization of sorts. The color then changes on this panel and we see him almost get stunned for a minute as sweat drops down his face. As we see Kaiser approaching Hitoshi Rin, Isagi realizes that although everyone is striving to recreate the perfect situation for them to win, each individual's thought process and triggers are different. Everyone has a different way to enter their top performance state, which we've already known as a reader since around the U20 arc. This ties a lot into protagonism, the hunger behind a striker's ego, and also just the personality of our cast. With this newfound information in mind, Isagi believes you can divide top performances into 2 types of people. Type 1 is compared to people like Shido Ryuse, who is someone that ignores any outside info when playing to his peak. These players, like our demon, focus purely on achieving their own wants and desires, which is all that controls their play. Type 2, however, Isagi uses himself as the example, being someone who analyzes and observes the field. Using the accounted for information, these players can then manipulate the world's trigger points to their advantage. We then get a little chibi demonstration here to better explain, as he names these types holistic and individualistic egos. A person with a holistic ego wants people to watch how they achieved a goal, while an individualistic person would want people to focus on them personally when they score. It's not like one ego type is better than the other, because it's all just dependent on your personality type. We then get some more chibi charts that help explain better, with the first one being on the individualistic ego type. They are people who prioritize maximizing their own self-worth by prioritizing whatever they find interesting or important. Shido is the best example because he believes soccer to be his way of life, so obviously having fun and doing his own thing will result in an easier time entering flow. A holistic ego, on the other hand, prioritizes and maximizes one's standing within society. They achieve their maximum potential through prioritizing winning awards and achievements that the outside world deems important. They put rankings, results, and glory above all, which allows them to easily enter flow when these are at stake. He begins to list some of the blue lockers we know and groups them into 2 ego types. On the holistic side, Isagi, Karasu, Hiyori, and Reo are all easily listed within this column. As for impulsive individualistic types, Shido, Bachira, Baro, Nagi, and Zantetsu are the people who come to mind for him. A fun little question here, Let's have everyone go down in the comments to let me know what type you are personally. Tapping into his metavision, Isagi begins to wonder about other players too, such as Kunigami and Charles. He even believes Kaiser to more than likely fall into the holistic side of things, as he's someone obsessed with trophies and results. Finally, the last person he thinks about is obviously Itoshi Rin, however he just can't figure him out yet. He needs to input more data during this match to better understand this concept and utilize it to his advantage. We get an amazing panel here of him running into a metavision tunnel while thinking about all he needs to do to reach his top performance. He wants to figure out everyone's ego types while also inputting everything happening on the field, which hopefully he has the stamina for now after his training break. I still wonder if we'll see the flashbacks of what he unlocked during that time. Anyways, the chapter then cuts over to Alexis Ness, who's been slide tackled by the speedsters on Tetsu. As he's falling down, it seems like Ness kind of winces in pain here, making me wonder if he could possibly be injured. We could see Corona maybe being subbed back in, truly leading to Kaiser being the naked emperor. The ball ends up actually flying in the direction of Tokimitsu, however Hiyori comes flying through the air while trapping the ball. He even calls on Tetsu a moron for losing focus here, so I guess he's picking up on Isagi's lingo too. Taking a stance which looks like he could possibly be passing from, Yohiyori thanks Santetsu for the meal, as everyone's eyes are on him. Santetsu realizes that Hiyori was waiting for Ness to lose the ball all along, as he can see Isagi looking back while sprinting into place. While Hiyori's metavision eyes are glowing now too, he knows that if they're going to reproduce such a goal, then he cannot just rely on Isagi for the finisher. He too needs to personally envision himself as the world's best player, to then cross it with whoever best fits the context of the play. After all that yapping and tough posing, Hiyori doesn't even manage to get the ball out from his feet. The brat Charles managed to sneak around from behind him and snag possession, while telling Hiyori that he's not so bad. He then goes on to poke his cheek and while smirking his face, recognizing that Hiyori has had metavision just like he and Isagi. I'm personally making a scene over this because nobody's poking my cheek like I'm their Pookie Bear, but that's just me. As Charles then begins to sprint away, all Hiyori can do is just watch in confusion and terror. He can't fathom how Charles knew he was going to pick the loose ball. However, he too makes the realization about Charles. He can use metavision just like them, because it's not such an uncommon ability at this level of play now. Everybody is looking worried due to Charles now having possession, and Hiyori now knows that before he can recreate any goals with anyone, he's going to have to take down Charles Chevalier. We then see Charles pass off the ball despite Raichi's best efforts, and it looks like Shido is once again his target. Ness is just left in the dust as Shido once again screams out to Charles, complimenting his terrific play. It's been a while. As we see blacked out Ai emerge from behind Shido, Kunigami Rensuke comes sprinting in out of nowhere. Placing his right arm on Shido's chest to hold him off, he screams out to the explosive demon while going off the rails. Shido is just left confused here as he asks who Kunigami even is, which causes the Dark Horse to just grit his teeth and say this to remind him, "I'm the worthless loser hero who got his life destroyed because of you." While saying this, we see him leap into the air and deflect this pass away with his head, more than likely preventing another chemical reaction goal from Shido and Charles. We also see Yuri and him have a duo panel in the bottom left, as both of them say that their top performance will come from them surpassing their rival on this field. In this 10 out of 10 beautifully cooked panel, Yuri stares down Charles and Kunigami stares down Shido, as both of them want to defeat these opponents. It's interesting though that we see Kunigami and Yuri having some parallel panels here back to back, because they've never really linked up or interacted much. Last chapter 2 seemed to portray Isagi, Kunigami, and Hiyori as some sort of dynamic trio, so maybe we'll see these three link up for a super goal for the hero. With the ball still flying in the air from Kunigami's clearance in the last chapter, Isagi and Hiyori are also seen here watching very closely. They both know exactly how threatening Charles is, and are working to ascend this game to a whole new peak. Leaping into the air with his left leg, Alexis Ness actually manages to receive this loose ball, now putting Basher Munich in possession. Unfortunately, Tokimitsu and Zantetsu are surrounding Ness from both his left and right, and despite looking a bit worried here, Ness still manages to calmly assess the risk factor here, to then decide on making a clean pass to Benedict Grimm. It also seems like Tokimitsu is yet to overcome his major flaw of field anxiety, because he's still shown here looking horrified from just a simple pass. Grimm, however, is shown to be calmly receiving the ball here, and despite this defender's best efforts, Grimm still manages to get the pass off here. His target is obviously none other than Michael Kaiser, who can be seen here sprinting forward with ease while holding off Karasu. Despite initially being fine here, Kaiser's face quickly changes from concentration to worry as Shido and Kunigami barge onto the scene. These rivals are fighting for the ball shoulder to shoulder, running in quickly with such aggression that even Kaiser can't keep up. Shido even tries to leap into the air here and trap the ball, and although it looks like he got a touch on it, Kunigami ultimately big bros him, preventing yet another possession for the demon. Funny enough, Kaiser and Karasu are just left staring in awe as those two bulky-ass berserkers are gliding through the air like 6 feet up. With everyone looking up at again this loose ball, Raichi actually is the one to gain possession as he traps it with his chest. With the most devious grin we've ever seen in the entire series, our boy now believes this is his sexy chance to shine. Sexy? You're just a meathead who constantly sacrifices himself for others. With an insult to accompany him as always, Charles Chevalier comes flying in through the air, kicking the ball away from Raichi's chest bounce. He then further cooks the duelist by thanking him for his hard work that led to him gaining possession, while also calling him non-sexy. This is possibly the most harmful insult you can say to poor Raichi over here, who can just not believe his own ears at what's been said. Hiyori, however, is more worried about what comes next, as he screwed up by allowing Charles to once again gain possession. If he would have just backed up Raichi and played alongside him, Hiyori would now have possession of the ball instead of this trickster. As he runs behind him trying to catch up, Hiyori realizes that he must be focusing on the finer details if he wants to outread Charles on this game. He believes this to be his only option to match up against his creativity and playmaking, as this youngster is just overflowing with ideas. Hiyori even clarifies that due to the difficulty level of this task, he won't just be able to wing it on the first try. Relating this back to something he knows well, Hiyori compares Charles to the final boss of a video game, in this absolutely insane panel depicting this visually. This creature looks like a mix of Maharaga and a Lich, as it's not only having 4 to 5 horns, but it wields multiple weapons with its hands, which also have eyes in them. This comparison is made not just due to the difficulty of the challenge, but because just like in a video game, Hiyori will have to die or face defeat multiple times to figure out how to win. With the two both staring down one another, Hiyori confidently exclaims that he will defeat Charles and clear this stage of the game. I really love that Hiyori is still comparing and explaining things in video game terms, because one of my favorite scenes involves him in the third selection when he used Tetris to explain reflexive action to Isagi. Anyways, cutting away from that segment, we then see Charles and Itoshi Rin approaching Isagi Oichi's front. Rin urges the child to pass the ball over to him for a 1-2, and while Charles does acknowledge him here and begin to take action, the imp ultimately decides to fake them both out and make the run for himself, while calling Itoshi Rin's path and plan super boring. Isagi immediately makes a mental note of this in order to defend better against him in the future. However, Rin is shown to just be looking extremely pissed, with a vein bulging near his eye. I can't believe he hasn't snapped already from the shenanigans of the Shido and Charles duo, because those two are quite actually chaos incarnate. Approaching from Charles' left though comes running in Yo Hiyori. Hiyori tells Charles that it won't be easy this time while also calling him an idiot, which ages really poorly as Charles still outplays him. Activating his metavision while telling Hiyori nice try, Charles makes an insane pass attempt here while clarifying that Hiyori was just one beat too slow. The sheer aura this kid gives off at just 15 is terrifying, which is why I can't help but imagine his talent once he grows up. Kevin De Bruyne won't have shit on this guy. Anyways, Hiyori and Isagi are just left watching with hopeless expressions, as this cross was unpreventable and delivered with extreme precision from a difficult place. Charles is literally toying with them and controlling this entire field, as we also see the target of his pass here to once again be Shido Ryuze. With Shido actually looking back at the ball though, Kunigami was able to read the situation and prevent yet another possession for Shido Ryuze. This man's value better go through the goddamn roof after this game, because he's pulling Isagi levels of lockdown here without even having metavision. Even Hiyori and Charles are surprised by this one, as this seemed to be another dire situation for Bastion Munich. Isagi Yoichi, however, is completely locked in and confident in his bro, as he truly recognizes how amazing Kunigami is. As we see Kuni crash to the ground here, sacrificing his body for the team, Isagi realizes he's just been getting better and better since being placed against Shido. Now obviously this can partially be credited to Kunigami using his overwhelming physical ability, but Isagi knows it's more than that. This level of play is coming from his desire for revenge on Shido. As we see him all tensed up and rising from the ground, it seems as if his emotional importance in this match has now led to his top performance against his rival. As we see Kunigami's eyes begin to shine with confidence, Isagi states that Kuni not only possesses a solid moral code, but is just a truly passionate person to his core. With the puzzle pieces coming back into action, Isagi then leads into the realization that Kunigami has an individualistic ego mentality. I'm gonna release a video soon talking more about what ego mentalities really mean in their real life counterparts, because they relate a lot to autotelic people and exponentially motivated people. Research the meaning if you don't know. I'm giving you a homework before this analysis since my professors want to swamp me with so much. Thinking back on the good old days before his homie switched up, Isagi realizes too that Kunigami really hasn't changed all that much, even though it seems that way. He still is the same passionate and hot-blooded person he was on Team Z, but even more important than that, Kunigami Rensuke's ego is still burning bright inside him. In this amazing panel here of Kunigami posing as Isagi's puzzle pieces spill out behind him, I think the Ghost of Bastion Munich is no longer an applicable nickname. He now shall be known is the Kozak Hadarach, or Shido Ryuze's father. Anyways, the chapter then switches over to Hiyori's inner thoughts, as he's now realizing that Charles' options have decreased with Kunigami's lockdown. This means the game's momentum is soon going to change, and as we all know, whoever can adapt quicker will probably score the next goal. We then see Shido once again talking some shit to Kunigami, as he demands this trashy hero to get out of his way. Kunigami is unfazed though, as he just mocks him by asking if he's really giving it his all. Don't tell me you've used up all your explosives on just that one goal. Okay, now our hero is really coming back, but this time with a little more fire behind his eyes and words. Shido just begins to bug out because this is personal ass insult, calling him a prick. Isagi too just had to join in on the roast session, however with friendly fire enabled, he tells Kunigami that he's one to talk. Even Shido looks back confused here, because Isagi tells his own teammate that he would have been useless without his assist. Looking more off-put than angry, Kunigami can only just ask what Isagi wants from him. Lend a hand for my explosion. It seems as though Isagi wants to incorporate Kunigami into his attack pattern, possibly out of selfish intent, or maybe as a friend. Let me know what you guys think Isagi's true intentions are here, whether it be a goal for himself purely, or maybe Kunigami. Anyways, as Isagi then sprints past Kuni while saying that they should get steak afterwards for old time's sake, his eyes also bleed with the aura of his original ego. Kunigami's eyes soften here too, as Isagi realizes exactly what's required to score in this match. If PXG are dependent on two people's top performance to create chemical reactions, then they'll just add one more to the equation and create a triflow chemical reaction. I'm not gonna lie to you all, I laughed my ass off when reading this dialogue, because it sounds so funny when accompanied with Isagi's serious look. Guys, I figured it all out. 2 + 1 = 3. Now we win. 3 is more than 2. This panel, however, is an absolute banger to end the chapter off, as we see the trio who will soon chase this game's equalizer. Santetsu and Raichi are first seen here screaming out at Karasu and Kiora, both encouraging their teammate to either maintain or steal possession. From an overhead view, we see Karasu trapping the loose ball with Kiora sprinting in from behind, with other players like Ness, Raichi, and Grim also seen scattered around. As Kyoragen arrives attempting to steal the ball, we see Karasu easily holding him off, spreading out his arms and legs to prevent his opponent from reaching his front. With the next page showing us a side view of these two dueling, Charles can also be seen sprinting towards the action, with Yuri tailing just behind him. He won't be caught off guard so easy though, because as Charles glances behind him with his metavision, it seems like he's keeping tabs on Hiyori. Speaking of him, the perspective does change to Hiyori, and with us hearing his inner monologue, he's taking a deep breath while breaking down how to defeat Charles. He knows that he must take full advantage of the situation now, as Kunigami clamping down Shido makes this a whole lot easier. Charles is obviously focusing mostly on passing and finding routes to Shido Ryuze, as the demonic duo just has W chemistry. If Shido is being locked down however and the passing routes are obstructed, Charles will then have no choice but to find another target. Activating his metavision, Yuri scans the field guessing that Charles will either find a route to Itoshi Rin, or maybe chain it through Nanase for an extra step. The page then flashes black and white however, indicating Yuri's realization, so we see him call himself an idiot here. He's trying to think from the perspective of Charles, but is still boxing himself in with logical and orthodox thought processes. When facing a person like Charles Chevalier, an imp who only wants to create chaos, you must read between the lines. In other words, Yohiri must stop thinking what he would do, and instead put himself in the shoes of someone like Charles, someone who clearly has a self-type ego and only seeks to explore and create to their own content. Anyways, Karasu is now actually getting pressed by both Kiora Jin and Benedict Grimm. However, with him counting them off, 1, 2, his mission is now complete, as this was all according to plan. Easily holding the defenders off, Karasu makes a pass off to his right towards Charles Chevalier, telling the prodigy to break loose. Charles sprints past Raichi, leaving him in the dust, and with a smirk on his face, he thanks Karasu for possession once more. He then continues to sprint to where the ball will land, looking up at the pass while singing out about how perfect it is. Kunigami and Shido were also seen here too in an intense duel, and the reason for us seeing this is obvious. As Kaiser and Ness begin to link up here, they know as well that Charles will now be looking for a passing route to Shido Ryuze. They catch Charles off guard here though by forming a wall at his front, and although Kaiser looks confident here in this plan, Alexis Ness for some reason still seems worried. Charles then calls this defensive Rose duo annoying while rolling his eyes, and also looks to his right to see Itoshi Rin. The two are making eye contact, with Rin's gaze clearly able to pierce a man's soul, and although Charles does acknowledge him here and begin to compliment his run, he randomly then swings through with a pass using his right leg, tapping into temporary flow while quite literally psyching out Itoshi Rin once again. Ness, Kaiser, and Rin himself are obviously all caught off guard by this, because even with them locking down 99% of his passing route, Charles still went for it. The kid even rubbed salt in the wound by looking back with a monstrous smile, saying that of course he would aim for the difficult route. That's exactly what an imp would do. Even with this badass and unexpected build-up, Charles is ultimately the person to be left puzzled as Yohiri leaps into the air and blocks this pass. Tapping into a full flow state, Hiyori once again reminds us that in order to read an imp's play, you must read between the lines and expect the unexpected. Ness is left here looking even more shocked as he's now had 2 heart attacks within 2 seconds, and Charles specifically is just baffled by this turn of events. We then see Usagi look over in awe as well, because as Hiyori lands back down, posing like Oliver Aiku in the U20 match, he tells this imp that he's starting to crack the code. Instead of just making the obvious best case scenario passes that most people would, Charles is the type who loves making the annoying passes that no one could possibly predict. Smirking and mocking him back, Hiyori assures Charles that he will go down, calling him the final ball straight to his face. We see everybody's reaction to this, specifically with Charles looking mortified. However, Hiyori just kinda complimented him in my opinion. If somebody views me as the final boss of the field and is focusing only on defeating me, that would kinda make me feel like the main character. Staring up at the loose ball though with aura all around, Usagi begins to have a puzzle piece moment. He realizes that Hiyori is starting to figure out Charles' pattern and playstyle, meaning a crucial moment is to come where the field's momentum will shift. Kaiser, Rin, Charles, and Nanase are all shown to be beneath this loose ball, and Hiyori and Raichi are also specifically shown close up. Raichi actually is the person to trap this loose ball, leaping through the air while holding back Tokimitsu. At the same time, Shido and Kunigami are also seen sprinting side by side, with Kuni lagging just a bit behind. Raichi, however, is easily winning his duel here, because with Tokimitsu still looking like a nervous wreck, he's also losing in terms of physical strength, which is pretty surprising. Then screaming out as if it's a special move, Raichi decides here to make a sexy pass to his left in the direction of Yohiyori. Hiyori leaps up here and traps this pass with his back heel, as his teammate encourages the status to go forth, with a worried look on his face though being seen and crow feathers falling from above. The situation seems to have gotten dire for Hiyori, as Karasu appears right at his front while immersed in a temporary flow. He tells Hiyori to pay more attention to what's right in front of him, because while he was busy focusing on all the small details, Karasu was planning to strike from the shadows. Smirking at his old friend, Karasu challenges Hiyori to try and clear this stage before even talking about the ball stage, which is responded to with a determined look and a deep breath. Nanase and Zantetsu even sprint in from both sides of Hiyori here too, making this a 3 vs 1 press as the ball is popped into the air. With Hiyori himself then tapping into a temporary flow too, however, he tells them to check again, as he doesn't even need to look forward to pass through these bums. As his foot begins to shift with him also swearing to smash right through them all, Karasu is only giving 1 single second to be shocked. Hiyori actually decides to make a pass anyway here with 3 defenders near, but specifically, he doesn't even look forward while making this cross. Zantetsu and Nanase are just left baffled, as Hiyori finally looks to where he passed to ask one thing. "You're there, aren't you?" Literal chills down my spine, because as the page turns, Usagi Yoichi is seen sprinting towards the box, as this pass and sentence from Hiyori was meant just for his buddy. The egoist is sprinting forth, making note of this pass was his metavision, and while he and Hiyori are attempting once again a chemical reaction, just look how many people are crowding the box with this man. Kaiser, Itoshi Rin, Shido, and even PXG defenders like Choppy are super close by. I honestly believe Usagi will be forced here to volley the ball back towards Kunigami for a 2-stage goal, but maybe, just maybe, he manages to lead the scoring all by himself. Thus getting another angle of Hiyori's insane pass, the defender Choppa is completely dumbfounded, as Usagi continues to sprint straight behind him. Even Hiyori looks thrown off by how locked in his buddy is, as Usagi knows this pass is coming from Hiyori's top performance, and he won't waste this chance. As he finally passes up Choppa, 2 more defenders remain, with 1 at his front and 1 to his left. Hiyori has given his absolute best to produce this pass, so now it's Usagi's turn to deliver his own top performance. Also just letting you all know in advance, there are a ton of amazing double spread panels in this chapter, so while it does lack the normal amount of text, it absolutely makes up for it with these amazing scenes. Anyways, finally approaching the defenders at his front, Usagi starts by leaping off his left leg to his right with a sidestep. Immediately leaping back to the left, however, the moment he landed, Usagi pushes off the other defender for a finishing touch. With these smooth movements, Usagi is then able to dash straight between these two, because despite their best attempts, even with a devious step in, Usagi Yoichi managed to find that gap. Activating his metavision and glancing to his left, he then also makes note of Shido Ryuze sprinting full speed along his left. Grinning while fully immersed into the flow state, Shido also drops an emoji on us as if we speak iPhone. In response, Usagi just simply tells the demon to do better next time, as he dashes to his right, completely leaving the path of Yohiyori's pass. Shido was just left confused as hell while trying to reach out with his hand, because this man was trying to brawl for this pass. "Take it. Here's the steak I owe you, Usagi. Consider us even, you piece of shit." Leaping through the air from the left of Shido, Kunigami Rensuke comes flying through the air, surprising everybody. With everyone focusing on Kuni now, Isagi can be seen in the background utilizing this distraction to sprint into the open space. This is exactly what he envisioned, as Kunigami passes the ball straight back towards its intended egoist, heading it off with a bounce from the ground. Isagi is hauling absolute ass here while breaking apart into pieces, eyes fully darkened with a familiar black tint. As he glances over to see Kunigami crashing into the floor, he explains that nobody could expect this play due to one specific reason. Until now, Kunigami has always moved for his own goals and refused to play the assisting role. Meanwhile, this top performance combo is truly one of a kind. As Isagi approaches the box with the ball quickly arriving, he's now completely broken through and is wide open. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, the only thing left for him to do is deal with Hitoshi Rin. Although thinking it was clear for him to score now, Isagi unfortunately hears an all too familiar voice coming from behind him, saying that he's too lukewarm. Ooh, I wonder who that could be. Coming in with the most intensity and looking demonic, Hitoshi Rin reminds his rival to not forget about him, causing Isagi to immediately start panicking. The situation only worsens for him though as he tries to think on what to do, because with another familiar voice barging in from his right, here comes Michael Kaiser being an S-tier hater as always. Sweating for the first time in the new Egoist League match though, and with his aura already being shown, Kaiser seems to be fully infatuated with Isagi, and also has the sole intent to destroy his dreams. That's it. Isagi just cannot believe his own eyes, because not only is Rin on his case, his own damn teammate won't even cut him a break, despite being seconds away from potentially scoring. In a dope-ass panel here highlighting the demons behind him, Isagi makes the realization that Rin and Kaiser are purely focused on his movements. Who would have guessed it, ladies and gentlemen? I'm being sarcastic. This is the exact reason they were able to react so quickly to his unique reaction, as they both even managed to catch up to him. Instead of reading how the game flows overall or basing their thinking on situational context, Hitoshi Rin and Kaiser are solely focused on finding plays and routes to destroy Isagi. With a horrified look, Isagi wonders how the hell he could have predicted this, while also pointing out how fucked up this is. This poor guy is really Blue Lock's most hated striker by both the entire fanbase and in-universe characters. Still sprinting on with the ball arriving soon though, Isagi is wondering what the actual hell he should do here. At the bare minimum, he knows that he'll reach the ball before these losers, which is pretty much the only thing he knows for certain here. Hitoshi Rin is waiting for him to shoot immediately with a volley, promising to destroy any shot course he can produce. Kaiser, on the other hand, is preparing for Isagi to trap this oncoming pass, confident that the moment it happens, he'll steal the ball from him and score on his own. Tapping into his full flow state, however, Isagi has already thought about doing each of these options. Right leg or left, shoot the ball or trap it. None of these pieces on their own will be enough here. Pulling back with his left leg in an attempt to shoot, Isagi Oichi vows to produce a completely new attack here, with Hitoshi Rin even seeming to dive in for an illegal tackle. Instead of swinging through with the shot though, Isagi has decided to ascend even further by faking this shot, swinging his left leg completely over top of the ball. I have been waiting for him to fake a shot for so long. If you've watched my channel, you know I've just been begging this man to just fake it for fuck's sake. I mean, here we go. This is all I've wanted for him. Now, if this looks familiar too, it's actually because he's directly copying Nagi's failed volley attempt from earlier in the series, blatantly showing how adaptable our main man is and how much he focuses and takes other people's abilities. Hitoshi Rin is obviously completely thrown off by this, however Kaiser thinks it to be a good thing for some reason, believing Isagi will now trap the ball with his right foot. Unfortunately for him, Isagi Oichi is a striker, swinging through with his right leg to shoot the ball. He's completely thrown everyone for a loop here, as Kaiser and Rin were both terribly outplayed. They're not the only ones left confused here, because we as the readers get the visual of twin Glocks being formed by Isagi's puzzle aura. The title 2 Guns did indeed being a reference to Isagi's ambidextrous legs just as I predicted, which is actually insane now that I think about it. The shot does actually pierce its way into the back net, leaving the goalkeeper left diving through the air with a helpless expression. Combining both his lefty shot and right-footed direct shot, Isagi managed to outplay Shido Ryuze, Hitoshi Rin, and Michael Kaiser all in this one run. With this improvised 2-gun volley, Isagi has now equalized the game at 1-1, scoring the opening goal for Bayern Munich just like I hoped. I genuinely have never been more hyped up from a goal in this series. Like, I am so serious when I say I leaped up and ran around my house in celebration. Please let me know down in the comments exactly how you felt about this goal, because no matter if it's negative or positive, I'm really interested to hear the community's input. Firstly, here do see another angle of Isagi's shot piercing into the goal, as the announcer seemed to scream out in excitement. We also see the people at home watching the NEL along with their reactions of amazement, with friends, family, and even Isagi Oichi's very first fanboy blown away by this strike. The announcers can literally call this nothing more than tremendous and otherworldly, because with his mid-air direct shot, Isagi Oichi has leveled the game at 1-1, putting Bayern Munich's very first point up on the board. This amazing double spread celebration panel is shown here too, with Isagi clenching his fist and screaming out in excitement, staring directly into our souls as the reader. Also, this angle of the aftermath makes the shot in celebration all the more disrespectful, because all of his rivals are in the vicinity just left watching and helpless, with Rin and Kunigami even stuck viewing from the ground. Hitoshi, Rin, and Kaiser surely waste no time though displaying their feelings on this goal, as both players take up an entire page to just scream out in anger. While the page itself just screams edgy and emo sports manga, it's even funnier when you realize that while Kaiser's eyes are whited out, Rin's dumbass is his emo bangs covering up his eyes in tears of sorrow. Other people's reactions too are then shown to us, with Karasu firstly just baffled at Isagi's new 2-gun volley technique. I would have to say Tokimitsu agrees as well, because he's over here stuttering like a Scooby-Doo character, calling Isagi a monster. Raichi, per usual, is cementing himself as the vibe merchant of Bashir Munich, because he's getting turned the fuck up for this equalizer. The final two people shown on the page are both Nanase and Shido Ryuze, who seem to be impressed by Isagi Yoichi's continuous evolution. Smirking and singing after any goal as usual, Shido even just straight up says it was a fantastic explosion in his eyes. The tone, however, has to immediately shift back to emo though, because as Kunigami walks away from Isagi with his back turned, he snarkily tells him to not expect any more passes or assistance from him. He even adds some fuel to their separation by calling Isagi nothing more than an overly dependent egoist, throwing shade using this man's biggest flaw. Isagi, however, just lets that slide right off, immediately firing back that they'll just continue to duel and devour one another as always. Yo Hiyori, however, can do nothing but celebrate with a big ol' grin on his face, sprinting in from behind and leaping up onto Isagi's shoulders. All he can ask his buddy for is an explanation on what the hell that shot was, because everyone seems to find it either completely amazing or infuriating. It really just depends what side you're on. Isagi, however, being the humble go he is, just daps up Hiyori while redirecting the compliment right back by calling his pass epic. The two are just super wholesome and amazing on the field, which makes me really happy to see, considering Isagi definitely needs some positive support to counter out all the hate he receives. Streaming out with questions like a curious little kid, Hiyori asked for a description of just how much he visualized and pre-planned for. Starting off with Hiyori's no-look alley cross, he obviously didn't predict it down to the specifics, but rather just believed in his buddy to send the perfect pass. As for Kunigami's role in this matter, Isagi explains that he adjusted his plan to account for him after realizing his current mindset, wanting nothing more than to contain and lock down Shido, sprinting up and down the entire field. Isagi knew that Kunigami Rensuke's odds of being involved in a near-clutch situation would be very high. On top of that, Isagi also states that he might have been the only person on the field to truly believe that Kunigami would win in his duel against Shido. This is some W friendship right there, because even though his homie switched up and went all emo, he still believes and trusts in his boy to get the job done. Anyways, back to their conversation. Hiyori recaps this just to have been a combination that only Isagi could pull off, being finished out with an ultimate trump card created on the fly. In a funny ass sequence of panels here, Isagi just hits the thinker pose for a second, to then awkwardly tell Hiyori that that was all wrong. To the shock of his buddy, but probably none of us, Isagi explains that he most definitely did not plan on scoring using the twin gun volley play. He goes on to say that he fully believed he would be wide after breaking through all the defense, not at all expecting Rin and Kaiser to just have massive hate boners. Due to Dumb and Dumber, Isagi was forced to improvise under the pressure, as he actually explains exactly what gave him the hint to pull off that move. Nagi Seishiro's attempted juggling shot that we all theorized or basically confirmed to be the inspiration for chapter 257's twin gun volley. Yuri does recall this shot from watching during the Manshine match, as the image of the shot seems to have been stored within Isagi's mind ever since seeing it. He attributes this as the reason why even with Kaiser and Rin killing his options, he was able to subconsciously improvise and recreate the shot on the fly. Yuri and Isagi then kind of laugh and joke about how he straight up stole Nagi's bag, but at the end of the day, game is game. It wasn't completely created from Nagi's creativity and shot attempt, because Isagi sprinkled in hella sauce, his own direct shot, and actually scored the damn goal. To further flex the twin Glock aura art, we get a badass panel here of Isagi posted up with both pieces behind him. The weapon will officially be known as his ambidextrous mid-air quick draw 2-gun volley, but I'm just gonna shorten that shit to 2-gun, or oh shit, Isagi's got the strap. Yuri then goes on to further glaze Isagi in this chapter by examining how truly amazing this weapon is. No matter which direction the defender comes from to block his shot, he can just respond by faking them mid-air and shooting right after their timing has been destroyed. This will also make it nearly impossible for the goalkeeper to figure out when or what foot he will shoot with. With a grin on his face, Yuri confidently states that if Isagi can just consistently recreate this shot, then he'll become the unstoppable striker he's aiming to be. This realization in Isagi's mind immediately causes his eyes to flare with ego and aura, because by combining these two pieces, he's really created an incredible weapon. I was totally expecting a different route for Isagi's development and goals in this match, however combining, recreating, and adapting multiple new weapons is pretty badass too, so no complaints from me. Noanoa's reaction to the goal is then finally shown too, as all he has to say is just excellent Isagi Yoichi. Staying pretty emotionless per usual, he announces that Bastion Munich will now be switching things up with a formation change. Now that the past 2 successful attacks have been centered around Isagi Yoichi, Noah believes this formation and system should also shift to be a more Yoichi-centric system. Benedict Grimm is immediately told to get his bum ass off the field, as Corona Ranze leaps up and is told to get in on the action. I cannot tell you how excited I am to see Corona, Hiyori, and Isagi all occupying the field at the same time, because Galaxy Hotline could be upon us. Let me know what impact or plays you are all expecting out of Corona, because I know we have a ton of Shark Boy fans that are watching today's video. The only downside of Corona coming in falls on the likes of Kaiser and Ness, because without having Grimm on the field, Kaiser literally only has one passing option to support him. While that's tragic and all, I can't say that anything more can be expected, considering the difference in how Kaiser and Isagi have performed in the last 2 matches, and also the growth of their dynamic. With Corona sprinting on the field as Grimm walks off in anguish, Isagi realizes how dramatically the team's dynamic shifted from just his one goal there. Obviously we know this change also comes from his opening and winning goals in the Ubers match, and his consistent impact to their offensive pushes, but hey, W's all around. He also knows that Noah trusts him to score goals and bring them to victory, and now with Corona on the field, Isagi will have a far easier time controlling this game. His buddy holds up a peace sign to symbolize the number 2, as he urges Isagi to go with him to get his second goal. Thinking deeper on what will actually happen though, Isagi realizes that if he does score another goal within this game, he'll actually crush Kaiser completely and firmly take over Bastion Munich. If he can just score one more goal after that though, completing a full hat trick, then he'll finally surpass Hitoshi Rin and become the undeniable best player in the new Egoist League. We see that the team's logos are flying all around him in the background in the flow of his aura, as a mirage of Hitoshi Rin just stares in the background. With the opening goal, new weapon, and Noah's trust, he believes that he can now see it clearly. He can visualize perfectly the image of himself becoming the best player in the world. With his fists clenched and twin clocks once again shown, Isagi seems to be more confident than we've ever seen him here. In a cold-ass one-liner to end off today's chapter, Isagi simply just rushes them to hurry up and restart the game. The Egoist is ready to go back and get this well-deserved hat trick, and obviously pretty hyped up too. Speaking of Kaiser, the entire first page is just dedicated to proving to us that he is indeed seething with rage. Lobro's forehead vein is nearly bust through the seams, as he's also clenching his shoulder with some emo-ass aura. Turning his head as to not puke in disgust, Kaiser seems to be thinking about Isagi as usual, and how he seems to be rapidly evolving. It's to the point where Kaiser truly views him as a proper threat, literally stating that if he can master that 2-gun shot, then his value as a striker will skyrocket. He even realizes that Isagi is already on the verge of swiping away his team, which clearly doesn't sit well with this egoist. With intensity in his eyes, Kaiser just cannot accept becoming second fiddle to someone like Isagi Yoichi. Even more so, he just won't let anyone outshine him, using his own damn team. Then hearing a voice calling out from behind him, Alexis Ness seems to be trying to get his attention here while sweating profusely. Accompanied with a super panicked expression and a seemingly shaking voice based on the font, Ness points out that with his current formation, he's literally the only remaining ally for Kaiser on this field. As usual though, due to their toxic relationship dynamic, Kaiser simply turns on friendly fire by telling Ness to shut up and get back to moving. A lack of allies or Ness worrying is no concern to him, because Kaiser states that his only objective is showing Yoichi no matter how much he tries, he will never surpass me. So at this point in the game, he's even stating that more than winning this game, he wants to flex his superiority over Isagi. That's kinda crazy to me. In some ominous text here that will make sense later in the chapter, Kaiser tells Ness, it's now or never, time to unleash that impossible weapon before Yoichi manages to steal everything from me. With that, the game finally kicks back off, as both Kaiser and Ness seem to lock the fuck in. Hitoshi Rin of course makes the first move for PXG here, starting it off with a short pass right over to Nanase. Although Kyorajin steps in to try and interfere, Nanase seems to successfully curve a pass right on by to Hitoshi Rin. Sprinting forward with the ball in possession, Rin is quickly approached by both Yohiori and Raichi at his front. Taking a deep breath out, Rin decides to just scan the field and calmly assess his options here. Just then, however, a child's voice starts to cry out from Rin's left. Hey, Loki! Sub me out of this game already! Waving his hand in the air, paying no attention to the field, Charles Chevalier is requesting for Loki to literally replace him 2 goals deep into this game. To the surprise of literally everyone, Charles goes on to whine even more that none of his passes are going through, blaming Kunigami or the Muscle Freak for pocketing Cheeto. In my new favorite panel of all of Blue Lock, Charles just takes on a derpy expression while asking to quit purely due to boredom. I now see why Charles and Cheeto get along and related so well. They're both immature weirdos. Julian Loki, of course, looks like he's about to crash out from hearing this, as based on his reaction, this is not Charles' first outburst in a game. He explains him to have an irritating lack of motivation, but honestly, I just think Loki needs to sub in himself and guide the way. I'm trying to see what the Speedster and his prodigy can do together, but let me know if you guys even expect the Master Strikers to sub in this game. Anyways, getting back into the action, Hiyori and Raichi are immediately shown to be double pressing Rin from his right and left. The moment Rin came to a halt, these two jumped on that ass, with even Raichi taunting him over Charles ignoring him. I mean, in all fairness, he quite literally did say he would rather give up and sub out of the game than pass to Itoshi Rin at the moment, so Raichi kinda cooked here. This press obviously throws Itoshi Rin and even Karasu into panic mode, because with the ball actually breaking loose here from PXG's possession, Corona is shown here sprinting in for the counter. Leaping right overs on Tetsu's foot while trapping the ball, our cute Shark Boy Corona finally debuts on the field to shock everyone. As he sprints forward with only Tokimitsu and Nanase visible at his front, he clarifies his obvious goal here is to aim and assist Isagi Yoichi with his 4th Neo Egoist League goal. He does shoot off a pass right away in the direction of Isagi, however the Blue Rose comes flying into the air here to intercept it. With the tables now turned, Kaiser has been forced to rely on interceptions within his own team to gain possession, just like Isagi did during the Bartra match. He immediately sprints forward on the offensive with an intense expression, only having one question for his partner Ness. Are you ready? His eyes light up with the flow state as he seems to be preparing for something really big, but just as we're seeing this, it kind of fades into a flashback, JJK style. The next events we cover take place 10 days prior in-universe time, right inside the Germany training field. Kaiser seems to be breaking down what the Magnus effect is to Ness, as he explains that when a player kicks the ball, the air will naturally exert an equal and opposite force back onto the ball. He goes on to say that the reason a spinning ball can even curve, dip, or rise is all due to the difference of air resistance between the different sides of the ball. Accompanied with his explanation is a diagram right behind him to show the mechanism of a spinning ball, but I don't want to bore you guys to death, so feel free to pause and read if you'd like to learn more about the Magnus effect, but we're just gonna move on. Ness is just blushing and glazing as usual, and while Kaiser is setting down the ball near his feet, he explains that he's only really focused on upping his Kaiser Impact's velocity and power while traveling straight. Adjusting and centering the ball though, he goes on to explain that his new weapon is actually planned to add some spin to the Kaiser Impact shot to make it curve. I personally was expecting Isagi Yoichi's first shot to be a curved one, or at least him adapt this, but a curved Kaiser Impact is even more insane to see first. As he stands over the ball looking majestic and breathable, pause. Kaiser explains that he'll have to develop the capacity to consistently strike the ball exactly where he needs for this shot, literally hoping to get it on par with his normal impact. As we see him lining up and preparing a kick, he explains that using the air valve as a central reference point, the best contact point for his Magnus Impact is to the bottom left of the ball. Swinging through with a shot around the dummy targets, Kaiser seems to be confident in his demonstration. However, Alexis Ness just immediately wonders if he mishit the ball. As the ball begins to curve right on around behind the target dummies however, Alexis Ness is just left with shock on his face, as Kaiser has successfully shown off his new curved weapon, Kaiser Impact Magnus Edition. Ness then goes on to do some honestly valid glazing here, because not only did he sacrifice no speed or power behind his shot, Kaiser can just now freely control the direction of Kaiser Impact, making it nearly unstoppable. Unfortunately, the Blue Rose goes on to point out the one big problem, being that the only way he can even pull this off now is if the ball is sitting perfectly still. As we cut back to the game, Kaiser passes the ball right on over to Ness, while it's emphasized how difficult this shot will really be in-game. With Ness cooking past both Nanase and Rin to send a pass through back to Kaiser, it's actually revealed that he's never even managed to successfully use this weapon on a ball in motion. As he traps Ness's pass though while holding back Tokimitsu and Karasu, Kaiser is confident that right here and right now, he will demonstrate the Magnus technique perfectly. This man is locked into the max and determines that despite being a bit off balance, having 2 defenders right next to him, and even 3 more in front, the conditions are still somehow set for him to use this weapon. We see a target in the top left of the net where he seems to be aiming. Despite the ball being in motion, Michael Kaiser swings through to shoot with his brand new weapon, Kaiser Impact Magnus. He's even fully immersed himself into the flow state with Predator Eye for the shot, showing just how important it is for him to be above Isagi. Also, let me just say, any Kaiser shot panel we get, I absolutely always love, because his thorny vine aura with falling rose petals is probably the best in the entire series. As everyone just stares up and looks over in confusion, Raichi and Nanase both verbally ask what the hell Kaiser is aiming for. Everyone straight up thinks that he just missed while swinging for his normal Kaiser impact. However, Kaiser, he knows exactly what he's scheming for here, and prays to the high heavens for this ball to curve inwards. Unfortunately for him, the bluelock facility does not have strong enough airflow to blow this shit back on course, so Kaiser's attempted Magna shot just spins out and into the fucking back rooms. Both Ness and Isagi are just watching in disbelief as Kaiser crashes to the ground, because for the first time ever, Kaiser has truly lost his outward composure in the league, clenching his hands while rising to his knees. All Kaiser can do is just scream out in pure rage and anger. We've seen the same scene before with Kaiser raging or freaking out, but for the first time truly, he's unraveling by the seams, right before Isagi's eyes. The tone already set just from the intro text, the first thing we see here is a young Michael Kaiser being choked on the ground by his father. Tears are swelling up in his eyes as his face is all bruised and bloody, as his father just drinks even more while continuing to hurt him. This childhood is one that no child should ever want nor endure. The narrator goes on to tell us that Kaiser's father was some small-time theater director, while his mother was the lead actress in all of his films. It's unknown if their romance just slowly faded away or if this was the consequence of a one-night stand, but shortly after Kaiser was born, his mother left and abandoned the family. Despite her heinous actions, she still went on to quickly become a star actress who was always in the public eye. However, Kaiser's father, his broken heart caused him to spiral down a rabbit hole of self-destruction. We can see him here just bumming it out in his filthy house, as his day-to-day schedule seems to consist of day drinking and laying around the house. This is the kind of environment a young Michael Kaiser had to grow up in, one where his mother abandoned him before they could even bond, one where an alcoholic, gambling-addicted father would abuse and beat him any chance he got. Unfortunately, a young Kaiser really had no other place or family to run to, so he was just stuck here at the mercy of his father. To make the situation even worse, his father would even frequently order him to go to work, which basically was code for straight-up theft. Kaiser quickly became an expert thief due to this unique situation, as he would go to the neighborhood store daily and steal whatever his father ordered him to. I'm sure this didn't need to be explained either, but if Kaiser ever failed to bring back something, well, his father would just scream and abuse him even more than usual. We see an instance of this where Kaiser just forgot to steal some milk, which caused his father to literally kick the poor kid to the ground while screaming his lungs out. He literally tells Michael that he will murder him if he ever forgets milk again, and sadly, the narrator says that even if Kaiser did do his job, the abuse just never stopped. As we see this evil piece of shit reaching towards Kaiser's throat while looking like the villain he is, we're told he never once referred to Kaiser by his birth-given name, Michael. This is because he still had a deep resentment and hate for the woman he once loved, and due to her being the one to name Michael, he never wanted to utter that name again. Despite all of this, his father still seemed to treasure a single rose his wife had once gifted him, which even Kaiser didn't understand. Sadly, this child's thought process was even in the favor of his abusive father, because he too seemed to blame his mother for ruining his life. As we see Kaiser being choked into the floor here, unable to breathe, his father is ranting on and on about how garbage of a human he himself is. He refers to himself as a worthless, talentless nobody, as the woman he once loved discarded him as if he was scum incarnate. Gripping even harder onto Kaiser's throat, he begins to yell and say that he's even more worthless. He seemed to take out all his built-up anger and hate on this poor boy, calling him an incompetent and worthless subhuman while restricting his airways. We literally get an entire page here close-up of Kaiser's father just choking him harder and harder, probably nearing the point of knocking this child completely unconscious. I'm gonna be honest, it was really hard for me to read through this chapter and even script it, because scenes like this just shatter my heart beyond repair. I mean, how could you do this to your own offspring or literally any other human in general? It then seems to flash forward a good few years to when Kaiser was a young teen, probably around 10 to 11 if I had to guess. Apparently, as he grew older, his desire to leave and become his own person became stronger and stronger. It got to the point where he began to secretly stash away items that he would later sell to keep the money for himself. For this boy, this was his first moment of defiance. As we see him walking in front of a Christmas store on his 12th birthday, he apparently decided to buy himself a personal gift for his first act of rebellion. After being abused and mistreated for so long, he just wanted something to live for that was his very own. The thing that seemed to catch this young boy's eye was an Adidas soccer ball display in the window of a store, and for him, this was the perfect gift. As we see him playing around with his new gift, it's explained that he enjoys it because when he throws it, it hits the wall and bounces right back to him. Even when he gets angry and hits it, or kicks it with all of his strength, it never once gets angry or cries out for help. This sounds a lot like how Kaiser treats Alexis Ness, and honestly, it makes sense that everything stems from his childhood issues. As we once again see his father abusing him with the ball and frame, Kaiser explains that also when things got rough, the soccer ball would always be by his side, silently waiting. And probably the most depressing panel of the chapter, we see a bruised inside Kaiser laying on the floor cuddled up with his ball. He doesn't even have his bed, it's like a piece of cardboard on the floor. He felt like him and the ball were similar because they were both pieces of trash, insignificant things that could be harmed with no consequence. All I'm saying is if I ever find a genie and get 3 wishes, all three are going to be used in demanding the death of this fictional piece of shit father figure. I mean it. One day, however, in town, some thieves happened to have robbed a local jewelry store and all got arrested in the process. One of the criminals happened to name Michael Kaiser as an accomplice, and although the boy and Kaiser were friends, Michael was completely innocent of this crime. With the police arriving at his house and with the father looking extremely angry, we're straight up told that he was framed for this crime and had nothing to do with it. Despite this, his father immediately smashes a bottle onto the boy's head while screaming out in anger, obviously believing him to be guilty of this crime. Right in front of the police, this man literally physically and verbally assaults his son, and all they even do is just hold him back and then calm him down. They even go on to have a mature conversation with this deadbeat, showing him the safe that Kaiser had been hiding in his room. The safe, with every dime the boy had been hiding away from his father. This just makes the father so angry that the cop has to struggle to even hold him back, as he's screaming out about how all that money now belongs to him. It's just crazy to me that Kaiser is the one being arrested here, and not his drunk, abusive father literally trying to murder him. But hey, it's just a fictional story, right? As we see Kaiser being walked out of the house in handcuffs, all he can think about is starting over his savings another time, seeming to be pretty unbothered by just the cash. Just then, however, another cop comes out of Kaiser's room with a soccer ball in hand, as this is somehow evidence in a jewelry store robbery. With Kaiser turning his head and his father raging once more, he's pulling back the beer bottle to try and rip through the ball, as he believes Kaiser must have stashed away money inside. This causes Kaiser to finally break free of the officer's grip and leap through the air towards his father, while tapping into the flow state. With a swift knee to the mouth, Kaiser sends his father flying across the room while knocking out multiple front teeth. The cops all begin to swarm him, demanding him to stop what he's doing, as it's explained that something inside of him snapped within that moment. No, rather than that, something was born inside of him, as he literally volleys the soccer ball into the face of a first officer, to then backflip through the air and smash his foot into two other officers. The thing born this day was his own self-identity. As he kicks yet another cop in the face who's literally pulling a gun on him, we learn that this seems to be where Kaiser's life truly changed for the better. I mean, his face is covered in blood from his own father, as the poor kid is just fighting for freedom with tears streaming down his face. He obviously does end up getting caught and sent to prison, as we can see in the bottom left, with the moonlight illuminating his bruised body. Just then, however, some older looking man with a cane begins to walk into his cell, demanding his attention. The first question he asks is, "Do you love football?" which obviously causes Kaiser to take on a very confused expression. With the man being revealed as Ray Dark, a FIFA licensed agent for the World Football Association, he explains that if Kaiser does love football, then he can get him out of prison somehow. Anyways, the outro text here says, "Will the light shining into the abyss be a ray of hope? Kaiser's new life as a footballer begins now." Oddly enough, the official scans don't seem to have any intro text like normal to bring us into the chapter. Instead, the first thing we see here is actually Michael Kaiser getting his iconic blue rose tattoo, obviously stemming from the lone flower his mother once left him. Ray Dark is explaining how he heard about some kid who took out 7 police officers with a single soccer ball, which just sounds embarrassing for the police department, to be honest. Kaiser, however, just says he was finishing the fight that they dragged him into, as he was innocently just minding his business. With us then getting a close-up of Ray Dark's drip collection, he seems to be happy with Kaiser's narcissistic attitude rather than upset. He explains that he's been traveling all over the world to help find people like Kaiser, unpolished soccer talent that he can help blossom. From there, the chapter then flashes forward to Ray and Michael standing out front of the Bachelor Munich training clubhouse. In a wholesome moment compared to what we've been seeing him go through, Ray tells Kaiser that he now has a place to call home, a place where he belongs. Before anything though, Kaiser must apparently pass some kind of pro exam as a prerequisite for joining, which he does not mind. As he thinks back on his father drinking and the horrible environment he once grew up in, Michael is willing to do anything it takes to stay out of that hellhole. We then see all of Michael's new clubmates introducing themselves, and they all seem super friendly and excited to meet him, as apparently they've heard rumors about him. Kaiser, however, is just sitting there with the most unamused expression, as he's not used to interacting with normal humans. He believes them to practically be an entirely different species, because unlike him, these people were born because they were wanted. They even all crowd around him at the lunch table and shower him in compliments, going on about how cool his tattoo is while even bringing him food. For the first time in his life, Michael is being shown compassion and love, and yet despite this, the boy just throws it all away by launching his tray of food into the face of the new teammate. Obviously, they're all thrown off by this and extremely upset, but Kaiser just explains this to be a result of his awful childhood, as he never learned how to accept help. For him, it's just easier to live in a world of malice and hate, because that's just what the poor boy grew up around. We sadly see him legit kicking one of his teammates in the face, while gripping onto the jaw of another, starting a fight over just getting free food and compliments. As we then get a perspective change through a field of players, Kaiser says that he heard about soccer being a sport played by 11 people. He more than likely views this as a way to him to finally learn how to interact with humans. However, in the end, just the opposite happened. As we see him running up the field alongside the team in what seems to be practice or an away match, Kaiser realizes that people who are hated by their team do not get passes like everyone else. Who would have known? In order for him to survive in this environment the way that he treats people, Kaiser must develop the ability to fight all by himself, dependent on only his own soul. Even more than that, he must develop an overwhelming weapon, something to turn 0 into 1 and prove his existence to every corner of the soccer world. We witness some of his training here in the form of leg presses, push-ups, and other general exercises, but specifically this bottom right panel of him struggling I find to be hilarious. If I'm able to leg press like 400 plus pounds, so should this man. I mean, come on. Anyways, we then see him training that exact weapon he was previously speaking about, being his notorious Kaiser impact shot. While splashing shots into the back net like he normally does in training, Kaiser is aware that more than anything, he must be able to create impact to submit the team around him. It seems like he's talking purely here about training and making it through his own effort. However, he then says instead of wanting someone's goodwill, he'd rather just find a dog who he'll make submit through malice. We quite actually see him studying through some mind and psychology related books, as with no real grasp on human interaction, this man just decided to become Ayana Koji from Classroom of the Elite. Then flashing over to the Basher Munich tryouts we saw in Ness's backstory, Alexis is actually shown here from Kaiser's POV, looking all pathetic as we know. Being trampled over by the competition and left flopping through the air, Ness seems to be a good enough test subject for Kaiser as we see him watching from afar. Alexis Ness has amazing dribbling, passing, and a super active imagination, but above it all, Kaiser wants him due to his isolation. Ness is completely alone and on the brink of despair, making this the perfect opportunity for a knight in shining armor to present himself. Standing above Alexis Ness, who is lying on the ground, we see Michael Kaiser's point of view from when the two first met. It all plays out exactly like we remembered it told, with Michael recruiting Alexis to his side. However, the major difference comes in how they were thinking at the time. While Alexis Ness looked up and saw an angel, like a ray of hope in Kaiser, Michael looked down and saw the perfect opportunity to erode his heart and take control of this lost mutt. As we once again see Kaiser and Ness obliterating the competition at the Basher Munich tryouts, the narrator explains that over time, Michael slowly began to understand his true nature more and more, with everyone around him left watching in terror as he glances towards the goal. Kaiser enjoys this feeling of warping and hurting others through victory more than anything. He's even got this poor guy closing his eyes like he's afraid to witness a murder, showing us just how scary Kaiser was to these rookies. Speaking of scary, this next page literally has Kaiser looking like he came straight out of My Hero Academia, doing some kind of transformation into a god. Maybe like Cars from JoJo's, I don't know. With tentacle-like dark vines coming out from all around him, Michael decided that in order to prove his existence, he would use hate and malice to rule over others. As we see some horrific Junji Ito-like art at the bottom here, the narrator explains that Kaiser took great pleasure in eroding other people's hearts, to then live on as a scar in their heart. I don't know about you guys, but Hitoshi-sai does seem to be pretty scarred for life from whatever happened to him. So could it have really been Kaiser to do this? Destroying people's dreams, rewriting their sense of values, becoming a symbol of the impossible that taught them true despair. This is the kind of player and person that Kaiser strives to be, because it allows him to mask all that once happened to him. Since the moment he rebelled against those police officers and birthed his own identity, this is the single path Michael has walked down since that day. Doing this over time, he felt that he slowly became more human by taking away from others. Each time he harvested someone's despair and crushed their dreams, something was added onto him, almost as if to fill the void in his heart. Despite all of this, Kaiser would still frequently remember his father who he once hated so much. He eventually realized that his father only hurt him in order to maintain his own life, because it was all just a projection of his own self-hate. That's why instead of saying thank you, his father would hit him every day, and instead of saying he loved him, he would call him a piece of shit. Even moving on to the next page, Kaiser straight up admits that he's doing the exact same thing his father once did to him. Being unhappy with the world around him and unable to battle his trauma, Kaiser inflicts pain upon the world's soccer players in order to fill his own void. While thinking about this, however, calling himself a shitty human, Kaiser smiles to himself for some reason, almost happy with this hate-filled life. Also, I hate to be the one to have to ask this, but is this man butt booty naked in this panel? Because I would not want those prickly vines near me. Anyways, the chapter finally cuts back to the present Basher Munich versus PXG match, and with the game resuming at 1-1, the game restarts with PXG in possession. The ball is immediately passed off in the direction of Alexis Ness, who we see running right for it alongside PXG's Nanase. Ness is luckily able to leap into the air and redirect the ball before Nanase can stop him, and we also see Shido sprinting along in the background here. The pass from Alexis Ness obviously goes right over to Michael Kaiser, who successfully traps it with Karasu and Corona sprinting right behind him. Ness screams out telling him to go forth, because he knows that with this next shot, Kaiser will not miss. With a close-up of Michael's face here looking intensely, he realizes that at 35 meters out, he's just barely out of range to shoot for goal. If he can just get 3 to 5 more meters closer and stop the ball in place, he believes he can actually make it. That's the least of his worries now though, because with Hitoshi Rin approaching quickly from his left, Isagi Yoichi is also running alongside his right, screaming for him to keep moving. He was trying to make him aware of Rin stalking him from his back left, but with even Hitoshi Rin himself saying that they're too late, we see him dive in and clear the ball away from Basher Munich's aces. This panel reminds me heavily of in the Manshine game when Isagi and Kaiser first reached a point at the same time due to metavision, which really makes me think, could this be intentional to tease Hitoshi Rin having metavision too? Anyways, as Raichi and Nanase scream out to their teams, we see Kaiser flopping to the ground here while seething in anger. Everything he's gained by winning is now all being stolen away and destroyed by Isagi, and at the rate things are going, he'll soon lose it all. As Michael begins to stand up from his fall, Isagi actually calls out to him while turning to make eye contact. "You get it, don't you, Kaiser? This team isn't yours anymore, so kneel to me, you shitty clown." In this absolutely perfect final panel, Isagi seems to be the real person bringing despair in this match rather than Kaiser, as these words cut deeper than you could ever imagine. Just as he once promised, Isagi is taking everything Kaiser once had for himself, and with this being the final Neo Egoist League match, all that's left now is Alexis Ness and his Real Madrid bid. The first thing we see here is Kunigami and Shido both dueling midair for the loose ball, while Kurisu and Nanase watch from either side. Kunigami is quite literally gliding through the air a good 3 to 4 feet higher than Shido, and with the ball coming his direction, he manages to get to it first, headering it right to Corona Ranze's possession. It's really sad to see Shido being absolutely clamped down, but ever since he scored first, I kind of expected him to fall off this match. Anyways, with us then cutting over to Isagi's perspective, he's sprinting up the field with only one thing on his mind, destroying and crushing Michael Kaiser. While activating his metavision eyes though, he says that even further, it's now his chance to devour Kaiser. If you look closely, our egoist even has a devious smirk on his face while thinking about crushing his rival, which is just borderline psychopathic. It even gets worse though, so don't worry, because while watching Kaiser get up, Isagi just points out how he's losing control and unraveling at the seams. As we then get a little flashback to the last chapter where Isagi taunted Kaiser, our egoist goes on to say that if he can just rile Kaiser up a little more, then he can firmly plant himself inside his head. We've just learned that all along, Isagi Yoichi's insults have been just another crucial part of his game plan to break his rival's mental peace. It even portrays this by showing Michael Kaiser kneeling down on the puzzle piece, as his despair and slipping mental state are just tools for Isagi's victory. As he continues to sprint upfield, Isagi says that riling up Kaiser will just make his movements all the more predictable, which he'll promptly use to his advantage. From there, with the help of Hiyori and Corona, Isagi Yoichi believes he can 100% win this game, more than likely with all 3 goals, a complete hat trick. As we then see Kaiser finally leaping back up while looking towards Isagi, our egoist further taunts him by basically calling him a court jester. Looking back and making eye contact as well, he's fully aware that Kaiser wants more than anything to destroy him, and he'll take full advantage of that. Also, this panel is really awesome with the black hole and puzzle pieces flying all around, with it more than likely just symbolizing the destruction that Kaiser craves for Yoichi. Speaking of which, the perspective then changes over to Michael, who we see absolutely enraged and also visibly sweating for his first Neo Egoist League match. Comparing the memories of his abusive father to Isagi Yoichi himself, Kaiser says that being on a team and beefing with this guy makes him feel like when he lived with his father. It's the exact kind of discomfort, the same kind of hopelessness and feelings of despair. In the most ironic twist of fate ever, the Emperor has once again been plunged into the same negative feelings, all because he chose to continue the cycle rather than try to better himself. With the next page then showing him sprinting up the field while seething with rage, it seems like Kaiser thought he'd come to peace already with his father and childhood trauma. It's crazy he thinks this too, despite him literally making no effort to attain true growth, but we'll get more into that later this chapter. Right now though, Isagi Yoichi is threatening the very foundation of Michael Kaiser's existence by surpassing and taunting him. The only solution Michael sees to prevent himself from losing everything is to beat or surpass Isagi Yoichi within this match. This is his only option, and only goal now. Sprinting in from behind though and screaming out, we see Alexis Ness coming in here to try and calm Kaiser down. Ness assures him that everything will be okay if they just wait patiently and stay calm, because any further irrational plays will display Kaiser in a poor light. He even points out that Kaiser scored a goal in every NEL match so far, and even got a brand new offer from La Real, so why stress himself and risk losing that? With light gleaming in his eyes in a super wholesome panel, Alexis Ness reminds Kaiser that he's still there for him, and will always remain by his side. This character has slowly become one of my favorites, just due to how kind and innocent he seems at his core. Kaiser, however, remains the same hateful person, because he responds to Ness by calling him straight up dog shit. With veins bulging in his face and even tapping into the flow state, Kaiser tells Ness that if they lose this match, everything they've been working for will just disappear. With the entire world watching, victory in this match against Isagi and PXG is crucial and more important than anything to Kaiser. Losing here would risk his offer from La Real, his position as King of Basher Munich, All the glories Kaiser has won up until now will be snatched away from Isagi Yoichi, destroying the very person he's worked so hard to become. Worse than anything, Michael begins to believe this will revert him back to the poor abused child he once was, a worthless, unwanted striker who's easily replaced. It's crazy to see someone who was so confident now looking so desperate, but I guess Chris Prince was right all along with what he said in the Manshine match. Michael Kaiser truly is an insecure facade who picks on those beneath him. However, at his core, he's just a scared child with unhealed trauma. He even tries to leap in for a slide tackle on his own teammate here while his mind is clouded. However, Isagi just flicks the ball up, leaving him looking even more goofy and pathetic. As his eyes even dilate, Kaiser realizes that he's actually afraid in this moment. Afraid of losing everything he's worked so hard for. He never wants to return to that hellhole football dragged him out of, and as his face even reflects the pent-up trauma inside the boy, he was born unwanted, a painful reminder of someone else's mistakes. As he looks up at Isagi Yoichi emitting the most demonic, badass aura, Kaiser begins to think about all he's done wrong to get this far. He thought he was slowly becoming more human, as he would steal and hack away at other people's sense of reality and hope. Kaiser required money, fame, and power, and yet despite all of that, Isagi now has him scared of losing it all, as Michael just watches his rival sprint off towards the goal, paying him no attention. He says that this is the fatal flaw of successful people, which is honestly hilarious. Even in the few pages of character development he gets, his narcissistic, awful attitude still bleeds through in his thought process. Rather than the pitfall of a successful person, this is the flaw of an insecure one. Rather than working to gain or steal something he desires, Kaiser is simply just operating to maintain everything he now has. Instead of working to achieve even greater heights, he would just pick fights he knew he could win, playing it safe as to not risk anything. Sitting on his throne of comfort and being showered in praise, the Emperor had nothing to worry about if he just maintained his quota. Kaiser thought this was just to be expected, as he'd already reached the top, so what reason did he really have to pursue anything risking his worth? Despite thinking this before, he now realizes that the place he currently resides is not truly where people will recognize him as the best player in the world. This is even visually demonstrated with Isagi and Noah standing atop the staircase with an even higher throne, both looking down at him disappointed. It's interesting because even Noah is still standing up rather than sitting on the throne, possibly showing that a true egoist is never satisfied. Looking even more defeated and pathetic than ever, Michael has made the realization that if he just continues to protect his current spot, then he can never truly grow any further and reach the top. This man is really out here speedrunning character development in this match, all thanks to Yoichi making him go nearly insane. That's some effective therapy right there if I've ever seen it. With Kaiser then placing his hand on the grass, his body begins to fade away into flower petals blowing in the wind. He vows to get rid of it all, his past achievements and pride, everything he's won, even the joy he felt about becoming human will be thrown away. The petals flying all around symbolize Michael stripping himself clean of all that he's become, as he's now become zero. The chapter title seems to have been in reference to Michael Kaiser's true awakening, as we see him fully destroying himself to hopefully rebuild better. He's thinking about what he desires most and wants to protect, being nothing related to Isagi and Ness or even his parents. The first thing he ever wanted for himself, the origin of this young boy's ego, is what he truly wants to understand. We get this really emotional panel here of a fully destroyed Kaiser holding his young self within the palm of his hand. Flower petals fly all around the young boy, as we once again see him staring up at that special soccer ball, the gift that changed his entire life. The final page here shows Kaiser fully locked in while sprinting towards Isagi, tapped into the flow state while seemingly put back together. He still goes on to call his rival trash though, while Isagi glances over with his metavision, and this small detail right here makes me really worry for him. Isagi seems to have correctly gauged everything about Kaiser so far, even stringing him along with insults and taunts. So did he really plan all along for Kaiser's awakening? The first thing we see here is Isagi running up the midfield towards two PXG defenders, however his full focus seems to be on what's behind him. Michael Kaiser is now moving in a completely different way than before, and on top of that, we can see his eyes blacked out here in a temporary flow state. He also has that super intense look on his face and is clenching his teeth, because as we know from last chapter, he's attempting to rebuild himself from zero. Also, is it just me, or I feel like the author saying that Isagi is working towards his second goal just means that he's not going to score the second goal. Anyways, Corona however quickly yells out for Isagi to speed up and continue moving forward, which luckily snaps his attention back to himself rather than Kaiser. With Nanase on their close right, Corona and Isagi plan to quickly combo through PXG's defense, just like they did to Uber's. Right before Isagi was ready though and turning to respond, a hand begins to reach around his face while a familiar voice calls him an idiot. Karasu Tabito has swooped in and prevented Isagi from passing off the ball, while assuring him that he's the game's current protagonist. Unlike in the third selection where he was being targeted as the weak link, Isagi now has Karasu defending him and openly admitting it's due to how lethal he is. He even goes on to yap about how terrified PXG is of Isagi's two-gun volley weapon, so instead of letting him get in range, Karasu plans to completely crush this striker. Isagi doesn't seem to care though, because while calling Karasu a baby crow, he mocks them to just come and try, because he's already expecting himself to be the center of attention. He then quickly sends off a pass behind his left leg to Corona, who's plenty open thanks to him taking all the defensive pressure. He yells out for his planet to begin his orbit, as we see Corona sweating already from the high-intensity gameplay. Focusing up though, Corona then sends a pass right back in the direction of Isagi Yoichi, as Antetsu is left watching helplessly. This pass was actually not intended for Isagi, because as we see him leaping over the ball while also holding back a defender, it's shown to us that Yo Hiyori was the true endgame of this play. As the sadistic midfielder cracks a smile and jokes about how great his leading cast is, Isagi also urges him on while sinking his vision, telling him to show off his best production yet. Everything is shut down pretty quickly though, because in comes Michael Kaiser, sliding on the ground to intercept their pass. Isagi and Yuri are obviously both left in absolute shock due to this, as we see Kaiser collecting himself to then stand up. Rose petals begin swirling all around him, and he looks more determined than ever. As we then get an overhead view of Kaiser sprinting ahead and towards Tokimitsu, Isagi seems to be narrating here with his inner thoughts. He can now definitely tell that Kaiser has changed his pattern of attack, because instead of just obsessing over his own teammates, Michael is now scanning the entire field and playing for calm interceptions instead. As Raichi screams out calling his teammates moronic for stealing passes from one another, Ness also begins to call out for a pass, hoping to try for the Magnus impact again. With Kaiser just glaring over in his direction though, with no words. The craziest thing in the world happens, as instead of passing to Alexis Ness, Michael Kaiser makes the decision to pass right on over to Raichi Jingo. I mean, Raichi looks just as confused as the community here, because never in my life did I expect Kaiser's return to 0 to happen like this. I speculated Alexis Ness to be the one ignoring and separating from Kaiser, but the opposite has now happened shockingly. As Kaiser continues to sprint upfield and trusting Raichi with the ball, this man cannot figure out what the hell Michael has in mind here. Alexis Ness is also shown to be thrown into despair from Kaiser ignoring him, because his background is fully blacked out, and he can barely even spit out his words. I honestly feel awful for Ness here and have a lot of theories flowing through my head just due to this one page, so make sure to be on the lookout for some crazy theory videos soon. Anyways, as Kaiser is fully locked in and focused ahead, we see him thinking about if he's going to climb even higher, then he'll need to discard and rid himself of everything that currently defines him. His pride, arrogance, even the way he operates needs to be set back to when he was nobody, back to when he was just a child holding on to dear life. Michael knows he must reset himself to 0. We even see him turn to Raichi and say please, as to ask for his assistance, which is so insane to me. While I feel awful for Ness, it's kinda satisfying to finally see Kaiser working alongside other people on the team. It does kinda get boring and predictable to see the same combos and plays over and over, so I feel like this will make the last match 10 times more interesting than we ever thought. As Raichi decides to pass back to Kaiser while holding off Nanase at his back, he even cracks a joke to him, saying that Kaiser seems to have some redeeming qualities after all. This causes Igaguri on the bench to go absolutely insane, taking a look of shock, but just like Raichi said in the Bastard Munich locker room, he will do anything to survive, as he wants Kaiser to raise his value by scoring with his assist. Funny enough, Isagi Yoichi is actually the least bothered and surprised of them all, because while recognizing that he himself is the protagonist in this game, he also knows that the best option here is to incorporate Kaiser and his overwhelming weapon into their system. With Isagi beginning to rebuild his own data and thoughts based on this new shift of the field, he straight up admits that he never expected Kaiser to actually throw away his pride and go this far. Now in the leaks, it seemed like Isagi called Kaiser hot here, but sadly I need you guys to cancel all plans for their wedding, because it seems like the actual translation has Isagi more hyped than aroused. This actually makes more sense considering he's not our boy Shido. Anyways, with Itoshi-rin then approaching from Kaiser's front, he calls the new generation striker a side character, while saying that he's too late. With the two clashing for the ball foot to foot, Kaiser seems to now have a look of pure terror, as Rin doubles down, commenting that he already took his shot, and we all know where that ball went. Sadly, as we turn the page, Itoshi-rin seems to be the victor of this little duel, as Michael Kaiser is just left painfully crashing to the ground. While he's moping on the ground thinking about some philosophical shit, our boy Raichi is screaming at him to get back on defense, also calling him an asshole for wasting his assist. I truly hope Raichi sticks around for the whole series of Blue Lock, because this is how you do comedic relief, not Igaguri. As the rose petals are once again shown displaying a young, hurt Kaiser, he realizes that what's happening here isn't just some impulsive thought that came out of the blue. This kind of transformation only occurs within those who are greedy enough to try and grow even higher, beyond their own limitations. As we see him chasing after Itoshi-rin wanting his get back, Michael knows that this is the turning point within his identity, as he is now destroying himself to then build back as needed. Stopping for a moment to focus on Raichi who's pressing Rin, he realizes that instead of wasting any energy being different, he should just stay calm and keep scanning for ways to grow even higher. In the super crazy scene while immersing fully into the flow state, Kaiser even admits that the only reason he now has this mindset is all due to Isagi Yoichi. He even goes on to straight up thank Isagi verbally for giving him this hardship, as now more than ever, Kaiser sees a future of prosperity and growth for himself. The next page here does show us that Raichi and Corona managed to double press the ball out of Itoshi-Rin's possession, leaving it just flying straight into the air. Even Karasu looks worried here, asking what the hell's happening, because on top of Kunigami clamping down Shido and Isagi's rapid evolution, Michael Kaiser has also now become a wild card. Karasu says that he straight up cannot get a read on Bastion Munich, which is pretty understandable considering all the chaos. Their perspective then changes over from Karasu's worry to Yohiri's calm analysis of the shifting field. Not only does this formation have Isagi operating as the main striker with his new lethal 2-gun volley, but they now also have Kaiser working freely as a second option to score. They now have 2 nuclear weapons to score with, and with Kaiser even passing to people other than Ness, PXG are having a super hard time tracking his new movements. And one of the most badass panels I've seen with these two characters, Isagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser are moving in tandem here as Corona has delivered them a perfect cross. These two destructive forces are finally starting to resonate with one another, leaving even the strongest of PXG left looking helpless. Amidst all the movement and chaos though, one person remains lurking calm in the shadows, completely silent but still fired up. Kyura Jin, number 69, is patiently waiting for his moment from the outside, the defining borderline moment for him to create his impact. He seems to be fully zoned into Isagi and Kaiser working their way up the midfield, and despite being a left back, Kyura seems pretty far up in my opinion. The narrator then goes on to confirm this, by saying that Kyura-jin has always been destined to stand on the boundary line of life, supporting my prediction that last chapter's title was in reference to him. The author clearly wants us to have all attention on Kyura, because this chapter even goes on to explain a bit about his childhood. As we see 2 nurses frantically rushing a pregnant woman into an operating room, the narrator says that Kyura-jin's first life or death scenario happened when he was still in the womb, with an EKG machine then being shown displaying his mother's heart rate as 147/68, bad signs are already being shown, as this is most definitely very high blood pressure. On top of that, the narrator goes on to further explain that his mother suffered from some serious illness while he was still in the womb, and sadly, the doctors only estimated a 50% chance for him to live through the birth. Luckily for both him and his mother, fortune ended up smiling upon the family, and a healthy baby boy named Kyura-jin was born into this world. The narrator then goes on to give us some context about his childhood, as Kyura was the middle child of 2 older brothers. He had one hot-tempered older brother who was slightly taller and wider, and one younger brother who was taller and also aggressive. Apparently every day in the Kyura household looked like a WWE match, so Jin would constantly be forced to choose which brother he should side with. The way he lives life and his combat instincts were formed by this constant need to choose between one thing or another, to be born or to die. As we see a scale tipping in favor of one side, Kyura believes that his presence and alliance is what determines the victor in most scenarios. Moving into the Blue Lock facility and facing these strong opponents has done nothing but sharpen these instincts of his even more, and thanks to this mindset, he's managed to make it this far into the new Egoist League. Being out of the top 23 though and in the final match, Kyura-jin is now faced with yet another dead or alive scenario in his life. Looking forward to see 2-star strikers running towards the box, he must decide which person he should ally himself with to ensure his own survival. If we didn't get a badass shot of Kyura locking in and sprinting ahead, the narrator tells us that his instincts were telling him now more than ever that his time has come to make another dead or alive decision. Michael Kaiser and Isagi Yoichi are both positioned well and possess very powerful weapons to each score goals. So what is the true best option for Kyura here? Moving on from Kyura though, the chapter then changes over to the perspective of our main character Isagi Yoichi sprinting up the field. The puzzle pieces flying all around containing players like Nanase, Kunigami, Yuri, Raichi, and even Zantetsu for some reason. Isagi is fully aware that this entire field is currently revolving around him. Not only are the Bastion Munich attack patterns completely centered around him, but even PXG's defense is fully focused on shutting him down before he can score a second goal. Among all this chaos though, and with all eyes on Isagi, one player seems to be making the best of this scenario. Michael Kaiser has now started to move individually, because rather than being focused on ruining Isagi's game, the Emperor is once again locked in and is searching for goals of his own. We see him lurking just behind Isagi to his back right, and he's even completely abandoned Alexis Ness to chase after his ideal. Even crazier than that, Kaiser started passing to other Blue Lock members out of desperation, which Isagi admits he's not even mad about. After all, how could he blame his OG homies like Raichi or Hiyori for just wanting to boost their value? Especially while Isagi is 100% locked into the top 23, they're both still teetering the line. Kaiser understands the situation and mindset that they're operating by, so using this to his advantage, he's making a last-ditch effort to try and reclaim his throne and devour Isagi. It seems like Kaiser has finally understood the concept of egocentrism, because he's now taking into account his teammates' and opponents' mindsets, tendencies, and anything else to gain the advantage. Rather than being afraid of this awakening, Isagi grits his teeth and doubles down on this goal of crushing Kaiser. He even points out that now is the perfect time to plummet his value, because if Isagi manages to score the brace after all of Kaiser's shenanigans, there's not even a Little League team that would want this man. With Isagi then making a pass off to Corona, he questions if Kaiser's evolution will truly be enough to devour him, or can he fully go on to solidify his status as Bastard Munich's true king. Let me know what you guys think will be the outcome of Kaiser and Isagi's rivalry in this match, because I honestly think it could go a lot of different ways and continue even into the U20 arc. Back to our Shark Boy though, Tokimitsu has unfortunately arrived just to his right as he's trapped the ball, promising to prevent Corona and Isagi from linking up anymore. Toki looks geeked out here too, like he popped a Zen or something before the match, so if I'm Corona, I'm not risking injury against this refrigerator. Our Short King could care less though, because Corona ends up just bunkering down here to successfully offset Tokimitsu's center of balance. He even tells him to piss off while calling him an introverted meathead. However, with Nanase sprinting in from behind, this little shit managed to barge into their duel and steal possession for himself. Nanase seems to be getting a lot of attention this game with how locked in he is, even having flashbacks about his training. What do you guys think his ultimate contribution will be for PXG? Or will he end up just being yet another example of wasted potential in the Blue Lock program? Rolling above all though, Michael Kaiser comes flying through the air directly in front of Nanase, catching everyone off guard for the second time. Poor Corona and Toki couldn't just get 2 damn seconds for themselves, nor could Nanase be allowed to shine. Kaiser is too locked in for any side character to get more than 3 pages, because he's successfully taken possession and is sprinting full speed ahead. Isagi is of course watching this unfold from afar and taking mental notes, as he's now realized that Kaiser is not just targeting him directly. He's now taken the more logical route to just allow the opponents to use effort and pressure Isagi's allies, as he can then aim for the cracks to swoop in and take the ball. Glancing over frantically, Isagi figures out Kaiser's next target to be Kunogami Rensuke, as we indeed see him looking over towards him and Shido. Michael then makes a pass to his right over to Kunogami, who's desperately struggling to hold back Shido here. With the two dueling and Kunogami really having no other options, he ends up working as an anchor for Kaiser, passing the ball right on back to him as he passes up Choppa. This evolved version of Kaiser seems to be finally causing some fright within Isagi, because on top of having perfect movements, his use of egocentrism is even more cunning. Knowing that Kunogami has his hands full locking down Shido, Kaiser forced him into a scenario where he had to cooperate and pass back to the Emperor. Michael has thrown everything aside and now completely understands the team he's playing with, and by manipulating his teammates, he's managed to adapt to the situation he's plunged himself into. Being an egoist who's able to destroy and rebuild himself to achieve his own goals, Michael Kaiser seems to have a holistic ego type just like Isagi. We even get a little chart here showing off other people's ego types, as obviously Shido and Bachira are self-types, and players like Ryo and Hyuri are holistic types. Anyways, back to the action. Kaiser is in some trouble here as both Itoshi Rain and Karasu are standing right at his front. While Karasu is just standing there hurling insults and jokes towards Michael, Rain seems to be completely locked in, even saying the word kill again. Could we possibly be seeing his flow state once again soon, or will Isagi sweep PXG before that could even happen? Karasu actually manages to leap in here and deflect the ball straight up from Michael Kaiser, causing him to take on a very weird look alongside Isagi. Rin also dove in to provide some extra coverage here I guess, but good shit to Karasu for keeping up that good defense. This loose ball luckily falls into the grasp of Hyuri, who also agrees that luck seems to be on their side here. Taking on a serious look and locking in himself, Hyuri begins to pull back his leg as Isagi sprints forward, asking him to resonate. Although 2 defenders tried to prevent it, Hyuri manages to successfully pass the ball in the direction of Isagi, although he didn't even want this pass. Instead of going right in the direction of Hyuri's pass, Isagi sidesteps to his left, allowing it to continue on while also passing up a defender. The pass's true target ends up being Corona Ranzai once again, because as we see him leaping in front of Nanase in the air, Argo goes on to make a perfect pass right towards Isagi, sprinting ahead of everyone right into the box, with the ball bouncing just at his front. All that's left for Isagi Yoichi to do is finish through. Sadly, instead of going on to witness the Galaxy Hotline, we get to see Charles return from being AFK, as he leaps through the air to deny Isagi his second goal. You can actually see him running just behind Isagi in the previous panel, but I honestly understand how he forgot about this little kid. Charles literally rage quit the game and hasn't been seen for a good few chapters. However, despite that, he still goes on to mock Isagi by calling him a brat and knock the ball away. Despite that crazy twist from PXG, the loose ball once again falls into the grasp of a Bastard Munich player, this time being the magician Alexis Ness. With aura flowing all around and a magic circle forming near his foot, Ness assures Kaiser that it's not over yet, because he still remains by his side. This comes to a surprise of both Kaiser and Isagi, who glance over in confusion, but Kyoragen is here in the bottom left, calmly watching everything going on. Also, it kinda looks like Kyora has an earring on his right ear there, but I think it's just an oddly drawn sweat drop. Clearly is coming from the perspective of Alexis Ness, but the first thing we see here is an overhead view of the ball approaching him just outside of the box. The only person even close is PXG's Michelin Man number 4, as Isagi and Charles still remain where they left off in the last chapter. A close-up of Ness is then shown with the ball just seconds from arriving, and although he is sweating, Alexis looks oddly calm with aura flowing all around him. It seems like on top of Kaiser developing this Magnus weapon, Alexis Ness too was crafting a special move of his own to help perfect this plan. Instead of following through on his own ambitions and magic, Ness has instead crafted a specific pass that will make it easier for Kaiser to score using his brand new weapon. All that he cares about is making Kaiser show out, and he doesn't care about being unique himself. Even biting into his lip preparing to make the pass, Alexis Ness assures himself that the person who will assist Kaiser in perfecting the Magnus impact is him, the person who's always been right by his side. We see him finally send off the crosshair in the direction of Michael Kaiser, as 3 PXG players can be seen just out of reach. The ball actually hits the ground between 2 of them before even arriving at Kaiser, and continues bouncing with less momentum towards him. We see him tapping into the flow state and using his Predator Eye to try and find an opening. However, with the ball arriving quickly from his front, Michael looks forward to see a very similar situation to the Manshine match. Even in similar positions to it, we see hella players blocking his shot paths such as Nanase and Karasu stepping in, and Shido being held off by Kunigami. Kaiser actually swings through with his leg here anyways, however he misses and lets the ball continue on by. I'm not sure if this was intentional or not, but even Ness looks super confused by this, wondering why the hell he would do this. Ness looking confused kinda makes me think this was an intentional decision, because with Kaiser even looking behind him while still landing down for the jump, he assures us that he will not be giving up so easy. With Isagi even glancing over in surprise, one more piece remains to Kaiser's play here, being none other than the breakdancer Kiora Jin. We see him trapping this pass with his outer left heel, while telling Kaiser that he's got his back here. Hiyori, Charles, and Isagi are all shown to be in utter disbelief and have surprised expressions here. However, Raichi, this man is just turned the hell up because his team has possession. That's all he cares about. That's a true loyal club member right there. Anyways, as we then get an overhead view of this super chaotic half of the field, Isagi has realized how bent out of shape PXG's formation is from his team's continuous attacks. Inputting this information and instinctively rushing ahead, Isagi Oichi knows that right now is the best possible opportunity to score another goal for himself and secure the brace. I really love the dynamic angle of this panel as it kind of is from a downward perspective looking up at Isagi, but also, our boy just looks raw as fuck. I mean, come on now. While running ahead, Isagi seems to be planning to put himself in the best possible position, that way Kyorijin will have no other choice but to provide him with an assist. This is once again a great example of how egocentrism works and exactly what Kaiser was doing to Raichi and Kunigami a few chapters back, and exactly what Isagi did to Baro, like way back. Kaiser, however, while glancing over, seems to have only one thing in mind: gain possession of the ball, and has sent himself back to 0 with an amazing goal. He seems to be sprinting in the opposite direction towards Kiora in order to steal the ball. However, while once again thinking about how he should rebuild his ego, Michael Kaiser actually sprints 180 degrees around him, leaving Kiora and him both running side by side up the field. Even Kiora seems thrown off by this bold decision, as Kaiser realizes an important detail about how he should grow and shine as a player. For one, if he continues to rely on the same players, attacks, and routines every game, Kaiser will quickly fall and stay in the same place. Discomfort and unfamiliar situations are truly what test a person's skill in this world, so with him digging his foot into the earth, Michael then begins to dash forward with vines and puddles blooming from all around him. Attempting to link up with a brand new player and rushing towards a very chaotic and crowded box, he assures himself that from now until he dies, this Emperor will endure any amount of discomfort to grow and keep his life. While he is able to sprint ahead, Kyorijin has Tokimitsu running at him like a Call of Duty zombie from Black Ops 2, arms extended out like he's about to bear hug this kid. Michael, however, just keeps running ahead almost unguarded, because he's aware that in order to turn things back around in these conditions, he must push through this discomfort and the crowd in his way. We see him absolutely cook Karasu and Nanase to continue sprinting ahead, with 2 more defenders arriving to try and stop him. Isagi Oichi can also be seen reacting and pushing past the defender to put himself in a better spot, as both strikers in this moment are relying on Kyorijin for a final pass. We see Jin then actually make the pass here while tapping into the flow state, as once again in his life, he's found teetering on the borderline, stuck between 2 choices, 2 older brothers. In the top right here we see both Isagi and Kaiser urging their teammate to pass to them. However, with the ball flying through the air, it continues right past Kaiser in the direction of Isagi Oichi, who's nearly unguarded and just outside of the box. It seems to have some good backspin on it too if you look closely. However, no matter, Isagi uses his metavision to gauge the distance for this high-speed ground pass. He seems to not notice the backspin, because with the ball finally about to hit the ground and our boy glancing behind him, something interesting happens. Just as Isagi thought Kyorijin has chosen him for the final pass, the ball begins to spin like a Beyblade with backspin, going right back in the direction of the Emperor Michael Kaiser. Kyorijin's final decision has been to side with the original kingdom of Vaster Munich, and more so than that, he did it by faking the fuck out of the main character and us. Damn it! Kiora tells Kaiser to go forth and score while throwing up a hand sign. As for Michael, this man's sprinting ahead with his teeth gritted, leaking dark aura from his mouth in a very similar way to Itoshi Rin and Isagi. Speaking of Rin the Destroyer, both he and Charles are actually both seen here in this next page, standing directly in the path of Kaiser and his ball. You can also see Isagi in the background here looking back in confusion, as the defender who previously was guarding him switches over his attention. Charles and Rin have put their differences aside for the better of the team just as I predicted, as the child goes on to taunt Kaiser by calling him dumb. Itoshi Rin assures Charles that they will stop this attack together, which makes me wonder if Itoshi Rin's potential goal will be assisted by Charles as well. I still really love my theory that Charles' eye and true ability is to mimic another person's ego to better sync with them, so if he teamed up with Rin, this kid would be even more of a menace. This next page here surprisingly shows Kaiser being unfazed though, because while gauging the distance and trajectory of the ball, he realizes that it's going to stop. Stop just like it did in his practice to perfect the Magnus impact. Now let me just prepare you all, because for Michael Kaiser fans in specific, this last page will either make you jump in excitement or scream in anger depending on how you interpret it. Pulling back his leg to take the shot with a luck piece above his head, just like Isagi in his U20 final goal. Kaiser and his true love for a soccer ball have once again been resonated, but the entire last page just being this hard-ass panel of him pulling back for the shot. The visuals open up here with another angle of Michael Kaiser pulling his leg back, just as we left off in chapter 265. Itoshi Rin is shown to have a worried expression as he's stepping in alongside Charles. Meanwhile, Karasu and Nanase are just feet behind Kaiser. Isagi Ochi's expression is of course shown too, because the moment he turns towards the Emperor, it finally happens. Kaiser's foot makes contact with the ball, giving off aura like it was a black flash, which honestly is a goated coloring idea for any of you artists. We can also see by his eyes that Michael is fully immersed into the flow state while also using predator eyes, and let me be straightforward with y'all, the author cooked this week with double spreads. I'm working on a video right now talking about the official art and community art of bluelock, so if you're an artist and would like to be included, make sure to reach out to me on Discord or through the comments section. Anyways, the next panel shows us that Kaiser indeed swung through with this Kaiser Impact Magnus, as not only do we see the ball flying through the air, a crosshair is once again shown at its impact point, just like in the Uber's match bicycle kick. This crosshair looks even more badass as it's made up of roses and thorns, with aura and petals flying out too from the kick. Aside from the small details, Itoshi Rin and Charles are obviously both caught way off guard by this curving shot, and even Isagi can be seen further back with a similar reaction. It's really funny because during my live stream on this chapter initially, I had a lot of people hoping for an Isagi bicycle kick here, and I'm sorry to ruin your dreams, but that's just not happening. Instead, we see the ball flying right over his shoulders in this next panel, as everyone turns their heads in confusion and worry. Raichi and Tokimitsu both scream out too, thinking that Kaiser once again miskicked the ball. However, Isagi, he knows something more is brewing. I guess his metavision allowed him to realize that Kyora's pass stopped for a split second, which allowed Kaiser to strike the ball just the way he wanted. As we see the ball spinning and curving more and more by the second, Isagi just looks back and says that with this kick, Kaiser made even the air his ally. Alexis Ness is shown still supporting the Emperor too, as he's watching the Magnus shot with widened eyes, praying for this to be a goal. It's a really interesting detail to me here that Ness is shown looking more worried about this shot than Kiora, which definitely adds more to my theory of him still having importance left in this match. We then get another stunning double spread on the Emperor's Magnus impact curving through the air, as even the shot's trail is wrapped with thorny vines and petals turning black. Michael is just left to watch and hope, as while urging his shot to go in, we see the mirage of a younger self just behind him. The chapter then pivots us into a flashback during one of its most cinematic moments, as a young Michael Kaiser is shown doing kick-ups with his ball. He then experiences a feeling that every baller knows, which is accidentally taking a dead touch, to then make the ball roll the furthest distance possible away. He goes from looking confused to angry real fast, because after taking a second glance at the ball, Kaiser then sprints forward to just kick it into a wall. This kid even gets instant karma from harming a literal soccer ball, because it ends up bouncing right back to hit him in the nose. He then kicks the ball away in anger one last time and begins to walk away, but ultimately, Michael could never stand to lose his buddy, so he sprints right over and hugs the ball tight. This is one of the most wholesome moments from Kaiser's past, to be honest, as it shows us that he truly does care for those he harms. He just has a twisted understanding of love and poor control over his emotions. Sadly, we once again get to see another instance though of Kaiser being abused by his father, this time being stomped on by this drunk ogre. This scene hits especially hard with a close-up of his innocent, scared face, with him even trying to shield himself from the blows. The scene then changes over to nighttime with him staring up at the moon, as the ball is reflecting in a panel above. This is meant to reflect how the sport and this single ball changed his entire life, as in the next panel while looking to the moon, Kaiser assures his ball that one day, he'll break out of this prison, and become a truly free and independent person. He lays his head back and begins thinking of all they can accomplish in the real world. He can earn money, earn tons of good food, and become an actual human deserving of life. Hugging his ball tightly though, Michael says that hopefully too, if he's lucky, one day he will be loved. As we then see him reaching towards the audience or in-universe sky, Michael reveals that more than anything, he simply wants someone to love him and make him feel appreciated, wanted for who he is. As this reveal is made, We can see a shot curving right towards its target in the goal. However, the goalkeeper does react and make a dive for it. Falling one step short though, the goalkeeper just barely misses the save, allowing Michael Kaiser's Magnus impact to splash into the goal. We can see everyone turning to react like Isagi and Rin, as the audience watching through bluelock TV is shown to be roaring in excitement. I mean, one guy is grabbing his head in disbelief, meanwhile a literal child is going crazy too. Kaiser is really worldwide and generational. As Kaiser roars in excitement here too and even begins to tear up a little, Isagi Yoichi is shown watching this all in amazement. The Emperor's vines even begin to wrap up around Isagi as he just curses at Kaiser, being a damn superstar. With the chapter's title now being confirmed to be about Michael Kaiser, Isagi immediately takes back his main character position, as we see his original ego swelling back up in his eyes. The dynamic between Isagi and Kaiser when it comes to goal reactions is one of my favorite as well, because look at our main character. Instead of raging or being angry, he still seems happy that his teammate scored, even if they're rivals. He takes the time to analyze what Kaiser did right to then grow from it, as opposed to how Michael just goes batshit crazy every time Isagi bowls out. The final page of this chapter shows us Michael Kaiser reaching for the heavens while pulling down his jersey, showing off his blue rose to the world. Kaiser has once again made the impossible, well, possible, and shaken the world with yet another new Egoist League goal. From his first appearance to now latest, his entire character is revolved around the themes embodied in this very tattoo he's showing off. He's becoming self-aware with the kind of person he is, and starting from everything, he's purposely reset his mind to accomplish greatness. I also find it so cool how Isagi directly contributed to Kaiser's return to zero, which once again proves that the Yoichi effect is undeniably goated. His amazing performance as a striker in the Ubers match leading into his leadership this game truly broke apart Kaiser, but it also allowed him to pick up the pieces and rebuild. The difference with efficiency between how Isagi and Kaiser reached their points of growth really interests me too, but I'll save my yapping for a video more relevant. As the announcers begin to scream out in amazement over the Super Magnus impact they've just witnessed, we see players from both sides such as Shido, Kunigami, Rin, and even Zantetsu staring in awe. An interesting little detail is every player on the left side seems to be gritting their teeth in either determination or anger, meanwhile the right side all have their mouths hanging open in awe. As the back of Kaiser's jersey is then shown with him standing in place, the announcers scream out that despite facing some troubles early on in this match, Michael has done it. With the entire world tuned in and with a single strike, Michael Kaiser shows why he's considered as one of the best strikers in his generation. We get this awesome double spread of him clenching his fist in the sky, celebrating his goal while also showing off his blue rose tattoo. Nanase and Karasu are also angrily watching, talking about how Kaiser planned this all. However, Tokimitsu, this kid seems to be losing his mind, thinking about how impossible it is to stop Kaiser. Moving on from the opposing team's reactions though, Isagi Yoichi is then shown on page 3, watching Kaiser with his spiraling ego eyes. He's amazed at how Kaiser threw aside everything and made the ultimate sacrifice for his evolution, and also, probably how majestic bro was looking here. Charles' reaction is also briefly shown too to be one of immaturity and confusion, because he seems to just disregard Kaiser's goal as lucky and a fluke. Maybe Shido can help him develop and appreciate others' goals, because this kind of mentality is what helps you develop and grow every match. Moving on from them, Yohiro then begins to approach Kyurajin, asking why exactly he passed to Michael Kaiser rather than Isagi. Turning around slowly, Kuro just responds saying that there was no real reason for this choice. He honestly believed both players were capable and going to score in that moment, and even admits that he could have easily passed to Isagi rather than Kaiser. The thing is though, Kyurajin admits that he tends to align himself with the underdog, which explains a lot about his character and design. As Hiyori just stares along in confusion and shock, Kuro continues on to explain that if the underdog manages to win from his assist, all the credit will go to him. This is kind of hilarious to me, because Kura is not only calling Kaiser a loser here, but openly admits he's using his suffering to further his own agenda. Anyways, as Isagi then begins to walk up and eavesdrop on the conversation, Kura continues on to say that he constantly has the power to shift the scales with his borderline decisions. It's basically like a reversed version of protagonist feeling, which even Hiyori is confused by as he just calls Kura a weirdo. Isagi Yoichi actually then goes on to ask Kura if he's only siding with Kaiser from now on, which to nobody's surprise, Kura says no. He'll align with anyone who could benefit him in the moment, and this time, it just so happened to be Michael Kaiser. Next time, who really knows? With Kyurajin walking away holding up 2 thumbs down, he assures Isagi and Hiyori that up until the last minute, not even the gods will know who he'll choose to side with. I've been telling you, this man is the most badass side character we've seen yet, and now it's possible he'll even assist Isagi with the winning goal. Yoichi of course tells him to keep this in mind, as he's now figured out the Kyurajin's philosophy, and he'll add it to his mental vault. Using his jersey to wipe sweat from his face, Isagi says that while Kira did play a massive role with his assist, Kaiser changing his approach was ultimately the key to that play. He abandoned his obsession with Isagi and left Ness in the dust, instead passing to Raichi knowing that he needs value. Kaiser reverted to zero and showed that he was willing to work alongside anyone for a goal, even forcing Kunigami to assist him as he held back Shido. The finishing touch came with Kiro's final pass, as Kaiser just so happened to be lucky regarding Kiro's philosophy. In that moment, he was the underdog and in a place of desperation, so Kira granted him that pass and luck shined upon him. Isagi then envisions a puzzle piece, and realizes that Kaiser must have a holistic ego type, as he threw away everything in order to pursue results. His pure motivation is goals and victory, so he started from zero in order to reach his top performance. He realizes that this is just a surfer level analysis though, and in order to stop Kaiser, he'll need to collect more information about his mindset. The perspective then changes over to Alexis Ness though, screaming out to Kaiser, as the Emperor turns his head with dead eyes. Ness of course begins to glaze his king by calling him fucking incredible despite not being the one to provide the final pass. Even though Kaiser still managed to shoot the ball as he did in training, he scored an insane Magnus impact without Ness's help. He even goes on to say that it seemed like God was on the side of Michael Kaiser as everything just happened to fall into place perfectly. He replicated the shot even better than in any of their training sessions, however all Kaiser can do is just gaze back with his dead eyes. This then continues on telling Kaiser that he's destined to be the best striker. His work ethic is great, you know the gist, all the glazing. Kaiser then finally replies though, calling out to Ness, surprisingly thanking him for everything so far. The freedom Alexis Ness provided Kaiser allowed him to grow stronger and get this far, and this compliment causes a light to shine within Ness's eyes. His Emperor is finally recognizing him and all of his efforts, however the next words out of Kaiser's mouth are telling Alexis Ness that he no longer needs him. Tears begin to change from ones of happiness to confusion and sorrow, as Kaiser continues to say that this match showed him what he requires to grow. He no longer needs the freedom from Alexis Ness the Magician, so with a few final words, Michael tells Ness to find a new king and quit following him. This might be the most desperate and hurt we've ever seen Ness, as his face is quivering and he can't even get a word out. Walking away from Ness with an emotionless face though in one sentence, Michael Kaiser just says that he thrives best in discomfort. To absolutely third party this depressing moment, Isagi seemed to be eavesdropping on all of this and has a realization. Due to Kaiser saying he thrives best in discomfort, Isagi now understands that depending on the environment, people can achieve varying levels of performance. Regardless of if you want it or not, there are varying circumstances and environments where different people thrive. People like Isagi are considered to have free egos, as they thrive in conditions where they're allowed to create the winning formulas they want whenever, with whatever. Noah has not only done well to allow Isagi a very free system with a lenient bias, but also he's restricted Michael Kaiser enough to force him into this position where he had to revert from zero. On the other hand, we have people with restrictive egos, as they thrive in conditions with clearly defined objectives. They then work to faithfully achieve success within these objectives, or there are also types that thrive in conditions where they rebel against those objectives. If you combine these ego types with the concept of individualistic and holistic ego types, you manage to create a diagram to categorize egoists into one of 4 types. Isagi and Yuri are listed to be holistic and freedom types, as they both chase the world's ideals while thriving best in open environments. Bachara and Shido of course thrive best in open places, but instead of appeasing the world, they purely work to appease their own desire. As we then see Isagi fully breaking apart, the quality of the analysis has reached an all-time high regarding egoists. All that's left now is for him to pinpoint this awakened Kaiser's weakness and completely devour him. Speaking of Kaiser, he then begins to walk up towards Isagi and his femboys, saying that he's more excited than he's ever been in his life. He's finally touching something with his right hand too rather than his left hand tatted one, which is an interesting detail I just wanted to point out. He shows the true version of himself to Yoichi while thanking him for this rebirth, but the main point of him approaching Isagi was to challenge him once again. Getting up close and personal, Kaiser sticks his finger out while assuring Isagi that this last goal will be the end of it all. We'll determine who's the king of our generation. Let's see who devours who, Yoichi. Both strikers have their spiraling ego eyes too, as Isagi tells him to bring it on, because if he can manage to crest Kaiser here, then he can grab the golden ticket that'll lead him to becoming the world's best player. As Isagi and Kaiser both walk in opposite directions with the final goal in mind, a monster lurks in the background, angered to be left behind. The first page indeed shows us the reactions of all the important Ubers players like Lorenzo, Aiku, Baro, basically everyone who's locked into the top 23. Except for Fukaku Gen, who really knows. I'd honestly prefer Ryu to be the backup goalkeeper instead. The true first panel of this chapter though is showcasing in-universe tweets, as people from all over the world are also reacting to Kaiser's Magnus impact. Most of these seem to have been translated properly, as people are mostly just calling him the GOAT, Roberto Carlos, all that. But sadly the one slandering Ness is just pure fiction. The actual translation, thanks to a redditor in the bluelock community instead, seems to be praising Ness for his assistance with that goal, possibly being a hint from the author that Alexis still has some fire to cook with this match. Anyways, we then get a close-up of everyone's unique reactions, with Sendo first claiming that while Kaiser's goal was befitting of an emperor, he still refuses to lose to him. Aryu, however, is obviously complimenting how flashy and super Michael's celebration was, as he quite actually posted up showing off his tat, reaching for the heavens. Nico is analyzing how Bastard Music's attack has improved much more without Kaiser obsessing over Isagi. We even see Aiku and Lorenzo's reactions here at the bottom. Oliver is just pointing out how much stronger BM has gotten since they faced off, but Lorenzo, this man is gobbling popcorn like usual, making a huge mess. He agrees that Michael has gotten a lot stronger, and with that goal, he believes his value will shoot up to 500 million yen. He sings this out while taking on the most goofy look, continuing to let popcorn fall all out of his mouth on the floor. Aryu and Sendo are actually the people to try and stop Lorenzo's outburst, each trying to hold one arm down and calm him down. Baru would be the person to lecture him about being clean normally, but our king is far too locked into this matchup on the screen. His obsession with Isagi seems to even overrule his maid-like attitude, because his eyes are glued to the TV while Lorenzo freaks out in the background. The chapter then actually cuts to Noah and Loki chilling on the bench, as Julian asks if this evolution of Kaiser's was intended by Noah. After all, he seems to have a good grasp on ego types and categories, because he's allowed Isagi a ton of freedom while doing the opposite with Kaiser. Noah even goes on to admit that this was all part of his plan, further on to ask Loki if he should really worry about BM when PXG are currently falling apart at the seams. Loki, however, doesn't seem too concerned, and simply just says whatever happens, happens. No matter what though, he believes that the impish trickster, Charles Chevalier, will undergo another evolution soon enough. We then cut over to PXG's side of things and their reactions to Kaiser's goal. Ishido is firstly seen screaming out in excitement and amazement. We already know that all he cares about is explosions and dope shit. However, Karasu tells them all to calm down and listen close. The first plan of action is to peel Kunigami off Shido Ryuze, because this will allow them far more chances with their dual striker formation. Funny thing I just realized is Karasu has never even met or played Kunigami, which is just why he calls him the Musclehead Gorilla. It seems like their plan is to utilize Zantetsu's acceleration to help unmark Shido. However, when asking if he's good to go, our Toaster Brain Speedster says full course instead of course. Tokimitsu and Nanase, however, are far less calm, because with them depending on Itoshi-rin for value, they're currently going on a rate to lose and not even make the top 23. They need to figure out a plan and switch things up now. Nanase even tries to approach Itoshi-rin himself and ask for help, but with sweat dripping down his face and a cold expression, Rin just tells him to shut his damn mouth. He even goes on the monologue about how BM's momentum just keeps on snowballing, and with even us seeing Raichi hyping his team up and Kunigami still locked in, PXG are really feeling the pressure here. The situation just continues to grow worse for them though, because while glaring at Kiora and Hiyori, Rin comments on how the Blue Rose's evolution has brought forth a whole new style of offense to Bastion Munich. We even see Ness here in a blacked out section of the page with his back turned, which makes me think he might not be doing so well at the moment. Looking back over towards the dual aces of Kaiser and Isagi though, Rin comments on how their chemical reaction is still incomplete. One thing I noticed too is that Kaiser seems to be drawn a lot more intensely post-awakening, but maybe that's just me reading too much into it and becoming delusional. Anyways, with the game finally restarting, Itoshi-rin tells Nanase to follow his lead, because if they're gonna have a chance at destroying Bastion Munich, it has to be now, before they complete their puzzle. We can see Shido and Zantetsu absolutely hauling ass forward, as Rin then makes the first pass back over to the country bumpkin Nanase. Nanase immediately traps this pass and is thinking about linking up with Rin. However, Isagi Yoichi hauls ass towards him right off the bat, giving him no time to breathe. Nanase of course is confused and taken aback by this demon press, and we see him raise his arm and try to shield off the ball with his body. Unfortunately for this little guy, Yohiyori arrives from his right side, making this a two-man press that he cannot combat. Being forced into a corner and not having the capability himself to get free, Nanase ultimately decides to pass off towards Rin, as he never expected BM to be so aggressive. Just before the ball could reach Rin though, in comes Michael Kaiser flying through the air, intercepting and reading the pass perfectly. The Emperor then begins to charge forward with the ball now in his grasp, as Nanase screams out and apologizes to Rin, promising to get the ball back. Rin, however, is more worried about analyzing the situation, as he first believes Kaiser and Isagi were working together there. With Hiyori and Isagi then both screaming out about not having the ball, he quickly realizes that BM's dual aces wouldn't dream of working together. Kaiser instead stole that pass completely on his own, as he and Isagi are like a dragon and a tiger, battling one another for the spot of apex predator. Instead of attempting to work alongside one another to create chemical reactions, Isagi and Kaiser are instead clashing their top performances against one another and are dominating PXG this way. We can also see Isagi trailing just behind Kaiser here, who seems to be just approaching Kurisu Tabito. Zantetsu and Tokimitsu are both even stressed out and getting tired, and it's gotten so bad that Kurisu literally tells the team to not worry about getting a card. They just need to do everything in their power to halt the attack. The perspective then changes over to Itoshi-rin, we clearly see frustrated with the current situation. With his teeth clenched and him having flashbacks, he monologues about how ever since the U20 game, all he's thought about was destroying Isagi Yoichi. He's devoted every waking second and drop of his energy to prepare for this match, so that he could defeat his rival. Despite all his hard work and effort, Rin still knows that he's nowhere near the previous form he attained. That state of concentration. Bloodlust. Rin knows he needs to once again attain that berserker form to take down Itoshi, Sai, and Isagi. Flashbacks are shown from his matchup versus Sai during the U20 match, where we're basically shown every instance of him tapping into that destroyer mode. Despite all this yapping from Rin, the next page has him admitting that at the rate he's going, he'll once again lose to Isagi Yoichi. We're seeing the most defeated version of him ever, because he admits that not only is Isagi growing faster than him, but it's also impossible for the current him to see a path to victory. As Rin is ranting on about his emo lover tangent, we can see in the background Zantetsu's managed to knock the ball away from Kaiser. Possession ends up right back in BM's possession though with Yo Hiyori, who with one touch, passes the ball right off to Isagi, who traps it perfectly. Rin is once again shown though with a worried expression, thinking about how his revenge, his obsession, everything he holds on to will be obliterated here. With his broken toys even being shown from when Sai left, Rin is slowly sinking back into the void, and believes everything will soon be destroyed. Now there's a reason I made note of those broken toys, because as we turn to the next page, Rin's berserker aura can once again be seen emitting from all around. If you look closely, you can see teeth, eyes, and even a horn that seem to be from Rin's childhood toys. This makes me think that his berserker form and aura is truly flawed at a core, and some sort of amalgamation of his childhood toys that he broke. Unlike his unique flowing water, this aura still shows Rin holding onto his obsession and past with Sai. And honestly, there could be part of his water aura within this, it could just be darkened water, I'm not really sure. Anyways, the final page shows Isagi acknowledging Itoshi Rin's presence and challenging him to just try and stop him. Rin on the other hand admits that he needed this pressure from Isagi to bring out his dominant berserker form, but as we already know, this unhealthy obsession is exactly what restricts Rin's skills. With both players in the flow state and using their respective abilities, we finally get to see the matchup we've all been waiting for. Isagi Yoichi versus Itoshi Rin. Number 1 versus number 2. Metavision versus the Berserker. Of course, visually pick back up on the matchup between Rin and Isagi, as one maintains possession with Metavision, and the other sprints forward relentlessly with crystal clear flow eyes. As we move on to page 2, Nanase and Rin are seen both attempting to step in and gain possession, but are met with Isagi just backheeling a pass to his wingback Corona. BM Sharkboy of course gains the full attention of Rin as he now has possession, however screaming out to Isagi, he then passes right on back for a 1-2. With one defender focused on Corona and the other two weak, Isagi Yoichi breaks on through and is seen running far ahead of both of them now. Itoshi Rin finally turns around while realizing their plan, however Isagi is already trapping the ball and landing back down, repeating the word direct twice to mimic Corona. Honestly, this is hands down my favorite part of the chapter, because Isagi, Corona, and Hiyori are just my favorite trio of characters to see interacting. Hiyori and Shido's interactions in the bluelock mobile game are also pretty interesting, so drop a comment below if you guys want me to make videos on it. Anyways, with Isagi reactivating his Metavision and bidding farewell to Itoshi Rin, he then begins to monologue about how he's completely grasped all of Rin's movements. With us then getting a visual representation via the classic bluelock chibis, Isagi of course is aware that right now, the entire field is revolving around him. On the PXG side of things, Shido is being completely clamped down by Kunigami, which pretty much renders Karasu and Zantetsu's combos useless. Itoshi Rin and his system however do remain a threat, but Isagi is confident that all is fine if he can just continue to bypass as he did. The only other remaining issue is Charles Chevalier and his impish, unpredictable movements. However, with Isagi also keeping an eye on him, PXG's attack patterns are completely destroyed. Looking behind him towards a familiar face, Isagi monologues that the only other player who is even capable of scoring right now is the Emperor Michael Kaiser. Although he more than likely won't bust out another Kaiser Impact Magnus goal, he still is constantly putting himself in positions where he can score if given the ball. This forces PXG's defense to still be worried of him while also focusing on Isagi, making it nearly impossible to contain and track them both. As we see the dual aces running while both leaking out their respective puzzle and thorn auras, Isagi says that if they go all in to stop him, then Kaiser is open and will obviously score. On the other hand, if PXG fully focuses on Kaiser, then Isagi will score and close out the game. In this amazing spread of them both looking more focused than ever, Isagi notes that right now, Basher Munich is the team burning brightest and evolving to even greater heights. The next page however changes to the perspective of Itoshi Rin, who we see biting his lip and looking enraged. His Destroyer aura is once again beginning to form as he assures Isagi that this game is not yet over. As he thinks back on all the accumulation of value in the NEL and his goals scored, he's unable to deny that he's grown technically as a player since the U20 match. Technical isn't what he needs more of though, as with us seeing a heart haunted by demons and monsters, Itoshi Rin says that what he needed most was this mental pressure that he's currently under. As he sprints forward with his aura darkening and monsters multiplying, shadow apparitions of Sai and Isagi appear behind him, as he refers to them as players who bring him torment and suffering. One stronger than everybody, who righteously stands in my way, the ultimate egoist. Itoshi Rin finally admits that the urge to destroy this sort of egoist is what triggers him to enter the berserker state, and gain the bloodlust to destroy everything. We see monsters rushing forward behind him in the air and also burrowing up from the ground. With his eyes glowing clear indicating his immersion into the flow state, Rin once again is feeling the required hatred to enter that destructive form. The perspective then once again changes back to Isagi however, who assures himself that this is his game, not Itoshi Rin's nor Kaiser's. In his mind, if he can't finish in first place after all that hard work, if he can't score in this situation, then all of it would have been for nothing. Then coming to a full stop with a defender at his front and Kaiser at his back, Isagi begins to think of a way to win while also keeping Kaiser shut down. Suddenly turning his head while disintegrating into puzzle pieces, Isagi suddenly dashes towards Kaiser in order to destroy the Emperor's top performance. Both Kaiser and Kurisu are turning their heads in confusion too, while Isagi just runs forward with his eyes widened out. Even Hiyori and Nanase are shown to be absolutely shocked, because why in God's name would he make such a rash decision now? Isagi explains it all on the next page though, as we see everyone circling around both he and the Emperor. Since Kaiser wants to lurk within his shadows and take advantage of Isagi's blind spots, he'll just in turn make a run which forces PXG's attention on both he and the Emperor. Kaiser obviously is absolutely enraged by this, as Isagi continues on to admit that from an individual standpoint, Kaiser absolutely still outclasses him. Chaining the ball from him to Hiyori and then Corona, Isagi continues on to say that his big advantage though, is that he has the support of his close friends. As the Emperor looks around at himself being surrounded by Isagi and his goons, Yoichi then goes on to taunt him by saying that he's all alone and powerless within this cage he's created. As the two make eye contact, he urges the Emperor to show him what he'll do now as Kaiser begins to sprint away, breaking apart the puzzle bubble. Bingo. Isagi then immediately just rushes in pursuit of Michael Kaiser, sharpening his gaze while monologuing how he's fallen right into his trap. With Kurisu and Tokimitsu attempting to adjust, Isagi says that now since Kaiser has made the first move, PXG's defense will now have no other choice but to deal with the Emperor first. Isagi has basically now forced him to swap into the front striker position, as he himself has stolen away the shadows and will lurk within them for this run. The next page then shows the dual strikers breaking off into different directions, as this was all just a build up to kickstart Isagi Yoshi's freedom. They both even have the black reflexive eyes, and with PXG's defense being left in the dust, Corona screams out for Isagi to prepare for a pass. I figured you'd do that, Isagi's braided run. Just before Corona could make the pass though, Rin comes charging in with a Doberman press, completely knocking our poor Shark Boy into the air and off balance. With Corona then crashing into the ground as Rin snatches up possession, Isagi Yoichi can be seen in the bottom left here, using his metavision to analyze the situation. With puzzle pieces in the air, he somehow is already breaking down Berserker Rin, and points out that just like Michael Kaiser, Rin is now evolving from feeding off of his restriction. Just as he once turned Baru's darkness into light, Rin is now aiming to turn his controlled field into a monster-infested ocean. The final page of today's chapter shows Rin fully locked in, and with his tongue even hanging out, I think it's safe to say that we'll be seeing those spiral eyes once again soon. With Itoshi Rin now in possession of the ball, we can see his tongue begin to hang out as black aura seeps out from his back. Even Noah and Loki are shown with shocked expressions, because I'm sure both can tell something truly sinister has been unleashed on the field. Raichi then goes on to scream out at Var, asking if that wasn't a foul just now, but Isagi goes on to admit himself that Rin did touch the ball first. The prodigy is once again bringing out the best within his prey, so that he can then destroy them with even more satisfaction. With a close-up of his tongue hanging out to remind us of what this tick brought previously in the U20 game, Isagi has now realized that Itoshi Rin is about to go all out for this goal. He starts off his rampage by sprinting straight towards Raichi Jingo, who is sweating like crazy with a shocked expression. He then grits his teeth and curses under his breath, because even Raichi can recognize the obvious class in Itoshi Rin's play. The duel then officially begins with the two, as Raichi initiates by lunging forward with his right arm while baring his teeth. Unfortunately for him, Rin foresaw this movement and easily parries his hand while leaning back, readjusting himself to prepare for what comes next. With him then just pushing off Raichi and knocking him off balance, it seems like Rin has no competition yet. However, Kyoryugen can be seen lurking behind and dashing at the destroyer. It was a good attempt to sneak up. However, with Itoshi Rin having S-tier situational awareness, Kira is unfortunately left sliding into nothing as the ball is lifted upward. With Kira on the ground at his front and Raichi still at his back, Hitoshi Rin makes the quick decision to pass the ball off instead of risking the loss of possession. At least we've already seen Kyura Jin contribute more defensively, because in my opinion, he still needs a few more decent plays to warrant a top 23 position. Anyways, Rin's pass then arrives at his target Nanase, who leaps through the air for a clean trap. Taking advantage of this distraction and freedom, Hitoshi Rin then sprints forward clear of Raichi, to then just receive possession right back for a successful 1-2. Waiting at his front, however, is the cyan-haired sadist Yo Hiyori, who lunges into action with a serious expression. Staring him back down though with his tongue hanging out, Hitoshi Rin ultimately faces no threat here, as he effortlessly just rainbow flicks over Hiyori before he can even react, to just continue on up the field. His water aura has now even darkened to reflect his destructive urges, as Hiyori even points out how his concentration is on an entirely new level. It's no surprise to us as the reader, however, because just last chapter he ranted about how this mental pressure was exactly what he needed to awaken. Anyways, the perspective then changes over to that of Isagi Yoichi, who's sprinting alongside to the left of Rin while analyzing the situation. He firstly states how Rin's counter allows them no time to catch up, as he continuously moves with both the ball and himself. This allows him to bring out his absolute peak of passing and individual skills, making this one of the deadliest players to allow free on a counter like this. Furthermore, this means Hitoshi Rin was always aware and taking note of Isagi Yoichi's movements, because with the field completely centered around him, it's significantly easier to read his and the field's motions. With the next page giving us another dope perspective of Isagi observing Rin, he goes on to group Hitoshi Rin into the restriction side of the ego chart. In this situation where he's tied down and limited, Rin has awakened and is officially using his same abilities. Further than that, unlike Kaiser, Rin performs better when he fixates on someone rather than appealing to the world's expectations. This means that Hitoshi Rin is a self-type restriction egoist, which honestly makes sense to an extent. However, the U20 game Berserker Rin seem to also thrive in an open environment. The restriction seems to be more mental than actual pressure on the field, which to me hints at a future where these egoists realize that there's more to players than just boxing them into categories. Speaking of which, the next page does exactly this, showing a newly updated ego type chart with Isagi's updated data on Rin. One thing I'm curious about is if players further right and further left apply more to the designated typing, because for example, Shido, Bachira, and Rin are all self-type egoists. However, Bachira is the furthest right of the three and is also the most self-driven. It could also just be coincidental, I'm not sure. Also on the bottom of this page, Isagi is shown crumbling apart in the puzzle pieces while thinking about his number one question: how can he bend this monster Hitoshi Rin to his own will? While he's getting closer and closer to reaching that familiar feeling from back in the U20 match, and with us seeing his eyes super focused, this might be the scariest we've ever seen Rin. As we see flashbacks of him absolutely cooking the U20 team, Isagi continues on to realize that Rin enjoyed the thrill of drawing out his opponent's highest form, so that he can then crush them and trample on their dreams. With Rin then approaching two more defenders who are forming a wall, Isagi challenges this vomit-sucking bastard to just bring it on. As he continues to sprint neck and neck with him, he wonders how the hell he's supposed to stop someone Hitoshi Sai could barely contain. We know the only time Sai even showed any effort within this match was facing off against Rin, so if the new generation member could barely stop him, what the hell is Isagi going to do? With Rin then nutmegging one defender to then just effortlessly glide by the next, Isagi expresses his worry about how they're supposed to handle this monster. I mean, he's literally picking one skill move or direction to dash past every defender, to then continue sprinting full speed towards the goal box. The next page then shows Isagi tapping into his metavision while breaking apart into puzzle pieces, assuring himself that he will be the one to take Hitoshi Sai's place. Challenging Rin to bring out his best form, Isagi vows to win this matchup once and for all, and bend Rin to his will. The two finally converge as Isagi throws himself into Rin for a shoulder tackle, causing their respective puzzle and destroyer auras to burst out in tandem. With nobody else near and Gagamaru in sight preparing himself, Isagi challenges Rin to just bring it on as they duel one-on-one to finally figure out who is the true number one. Surprisingly enough, this chapter flashes back to a child smashing a dinosaur toy into a hero one, breaking its head and arms off into many pieces. This happens to be none other than a young Hitoshi Rin, who we can see here holding up his dinosaur toy in the middle of his destroyed room. He seems to be a super messy kid, and he's super immersed into his playtime that we can literally see him drooling down his chin. The young boy, however, takes no notice and just continues on playing, having the best time in the world. Someone then appears from behind him though and proceeds to wipe off his mouth, going on to remind the child that he's once again drooling. This happens to be Rin's older brother Hitoshi Sai in the very flesh, who pats his brother's head while asking if it's really that much fun. Rin of course wipes his nose while nodding his head yes, because what child doesn't enjoy playing with toy dinosaurs and shit like that? Sai then proceeds to pick up a piece of the toy off the ground, realizing that Rin has broken off its arms and other limbs through playing. He then goes on to give some brotherly advice, which is that toys are not like humans. Although they can break without bleeding, they won't heal once broken like we can. This causes Rin to look down with a sad expression and apologize to Sai, furthering on to ask if their mom and dad will once again be upset with him. Holding the arm in his hand and thinking for a second, Sai goes on to just completely ignore Rin's question to instead ask if he'd like to go get some ice cream. In every Itoshi Rin flashback, it quite actually seems like Sai is Rin's main guardian, which really makes me wonder what their parents do for work, or just in general. I know it's Japan and a lot different, but Sai and Rin are like 6 and 7 here, walking alone to get ice cream by the waterfront. One interesting detail here too is that Rin seems to lose on the ice cream stick for the first time in the story, which results in Sai just comforting his brother. Don't worry about it, Rin. Until the day I die, Oni-chan will be on your side. This promise segues us into the final page, which shows both Isagi and Rin midair dueling for the ball. Isagi seems to have tackled Rin in a similar way to Sai in the U20 game, which might be intentional from him due to his adaptability, or it also might be a fun Easter egg from the artist. With Rin's expression though softening here in this final shot, he seems to have some kind of realization about his true ego while remembering the past. Maybe Rin has realized that he's truly a player who thrives in freedom, but that he should let go of the past and just focus on himself. Today's chapter starts us off as usual with intro text which states, the Itoshi brothers in their early days. Rin's story began here. The first thing we visually see is a young Itoshi Sai arriving back home, holding the hand of Rin as it's likely he once again took his little brother out for ice cream. Waiting at the front door though, their mother yells at Rin for once again breaking his toys, as this seems to be a common occurrence based on her saying, how many times now? Their father is also standing in the background watching in silence, looking very sketchy and angry based on the clenched fist, frown, and just the overall vibes he's giving off. His face then turns from anger to confusion though, because with Rin unable to get his words out, Sai ultimately steps in and claims that he was the one to break this toy. This causes even Rin and his mother to become confused, so while crouching down to further question him, Sai just tells his mother that he got annoyed and snapped. The father then urges Sai to come talk with him for a bit, more than likely for punishment or to hopefully just talk about what's going on between him and Rin. The two brothers say their goodbyes by sticking out their tongues towards one another, making direct eye contact with those beady owl eyes. Page 2 takes a huge turn though, because instead of seeing a young Itoshi Rin or Sai, we witness some Godzilla type of kaiju roaring and stomping through a city. People on the ground level are then shown watching in terror, as they call this monster the final boss, and scream about how the world is ending. With one guy pointing to his right though, the hero evolved man seems to be trying to stand back up and protect the people. Despite his energy reserves being far past their limit, the hero is somehow managing to maintain his giant form and reignite the fire to push him on. Striking a pose to then siphon energy from all around him, the hero then takes inspiration from Goku's Spirit Bomb, as he's seen absorbing all the life energy from the surrounding people. Everyone's glad to raise up their hands and spare some life energy, as even an old man can be seen trying to give up the last drops of his life. With adequate power collected and reaching out his hand, the hero then rips off his ultimate attack, titled Life is Beautiful. This seems to be where the chapter title originated from, as we see a giant energy beam smashing into the monster's stomach. I guess Charles' demon aura and all the other cool effects were not for nothing, because Nomura-san was just warming up to write a kaiju manga. Anyways, the next page then shows little kids at a daycare imitating the hero's ultimate move, posting up and screaming out like kids normally do. While playing Jenga with Rin, the other kids and his teacher even are ranting on about how awesome Evolved Man is. The teacher even says how she cried from watching the last episode due to its amazing special effects, which I can indeed relate to because I just caught up on My Hero's latest episode. The kids playing Jenga with Rin then try to get his attention, but once again with those beady owl eyes, this boy is completely zoned out. Instead of playing along like normal though, a young Rin just falls face first into the tower, obliterating the entire game. If you look closely, it even looks like as if Rin caused the front tooth of the other boy to fall out, maybe as a Jenga block flew and hit his mouth or something. The next 2 pages just serve to further demonstrate the kind of destructive child Rin was, because he firstly is seen trying to leap onto a group of birds. Not just that, but the kid literally was perched atop the playground equipment, stalking and waiting for them. Luckily the birds managed to fly away in time, leaving Rin crashing face first into the ground, but instead of crying about his bloody nose, he just kinda looks up with a disappointed face that he couldn't catch his prey. We then switch to the scene of a cheetah running down and killing a gazelle, as this seems to be what a young Rin likes watching in his free time. The close-up of the cheetah then ripping through the prey's throat. This only piques Rin's interest more, as he scoots even closer to the television screen. The chapter then cuts however to their mother and father sitting at the dinner table, talking about how Rin has once again caused trouble at school. Not only has he been zoning out and hurting other kids, he even jumped off the top of the bars and bloodied his nose. His mother even goes on to worry if she's being a good enough parent, because even Sai has been acting strange lately, and she attributes that to Rin. Speaking of which, the young boy is eavesdropping on this entire conversation, as his father explains that boys just have impulsive natures and will calm as he grows older. With Rin closing the door though as the conversation ends, his brother Sai ultimately walks down the stairs and calls out to him. As usual, Sai tries to cheer Rin up by taking him to get ice cream, however Rin refuses to go, obviously upset with what he's just heard. With the two just opting to hang out in their room instead, Rin firstly asks if he's a weirdo compared to others. Sai just jokes by saying they're brothers, so yeah, However, Rin continues on to ask if he's a bother to everyone around. Sai comforts Rin by saying that people often call him weird and annoying too. However, he isn't unhappy, so why should Rin be? After all, he's just like his older brother, so with Rin nodding his head, he says that if he's the same as Sai, then he's fine with being weird. With the TV then once again replaying the Evolved Man fight with the monster, Sai goes on to say how childish it all is. Apparently all his friends too are into this series, and the hero Evolved Man who fights to protect the Earth is super cringy to him. Hitoshi Rin, however, tells Sai that he doesn't like the hero, as the final monster boss is instead his favorite part. With the scene then once again being shown of the hero blasting the monster's stomach, Rin tells Sai to look how hard it's trying, even in the face of someone better than it. Even with everyone screaming in opposition to its victory, the monster is fighting for its life with every fiber of its being. We then even see a continuation of the scene here as the monster charged through the beam, to then clamp his jaws onto the hero's head. This monster also seems to be where Hitoshi Rin's berserker aura came from, so technically I was right about his childhood toys being the representation. Hitoshi Rin even continues on to say that even if it's filled with holes or must self-destruct, the monster still fights to defeat the hero, which he finds super awesome. The monster does indeed self-destruct just like Cell, taking the entire city block and every person along with him. This of course intrigues Sai, as Rin continues on to say that even if he's hurt and beaten, he wants to destroy someone amazing and die like that. He even begins to drool once again while making this statement, which causes Sai to just widen his eyes in confusion. The text bubbles for young and current Rin are both shown to be black, representing his inner thoughts and deepest ones, as he's made a huge realization. His ego isn't just a destructive impulse, but rather destruction at the cost of one's life. That has been Hitoshi Rin's true nature since childhood, as he finally breaks free from Isagi directly in front of the box. With those familiar spiral eyes coming back and his tongue hanging out, Rin is back in action, and hopefully better than ever. The final page of today's chapter actually shows Michael Kaiser sprinting in from Rin's right, taunting that he should put his tongue back in his mouth. With Rin glaring over with his berserker eyes and Kaiser staring back with metavision, the first official duel between Kaiser and Rin will begin next week. The first visual we get today is actually Michael Jordan, Jose Altuve, and Maradona all with their mouths open and tongues hanging out. The narration goes on to say that often starting from childhood, some humans unconsciously stick out their tongues when fully concentrated. As we then get another close-up of MJ, we're told that this tic tends to be common among professional athletes as it helps them relax their bodies and release excess tension. With page 2 even starting off on that note, Loki is seen here from the bench watching Rin in excitement, calling him quite the wild egoist. Noah, however, has a more serious expression, as the true nature of bluelock's number 1 has now been unleashed against his team. Hitoshi Rin himself is then shown dribbling forward, with Kaiser attempting to tackle him, and Isagi getting back up from the ground just from behind. The matchup between God's Chosen Emperor and bluelock's number 1 finally begins, as both players take on intense expressions and leap into action. Hitoshi Rin takes the first action by dragging the ball into a more guarded position, and Kaiser responds by planting his hand on Rin's shoulder. This of course is immediately deflected by our rampant egoist, as Kaiser's arm is sent flying back with an explosion-like effect. I'm just super happy to finally see a proper matchup between these two, because the Hitoshi Sai power scalers can finally stop glazing based on outdated matches. Anyways, Isagi begins to leap back up and into action while complimenting Kaiser for stalling. However, the Emperor tells Yoichi to not step 1 foot closer. With another angle then shown from behind Rin, Kaiser goes on to say that this duel is between him and the Destroyer, which is just absolutely insane to me. He pushed aside his obsession with Isagi, which is cool and all, but now he's trying to Steel Bro's rival and sideline him? Absolutely not. With the perspective then changing to Rin though, he begins to monologue about how he now understands the psyche behind him entering the flow state. The desire to bring out the best in my enemy and destroy them is an impulse that comes from my deep-rooted desire to risk my life destroying an amazing person. As he once again explains the foundation of his ego for the 4th time this month, Kaiser and especially Isagi are shown with shocked expressions. Hitoshi Rin then also takes the next page to further explain how in the U20 match, he threw everything at the strongest Hitoshi Sai in order to raise his performance. Now in a similar way, Isagi Yoichi and the nuisance Kaiser stand at his front, setting the stage for all of his conditions. All that's left is for Hitoshi Rin to have the courage to burn to death in this one moment. He must throw everything at these egoists, because in reality, the only thing he craves is victory even at the cost of his own life. With Isagi and Kaiser preparing themselves, Rin then leaps forward into action, with his eye spiral growing even deeper. The first person to clash with Rin is Isagi himself, who wraps his arm around Rin's front in order to prevent him from going forward. Kaiser, however, stays on the outskirts and activates his metavision, assuring Rin that he won't fall into a trap so easily. Hitoshi Rin wants to destroy them both at once. With him gritting his teeth, I think he's come to realize it won't be so easy of a task. Kaiser even goes on to look Rin dead in his eyes and taunt him, as apparently Yoichi and his stray dogs will be more than enough. Hey, that kinda sounds like a band name. The stray dog happens to be none other than Alexis Ness, who with a demonic expression, lunges at Hitoshi Rin as Isagi holds him down. Alexis looks more feral than ever on this page, as his eyes are bulging and muscles are all tensed up out of anger. He even manages to get the ball off of Itoshi Rin in a surprising twist, leaving the destroyer completely enraged at the situation. He realizes he must pull both Kaiser and Isagi into a close-range fight in order to destroy both at once, and as he even says this, we see the loose ball flying into the air thanks to Alexis Ness. He even screams out to ask Kaiser about what he thought about the press, however Michael says he could care less as he disowned him. With Kaiser then dashing forward to chase after the loose ball, Rin himself focuses his gaze while saying that they're still too lukewarm for him. Karasu and Hiyori are also shown looking up and screaming for the second ball, however Charles Chevalier hops back into the game and gains possession himself. Leaping in between Raichi and Kiura, we see this contrarian trap the ball with the most focused expression we've seen from him all match. Tapping back into his goofy and devious self, Charles just smirks at these poor souls, as it's now time for him to show out. Shido of course is then shown hauling ass up the field while calling for a pass, as he and Charles are the best demonic duo we could have asked for. With Kunigami struggling to hold Shido back, we then transition to Kaiser monologuing about Itoshi Rin's talent. Tracking Rin's every movement with his Metavision eyes, Kaiser even goes on to call him the most outstanding in terms of individual skills from all of Blue Lock. As we then see Isagi once again catch up to Rin and guard him, Kaiser states how impressive his determination is to continue adapting and evolving to defeat Rin. With a close-up of his Metavision eyes then shown, Michael realizes that the center of Blue Lock is not just one protagonist, but rather the relationship between two rivals. As Charles then passes off the ball towards the dual aces of Rin and Shido, Kaiser says that aiming to steal the main character slot from Isagi and Rin is now his impossible challenge. With his eyes now set on a new throne, Michael Kaiser leaps through the air to prevent Charles' pass from going through. Putting his literal body on the line, our Emperor dolphin dives just like he has PXG Flopper, and for those of you who get that reference, just know I love you. Anyways, with Charles then making cat ears and a nya sound, Kaiser just calls him a side character while telling him to get lost. This then segues right back into Isagi vs Rin, as the destroyer is now behind Yoichi pushing off of his back. Despite Rin running far beyond his reach, Isagi still takes this entire page to grasp the current state of the field. Puzzle pieces are flying up from the ground per usual, as we get this amazing shot of the contrasting rivals. With Rin's movements being even sharper now, Isagi seems to be the only person who can efficiently keep up with him and guard him. Due to this, the less vigilant Michael Kaiser can now move freely around the field, causing a huge disruption in PXG's defensive priority. Knowing this, Isagi thinks back onto his previous plays and says that whenever Kaiser attacks alone, he'll simply be an asshole and pull all attention his way. With Nanase then trapping the loose ball as Corona sprints in from behind, Isagi continues to monologue about the three-way deadlock they have. If Isagi stands out to Rin, then he'll just target his movements from behind, creating an infinite cycle of duels and matchups. The power balance between these three egoists is so evenly matched that anyone who stands out is immediately crushed by another. With the next page then showing us a hilarious chibi demonstration, Isagi explains it simply as crushing one another like rock, paper, scissors. Isagi doesn't let Kaiser have any hit and runs. Kaiser stays a third party to observe Rin and keep him at bay, and Itoshi Rin, well, he hulks down Isagi from behind anytime he tries something. With him crumbling into puzzle pieces while sprinting forward, Isagi realizes that just one mistake, one spark of inspiration is needed for any of these three to score. He once again hits us with the Isagi classic, as he apparently now sees the key for this upcoming goal. It's a fourth person who will aim for the spot of main character on this field. Whether it's someone forcing a new set of values or creating a crack, Isagi knows that he must grasp that moment before anyone else. Basically every player is shown on this panel looking stressed, except for the slight exception of 5. Kiora, Charles, Shido, and Nanase all look the most locked in. Meanwhile, Alexis Ness is broken down into complete despair. Also, while this overhead double spread looks super dope, I can't get over how odd the formation spread looks for some reason. I feel like he needs an actual baller to help him write this manga. With the final page then being a triple shot of Isagi, Kaiser, and Rin, all three of these egoists have their own objectives. Isagi wants to win, Kaiser wants to take the throne, and Rin wants to kill them both. However, the only thing that will bring any of this is a goal of their own. They're also each displaying their own unique visual prowess, which I think is an amazing detail because it fits the theme of rock, paper, scissors and them being interlinked egoist perfectly. The first thing we see here is Nanase picking back up the action, kicking off a pass while calling out to Rin. The man of the chapter himself traps the ball while urging Nanase to go forward with him. However, he has no regard for being polite and calls his own teammate weak. Hiyori, Kiura, and Raichi are also specifically shown with shocked expressions here, as they all know what's soon to come. Itoshi Rin then begins his assault by charging forward with his tongue hanging out and spiral eyes, assuring the Bayern Munich defense that they will be annihilated. Corona and Hiyori are shown up close, preparing themselves with Raichi a bit further behind, and Kunigami and Shido are still shown stuck together like glue. Itoshi Rin then swiftly dashes by Corona with a pass to himself, to then trap the ball in front of Hiyori and glide right past him. Both Corona and Hiyori are shown even reaching a hand around trying to hold him back, however Rin's stats are far higher in every category, so he easily just barges through. with Raiji remaining a sweaty spectator and Yuri and Corona teaming up on the destroyer. Rin ultimately chooses a backheel pass while urging his servants for more. The ball is Shin from Tokumitsu who is holding back Ness to Nanase Nichiro, who leaps forward to trap the pass. Hitoshi Rin then lunges backwards as if someone punched him in the stomach, which obviously confuses Yuri and Corona because bro is tweaking. He's urging them for more and more as if he's role-playing a movie villain, so he's sadly never beating the mentally ill emo allegations. He's still the GOAT however, and Roulette turns and continues on past the defense as Nanase glances in his direction and urges him onward. His aura in this panel and overall this entire chapter is super awesome and devious looking, and you haven't even seen the craziest panels yet. Anyways, Nanase then sends a cross back to Rin as Messna proceeds to do nothing per usual, and Dumber and Dumbest over there form a triangle around the destroyer of PXG. I know Rin is just that guy, but goddamn, I am disappointed in Hiyori, Corona, and Raichi's continuous failure in 3v1ing him. The pass then arrives swiftly to Hitoshi Rin, who is leaping in the air, leaving Hiyori helplessly behind and watching it all. With the ball further descending in the perfect position for a shot, Corona and Raichi both dive in and slide to form a wall as Kagamaru prepares himself in the net. Stomping his foot down and focusing his gaze though, Rin traps the ball to the surprise of the defense, leaving Corona and Raichi helplessly falling to the ground. This is twice Corona has been embarrassed by Rin to a horrible extent, and I just really hate to see our Shark Boy being done like this. Rin then once again handles Hiyori with a swift roulette turn, and just by looking at Hiyori's face, it's clear he knows that shit is not sweet here. All this time, Hitoshi Rin has been setting up to push the absolute limits of a potential goal, and pulling his leg back, Isagi and Kaiser sprint helplessly at his front. The Emperor is shown to be in disbelief at Hitoshi Rin's skill level, and Isagi, he straight up admits that he cannot keep up. With this clearly being within Rin's range and the top right net being shown, Hitoshi Rin once again refuses to shoot the ball, instead stomping down on it, gritting his teeth. Isagi and Kaiser are both shown with confusion, as he clearly could have scored a goal there. However, with Rin cracking his knuckles, he says that they're wrong. With the next panel then showing an apparition of Hitoshi's eye at his front, it seems more like he was telling himself that he was wrong. This was not the absolute limit that he could have pushed this goal, so while then cracking his shoulder, he admits that Hitoshi's eye would still call it lukewarm. Having more flashbacks of Sai from that night, Rin realizes that scoring this way will not lead to the evolution he so desperately wants. Burning one's life means you'll throw yourself into the strongest target with your strongest self, putting everything on the line. While saying this, he once again backheels a pass, however instead of going to the typical target of Nanase or Tokumitsu, Charles Chevalier actually traps the ball, even being surprised himself to be chosen. With an intense expression, Rin then intimidates the poor child by commanding him to gather all those that can die alongside him. Charles is quite actually getting shivers here, as Karasu and Tokumitsu don't know what the hell's going on. Raichi could even tell that Hitoshi Rin has a clear goal there, and even mocks him for being childish with his actions. Julian Loki has the most extreme expression of them all, as he tells Rain that he would get banned for life in an official game for this, however he seems more excited than upset. No one agrees with him and even goes as far to call Hitoshi Rin the worst kind of egoist. The perspective then changes back to Isagi breaking apart into pieces, as Rin once again rushes forward, and our boy calls him an absolute maniac. Charles seems to lock in alongside Nanase and Raichi, as Isagi continues the monologue how Rin is not the same as in the U20 game. It's actually even beyond that, as Rin now has bigger ambitions than even Isagi can realize. With apparitions of Nagi, Baru, and Kaiser then being shown in his mind, Isagi says that he only really considers a few people true geniuses. The current Hitoshi Rin, however, exceeds that all and even his own visions, because for the first time in his life, there's an egoist that even he can't analyze. With Charles then passing off the ball as nobody's around to stop him, Rin is shown to trap the ball with the most badass aura we've ever seen. Hoshi on Twitter pointed out that it looks very similar to a dark sea urchin, which would fit perfectly with his theme of water. It also makes sense because the closer you get to Rin while he's in this state, the more he'll annihilate you and stab through the defense. Isagi glazes him in this panel with two nicknames, calling him both a beast of destruction and an incomprehensible creature, so I guess he's just every animal now. Continuing his role-playing session as a demon from hell, Hitoshi Rin continues sprinting up the field while asking edgy things like, "Have you ever played soccer with your life on the line? Like, my god, you are not Leon Kennedy, please take a step back." Raichi, Hiyori, and even his own teammate Tokumitsu were shown to be scared as this creature continues forward though. Raichi and Hiyori are fried again as Rin continues on to ask if they've ever lived, devoting their entire life to absolutely killing someone. With flashbacks of him destroying his toys as a kid and even Sai, Rin demands someone to come forth that can surpass even his brother. "Give your all to me, and put your life on the line." The final page shows Rin looking the most insane we've seen yet, and it's gotten so bad, even Isagi looks concerned and scared. If you look in the middle right of the page, his aura even seems to have a destroyer eye of its own, which is a really interesting detail. Again, 3 times in a row, the ball falls into PXG's possession and bluelock's number 1, Rin Itoshi. The announcers scream out as Itoshi Rin lunges forward with the ball, as Yohiori just desperately leaps from behind, trying to keep up. 2 Basher Munich NPCs are also standing out as front. However, we know from the U20 game that this level of common player can't even stop Rin, let alone keep up with them in the flow state. With him visually sweating as he looks through the defense, Itoshi Rin's eye spiral deepens further as Isagi is left speechless. His puzzle pieces break all around, and with a fully black background to convey his deepest thoughts, Isagi can be seen panicking and very worried. Thinking back to Rin abandoning his goal to then restart from scratch, all Isagi can wonder is if he's crazy, an idiot, or just an absolute monster. I myself would have to say all 3, but let me know. As Rin then passes off the ball however while lunging forward, Isagi continues on to say that whatever the case, Itoshi Rin is completely incomprehensible in his current state. With Nanase being the target of Rin's previous pass, we see him chain the ball back in page 3, as Isagi reacts on the defensive line. His inner monologue is still shown to be of utter panic, as being unable to read Rin's mind, there's just no possible way for him to find a way and stop him. Gritting his teeth while getting pissed off, Isagi admits that his brain is scrambled and none of his logic is working out here. With Itoshi Rin finally arriving at Isagi's front, the incomprehensible being finally has our main egoist scared for the first time in forever. This panel reminds me heavily of Aiku's swaying stance from the U20 game. However, I think Nomura-san just depicts many people that way when taking on a low center of gravity like Sai, Kiora, etc. Being face to face though, Itoshi Rin continues to inflict fear into Isagi's soul by asking if that's all he's got, basically insinuating the bro's easy work. Rin then charges ahead while doing many step-overs, urging Isagi to come forth with a resolve to die. Then lunging his hand towards the terrified Isagi's face, Rin has his attempt parried while asking him to fight to kill in this moment. Poor Yorchi looks absolutely terrified here, and things only get worse as Rin swings his left foot around the ball while sliding behind his right. With such a lukewarm existence, you are disqualified to be my rival. Itoshi Rin passes up Isagi with an all too familiar nutmeg which we once saw from his brother's side. Isagi is literally hovering with no time left to react, however Rin is fully turned around while breaking their bond of fate. They are just completely on a different level individually now, and if you think Isagi is even comparable at this point, I don't even know what more will convince you. By the time Isagi can even turn his head, Rin is already running off into the distance as his ex-rival crashes into the floor. Yohiori and Raichi even scream out in confusion asking what the hell his problem is, because Isagi put up pretty much no fight there. It's an ironic statement though coming from the center back and Metavision user who both also got fried, but no matter, they're not the main character for a reason. Our true goat is pushing himself up from the ground, thinking of Rin's words on having the resolve to die. This seems to have specifically offended him because while baring his teeth and launching up, he screams within his mind that he too has the resolve, and we also see him sprinting ahead like an absolute maniac. Chasing after his rival in the near distance, Isagi admits that his resolve does differ from the one of Itoshi Rin. Rather than remaining at the top, he's gone through trial and tribulation, taking all of these losses to be reborn as a better player. With him sprinting ahead as the puzzle field glows with light, our main egoist asserts himself as Isagi Yoichi, the genius of adaptability. His brain even begins to turn into puzzle pieces, and with an aura all around, his eyes have my main focus here. Rather than having the metavision pattern typically, a puzzle cone seems to come out from outer side of each eye, indicating God knows what. All I know is that our MC looks absolutely insane here, so make sure to comment down below your thoughts on this panel and possible meanings of his new eye pattern. The perspective then changes back over to PXG though, because with Itoshi Rin once again passing off the ball, his target this time is Charles Chevalier. He calls the contrarian incompetent and his pass is sloppy while wagging his finger, telling him to just smash the ball with no adjustment. Give me your impulse. This half-diss, half-pep talk seems to leave Charles rightfully speechless. However, he quickly responds, telling Rin that he's tripping balls. Taking the advice anyway and pulling back his leg, Charles promises to give Rin the nastiest pass ever while looking like a demon from hell. This entire panel was just the author showing how impish and demonic Charles can be drawn, and it just makes me so happy as I love him and Shido's dynamic. Anyways, Loki is then even seen watching with flow in his eyes, smiling loud while urging Charles to be guided. His selfish reason for coming to the NEL is sadly paying off, as Charles has thrived alongside Shido's unmatchable potential and now Itoshi Rin's uncontrollable true nature. That contrarian eye pattern has to be more than metavision, I just know it. Page 12 then shows the field reacting as Raichi screams out in terror. However, the most important thing yet happens. Santetsu finally fulfills his role of freeing up PXG's demon, because with him going shoulder to shoulder with Kunigami, Shido Ryuza is nowhere in sight. Ever since Karasu commanded him to do this, I've been waiting so patiently, and with the demon now flying free, things get a lot more interesting. On the BM side of things, Isagi's new eye prowess is once again emphasized with an entire new panel showing his gaze, and with Kaiser looking terrified, Itoshiden continues his run while calling them all broken. Face to face with Michael Kaiser and Gagamaru readying himself in the background, Itoshiden says this is no longer about soccer, and they should now kill one another. The dialogue here makes me laugh because at first you can just insinuate it's edgy and over the top, but bro's now breaking the fourth wall and saying no, I really want to kill you, no soccer, no Diddy. It's crazy too because he's talking to Michael Kaiser and talking about how soccer is his life, when to Kaiser it literally kept him alive and Reen's just some spoiled brat. Anyways, with Charleston cutting past Kiora with little to no effort, sweat drips down his face as he's seemingly putting in the most effort we've seen all match. He continues running up the wing, nearly to the goal line, as we see Kiora standing back up and Tokumitsu running alongside Birkenstock. Itoshiden is also making this run while fending off Kaiser. However, the main point of action is our boy Charles, the actual imp. He leaps into the air with Kiora at his front, assuring Reen that he's not the only one who's lost his mind and gone crazy. Swinging one leg behind the other with full momentum, Charles pops off a Rabona cross, leaving the entire field looking up in the sky. Before this chapter, I would possibly say that Hiyori is comparable, but now Charles is simply the GOAT, hands down. I mean, come on. PXG is truly the perfect thriving ground for him, and honestly, I kinda wanna make a video talking about his ideal partner or team. Comment down below if you'd like to see that or your own thoughts on it. Anyways, Reen is obviously seen reacting to Charles' pass as he pushes off Kaiser's back to just dash off into the sunset. The new gen striker who man-marked Chris Prince is now getting absolutely dog-walked, and it's really sad to see considering his physicality. Anyways, with the ball continuing its arc high in the air, everyone can be seen stunned in place as others like Nanase and Raichi sprint towards the ball. Raichi and Hiyori specifically both comment on how amazing Charles' cross was, and the only one able to react is seemingly Toshiden. This is what I would have said if Shido Ryusei didn't sprint in from the shadows, leaving him and Reen neck and neck for this patch. Shido fans will know that every time these wings come out, damage has been done and that is a fact. Reen even looks shocked by this as the demon sings in his face, assuring his unofficial rival that he's come to kill him now. Sadly, this line alone makes me think Shido will get embarrassed next chapter alongside all of BM, because someone has finally come forth with the urge to kill Reen. That someone also happens to be the closest player yet to Sai, as he quite literally played alongside them in the U20 game after being handpicked. I just have a really bad omen for Shido, and although I really want to brace for him, I just think Reen's goal is undeniable. The final page shows Charles smiling while laughing maniacally, urging the two strikers to go forth and kill one another. He purposefully placed a pass to where both Shido and Reen can reach the ball, and the best part, it's a perfectly clear area that they can easily shoot from. Shido smirks because he's been preparing from the shadows all along since Santetsu freed him up. However, Reen, he looks a bit worried as he's just now reacting. I'm super curious to see how all of next chapter plays out, because Charles truly threw some heat in the pan with that Rabona cross. With that sadly being the final page of chapter 274, we do have some outro text which reads, "From now on, it's unpredictable. Who will seize the coveted goal and reign supreme on the field?" Even now the author is telling us the next chapter and this goal are unpredictable, so if Itoshiden scores anyway, I'm just gonna laugh my ass off. Today's chapter splashes us right back into the action with no intro text at all, as Hiyori turns his head in complete shock. With Charles Chevalier shown smiling maniacally too, Hiyori seems to be blown away by the incredible Rabona cross he just put into the box. To make things worse, we then see Zantetsu putting his body on the line to hold Kunigami back, delaying his reaction to Charles' cross and Shido's run. Of course, this causes our fallen hero to take on a distraught look too, because now, the demon has been freed from his shackles. Shido Ryusei is then seen running completely unmarked into the goal box, with Itoshiden just to his right as the cross continues on. Shido seems to even imitate Itoshiden's bad habit of letting his tongue hang out while he plays, resulting in both of PXG's lead strikers looking batshit crazy at one another. Ness, Kaiser, and Isagi seem to be the closest Bastion Munich players to get in the way, as Kunigami seems to be hella staggered by the GOAT Zantetsu. I don't know if y'all have read episode Nagi yet, I know I've been promising to cover it for ages, I'm working on it. But anyways, Zantetsu's aura is literally a 50 caliber bullet. How can you not like this dumbass speedster? Anyways, back to the main story though, Itoshiden seems to be monologuing about the trajectory of Charles' cross and his best shooting point. At his current rate of waiting for the ball, Shido will end up catching up and interfering with his shot. He opts to instead change his shooting point to the front right of the cross earlier in, not allowing Shido any space to interfere. As we then see his foot slam into the ground while confirming this route change, Itoshiden takes off right onto his diagonal run, leaving Shido initially shocked by this. He then reverts back to Shido light by taunting Reen, asking if he's running away from the shot after all of his build-up. We obviously know though that Reen is not bitch made, so with him continuing to monologue, he denies Shido's accusation, saying that he's actually making his shot even harder here. Looking up into the air as the cross continues, Rain has decided to shoot from a high point that even Shido can't reach now, which is one thing I predicted. It's not a direct devouring of Shido's technique or skill, but at least he purposely is going for a shot that kinda mocks the demon in a way. With Rain's exact shot course and plan then being shown, Gagamaru looks terrified, and to be fair, who wouldn't as goalkeeper? Rain is already a disgusting striker and has beautiful shots, but now he's cranking it up to 11 and going for a bounce shot into the top left net, like what the hell? He continues to sprint with the ball just above his head, assuring us that he will burn through his life here and evolve even further on this pitch. Still too lukewarm. With another apparition of Itoshi Sai appearing at his front, Rain's potential is still being limited by his Nugent brother. He can't seem to find anyone to take the place of Sai, making this poor kid even more rampant than before mentally and on the pitch. Even he is shown to be frustrated and saddened by this fact, because with this aerial shot, Rain can still not surpass Itoshi Sai's illusion. That's your limit, Rain. You just can't be the world's best. With his brother's words echoing in his mind and even his apparition moving like in the U20 game and that snowy night, Itoshi Rain is plunged into complete despair here. If he doesn't overcome this image of Itoshi Sai here and now, then Rain will never grow or evolve any further, which even he admits. You're just a trashy little brother living in my shadows. Get lost, Rain. I don't need you in my life anymore. Sai continues to harass Rain as he thinks about how contradictory his current ego is. He wants to be the villain aiming to destroy the hero. However, his ideal player to surpass serves as both the motivator and the limiter for himself, causing a very unstable dynamic to grow and stay consistent. Rain even directly says, just my murderous intent towards him is enough to stop me from coming up with ideas to overcome him. With his eyes lighting up, however, as if he's young again, Itoshi Rain pleads for someone to give him a new impulse and desire to kill. Just as he says this, almost on command, Isagi just so happens to be sprinting directly to his front, bursting through Itoshi Sai's apparition. If you actually look in the bottom right of this panel, it's drawn almost as if Isagi knew Sai's apparition is there and intentionally swiped his hand through it, almost answering Rain's pleas for help. Page 10 only furthers my thoughts on this, because Isagi is shown with a softening expression, showing Rain that he will stake his life on this duel. The two have always had a very interesting dynamic to me, but now things have reached an entirely new height. Isagi wants all that action from Itoshi Rain at his max potential, so putting his life on the line, he will replace Itoshi Sai as the targeted hero. Isagi then finally begins to sprint at Rain, initiating this play, straight up calling his rival a freak who he won't allow to shoot. Even Rain stutters for a second, thinking that his shot course is blocked, but then, the urge to attack wells up inside me. With Rain re-entering his berserker form thanks to Isagi's challenge, we then once again see flashes of the monsters throwing his life on the line to defeat the hero. It's even peddled to how Rain and the monster are synonymous in positioning and ideologically, which I found to be a super cool detail from Nomura-san. With Isagi continuing his charge forward, Itoshi Rain wants nothing more than to destroy this hero and die alongside him. At this moment, Rain can only imagine destruction and death with everything else coming second. Victory is absolute, even at the cost of it all. Itoshi Rain then leaps into the air and begins his kick, as all he wants to do in this current moment is let out his impulses, his desire to kill. As the explosion is even shown from the monster self-destructing the hero, Rain says that all he wants to do is let his true self out now. Is that you, Dexter? Was Itoshi Rain the Bay Harbor Butcher all along? No matter though, because Rain then rips off his shot, completely wrapping the ball around Isagi. He even straight up says that Isagi was the key to his awakening here, and says after all, it was because of him. This dialogue means that even in the U20 game and going into the NEL, Rain knew his main motivator, however was still held back developmentally. As page 15 then zooms out to give us a wider view of it all, Itoshi Rain's shot wraps around everyone towards the net, even surprising Raichi who leaped up in the air to try to stop it. Isagi and Rain are also colliding mid-air due to their extreme challenges, giving us the chapter name of Crashoot. Apparently it's not crash out, and that actually is a term referring to a contested shot, so that's my bad. I truly thought it was a mistranslation last week. Anyways, even Gagamaru looks terrified while positioning himself, because this is a perfectly placed top right corner shot beyond an entire crowd of people. With the shot finally approaching the net, Gagamaru is left unable to even flinch, as the shot splashes onto its target, equalizing the game at 2-2. Itoshi Rain's shot was reminiscent of a mid-air free kick, combined with the motions of a scissor kick, and it left both he and Isagi crashing into the floor. Going face first into the pitch, Itoshi Rain seems to have bitten his tongue and or broken his nose from this intense golden goal. What is this? I'm blown away because it feels good. With Isagi just staring in horror, Itoshi Rain begins to wipe away the blood with a hyped expression, seemingly unfazed by the physical damage on himself. He did exactly what he wanted by putting his soul and body on the line, and sadly for Isagi, he was the catalyst of it all. Blue Lock Chapter 276 starts off with fans roaring in excitement from all over the world. Their watching devices for Blue Lock TV flash, zoom into the action as echoes scream within every bar and household. With one final scream to confirm it, the announcers state that PXG are now equalized against Bastion Munich at 2-2. At the 11th hour after a dramatic build-up, Itoshi has caught the attention of the entire world and made his mark against BM. Despite blood still dripping down from his nose and onto his hand, Itoshi looks more excited than ever, as he scored with all of it on the line. Nanase of course is just happy for him finally to put one in. Meanwhile, Raichi and Karasu are shown to be traumatized by this spectacular shot. In comes Charles Chevalier, then sprinting up the pitch, singing out to Rin about how insane he truly is. Dropping into a squat while pointing in his direction, Charles states the obvious fact of Itoshi shot being undeniably incredible, and also his nose happens to be gushing with blood all over the pitch. Going from one insane expression to another, Charles finally just tells Rin that he knows for sure he has a screw loose somewhere in his brain. This however just further entices Charles, so while dropping a devil emoji like the teenager he is, he actually gives full props to Rin. Swooping in to finish the contrarian duo, Shido Ryuze then takes Charles' attention away by asking what striker he thinks is better, Shido himself or Itoshi Rin. I guess it was a rhetorical question, because without giving Charles time to respond, Shido goes on to say about how much he hates Itoshi Rin's personality and his lower eyelashes. Despite that, his goal just now was undeniably a work of art, meaning Shido will set aside his hatred for now and simply give a compliment. Rin of course is sitting on the ground with a bloodied nose, just dazed and confused, specifically shown to not understand Shido's terminology, like calling a goal or kapew. Any interaction between Shido and Rin will either result in comedy gold or the most awesome thing ever, and now adding Charles into the mix, things only get more insane. Shido even goes on to crouch down with his arm around Charles, telling him to listen up very closely. While staring Itoshi Rin directly in his eyes with a wicked smile, Shido tells Charles to decide which of the two strikers is the absolute craziest. While then even touching his forehead against Rin's, Shido specifies by saying whoever will change the world should be the target of Charles' passing. Rather than just selfishly wanting every pass sent his way, Shido Ryuze would prefer the challenge of needing a standard to meet and a rival to face. Beyond that, Charles operates best when left to his own free will and instinctual choices, so Shido is high-key an amazing coach and older brother here. To end off PXG's hilarious interactions, Charles even begins poking Rin's hurt nose while telling him to plug it up. You can't play if you lose too much blood. I'm telling you, Charles is one of my new favorite characters in all of bluelock, and once again, Shido Ryuze is still to thank for the interactions. Isagi Yoichi is also shown kneeling on the ground in disbelief, and he can just not figure out what's happening at all. What did I get wrong here? With the next page being a super badass panel of him transcending like Doctor Strange, Isagi begins to think back on every major event and what he might have missed. After Kunagami became worn down and Zantetsu managed to take his mark, Shido Ryuze ended up breaking free and becoming the fourth crucial piece. Despite that, Isagi still managed to recognize that faster than anyone on the field, to then read Charles' pass with immediate precision. The issue came with Itoshi Rin being an absolute maniac, because even after shaking off Shido, being in an odd position, and having Isagi at his front, the madman still took the shot and scored. Rin knew that Isagi was charging forward and it would be physically risky, however he wasn't the least bit afraid by that. He actually was more immersed due to this fact and enamored by his own blood, which even Isagi thinks back on while relating to himself. What he felt first when coming into the bluelock program was that passion. It's now what he's sensing out of Itoshi Rin. With Isagi's face then darkening in terror, he realizes that Rin has been underestimating his own talent the entire time. Bluelock's #1 has just now realized his true talent, and that's not even the worst part to Isagi. His breaking point was Itoshi Rin's dominating the field and taking every bit of attention, making him nothing more than a random supporting character to feed and awaken the beast. Rin's intensity is suddenly snatched away, however, as someone's hand grips onto his collar and yanks upward. The aggressor is none other than his own coach, Julian Loki, who stares deeply into his soul with a fully shaded face and aura to accompany it. Nanase, Kurisu, and Isagi all watch along in disbelief, however Rin seems rather unfazed and simply asks what his deal is. Loki goes on to ask Rin if they played one another during bluelock's 3rd selection, which we know to be true thanks to the World 5 face-off. Smacking his master's hand away, Rin confirms this while asking why that even matters now. Julian Loki goes on to say that his opinion has changed of Itoshi Rin since that day, because he's now an entrancing striker and a completely different person. He even goes on to crack a smile while thanking him for Charles' awakening, although if Loki should thank anyone for that, why in God's name not Shido? Also, why is Loki just now remembering their face-off during the 3rd selection? Is this poor writing or further proof that Loki is a bum-ass coach? Either way, this bum-ass coach seems to be subbing into the game as we see him stand up and begin to take off his coat. Charles' awakening and Itoshi Rin's slaughter have excited him too much, and despite his first thoughts, he now wants to play in the match. Rin looks shocked and the fans go wild after hearing the news. Julian Loki, the wonder child who has yet to play throughout the entire Neo Egoist League, has now declared he will be taking the field. Unzipping his coat as well while murmuring under his breath, Noah begins to walk onto the field, sadly having to work overtime now. Bastion Munich of course must switch players to accommodate, and Yukimiya knows this, who shouts out and prepares from just behind. The two people coming out are Kunigami Orensuke and Kurona, who are both running low on gas, and let me tell you, these are devastating times for me. Not only has Kunigami been shafted for his entire revenge arc and just in the NEL overall, Kurona is now out of the match, meaning no Galaxy Hotline link up with Ness. Anyways, the players going in are of course Noah to replace Kunigami, and for Kurona, Yukimiya— oh no, I misread that. Actually it's Igarashi? Yeah, bluelock's very young monk. Grim, Yukimiya, and even Igarashi himself all take on confused expressions, because what is even happening in my beloved manga anymore? After years of being comedic relief, the monk has finally been given a time to shine, and by Noah of all people. My theory is that Isagi and Noah had a private discussion regarding him and his possible utilization after their talk, but I'll save that for the next video. For now, we just see everyone going ballistic over this insane substitution. Raichi and Karasu are standing there in disbelief, with Hiyori even straight up asking what the hell Noah's thinking. Noah however seems pretty confident in his choice, so while looking back towards Igarashi, he reminds him that this is his final chance. Hail to the standing Buddha, because he has but one chance left to change his destiny. The next page of course is a badass double spread showing off both new teams, with both Master Strikers now in the game and Bluelock's biggest threat, Igarashi the Monk, now in. With the score at 2-2, the final match reaches its climax. The point from this last goal will determine the game. With both team masters in play and the game hitting its peak, who will score this last point and become the undefeated new Egoist League champion? Back to the players, Itoshirin calls out to Isagi Yoichi, causing him to turn and look at the edgelord, grabbing his hair and face. He basically thanks Isagi for being his rival and admits it was a good choice, because they oppose one another like water and oil. Isagi seems confused and just stares him down, causing Rin to ask him to further hate him as it only makes him stronger. With Rin raising his hand almost to invite Isagi forward, he reminds him of his duty to try and kill him until death, the duty of a true rival. Isagi looks really bothered by Rin treating him like a side character, and this right here could be the switch up where we see Isagi's true ego. Shut up, you arrogant prick. I swear on this last goal that I will devour you back. With all the seemingly major players in this final act behind shown, Isagi is shown looking more intense and angry than ever. Even his jersey is drawn with a flaming sword and text, as Itoshirin's arrogance pounds inside of his brain. The people shown behind him are the normal important players like Kaiser, Shido, and Hiyori, but Igarashi and Alexis Ness are both also shown. Igarashi of course was just subbed into the game and will have his role fouling out Shido and Rin, so it makes sense, but Alexis Ness having inclusion here is weird. It further confirms in my opinion, and I really do believe it, that he'll assist Isagi Yoichi for Bastion Munich's third and final goal. Feel free to let me know how you personally expect the game to end, or if you agree with me on that theory. What are the specifics? To start off today's chapter, we finally have intro blurbs back in the scans, which says, through the monitors, the fate of these egoists is etched. Fittingly, the first visual we get is that of Ego Jinpachi sitting in the Bluelock command room. Posted up in his chair with some instant ramen, Ego seems almost entertained for once, assuring us that Itoshirin has ignited the fire that will burn this match's wick out. Just behind him typing away at the computer, Henri says how amazed she is that Julian Loki is now playing, even more so on his own accord. This has boosted Bluelock TV subscriptions already, and within 5 minutes, is the #1 trending in the world. Sipping the broth from his ramen, Ego just says it's how the crowd is and how popularity functions. The masses just want to witness a hero being birthed. Meanwhile, geniuses on the field continue to attract one another. It's so funny that Ego continues to break down every situation as if it were a chemical reaction, but it's very fitting, so I love it. Then setting down his cup of ramen to let us know shit is getting serious, Ego assures us that this will be an incredible final in the world's hottest place. Right here on Bluelock TV, Bastion Munich vs PXG is tied at 2-2, with only one goal left for the taking. One funny thing too is his cup of ramen says Ness in rather than Ness Ian, so it could be hinting at Ness having future relevance in the story, or it could just be a pure coincidence. Anyways, then drooping his tongue either manually or to imitate Itoshirin, Ego tells us to not understand or get too ambitious, and do not try to become a genius. This panel and line definitely stand out to me, considering Isagi has been frequently referring to himself as the genius of adaptability. While people like Itoshirin, Julian Loki, and Shido can be considered natural talents, Isagi has been shown to be the hard-working kind of genius, an exceptional kind of one. While this seems to imply that Isagi is drunk off his own ego and belief about being a genius, I also have another interpretation. Become a genius specifically implies a person developing into one. However, for Isagi Yoichi, these things also come natural. The Bluelock light novels detail Isagi's childhood in high praise as a player, so maybe instead of becoming a new genius, Isagi simply needs to reawaken the dormant one. Also, why I'm writing this script, somebody tried to tell me that the Bluelock light novels are not canon, but let me tell you guys, they're literally written by the author and never said to not be canon, so I don't know where that came from. The next page even further confirms this in my mind, because Isagi is shown immediately after in a hard-ass panel. With flames coming from his jersey and spiral eyes returning, Isagi's original ego seems to be bubbling back to the surface. Anyways, enough yapping, because with Julian Loki shown crossing his arms, PXG's new ultra-offensive formation is shown alongside some narration. Apparently Loki just subbed in for an NPC on the team, and will now be playing left wing next to Shido Ryuze. Meanwhile, on the Bastion Munich side of things, we see Kunigami and Corona chilling out on the bench as they've both been subbed out of the game. Their master Noah and Igarashi are then seen walking on the field in their place, as the monk slaps his face to get hyped up. Noah is subbing in as the right wing next to Isagi, and Igarashi is the right back with Raichi and Kiora. The announcers then once again yap, specifically in regards to the contact during the previous goal. Isagi's attempt to stop Itoshi-rin has been ruled as a late tackle on the body rather than on the ball, and in turn, has been granted a yellow card. Oh my gosh. My goat, however, seems calm and composed, only uttering a single curse while breathing deep. Thinking back on the words Rin said after scoring, Isagi demands his memory to quiet down and listen. Looking at Rin's back as he walks towards Charles and Loki, Isagi says that he will not be used as a stepping stone for someone else's evolution. My life is not for your sake. With Isagi taking on a determined expression while thinking of Rin, our main egoist refuses to be used by his rival. With the audience cheering behind and even Isagi's first ever fan being shown, the next goal will decide this match's winner. The match then officially restarts with Bastion Munich in possession, as Noah kicks off the ball to Isagi Yoichi. With aura radiating from both his eyes and body, Isagi is confident that he will win with his goal. The announcers also scream out in excitement once more, as this struggle between the new Egoist League's undefeated giants is soon coming to its close. As Isagi traps Noah's pass and continues forward, Shido Ryuze is the first PXG player we see stepping up to defend. Unfortunately, Isagi only has 3 minutes with Noah to make it count, so after baiting Shido's attention to his right, Isagi passes to his master, leaving him clear from the demon. In these 3 minutes with Noah, I'll prove that I'm a genius too. The next page then shows Noah trapping the pass, as Isagi continues sprinting beyond Shido Ryuze. With Noah then completing the 1-2 by passing back to Isagi, our egoist traps the ball, still drunk on his own ego. I'll definitely dominate this world-class environment, and show the world that I am Isagi Yoichi, the genius of adaptability. Unfortunately, with a gust of wind and a loud screech, the ball suddenly disappears from his possession, leaving him completely shocked. Turning his head to see the perpetrator, it's none other than Julian Loki, a member of the World 5 and absolute speed demon. Continuing on while taunting Isagi, he calls his trap there naive, all while glistening with an aura to indicate his insane speed and particles. He continues on to say that all nature dictates the slow ones die first, basically saying that he is the apex predator of the field. It also kinda calls back to Itoshi-rin as a child watching Animal Planet, because he specifically was watching a cheetah run down a gazelle, and now Loki ran down poor Isagi, dear god. Moving on from our main egoist, Loki then redirects his attention towards Raichi and Hyuri, causing looks of terror on both players. He once again begins to disintegrate into particles as he dashes forward, taunting Bastion Munich players to just try and stop him. Godspeed distortion. With only one double spread needed, Julian Loki dashes past and even beyond Raichi and Hyuri, leaving them grasping at the air in confusion. In one single stride, he's left 2 defenders in the dust, and at this point, bro must be off the roids or have superpowers. He's so fast, Raichi couldn't even turn in time, and even more so, the page is being warped and distorted as if his speed can change reality. With Kiora Jin then even being cooked, Isagi just stares along in shock, unable to comprehend what this creature is. No matter what logic he uses or how critically he thinks, Isagi is nothing to the pure physical speed of Julian Loki. His talent completely bypasses the need to look ahead or think too hard, as bro just makes gaps and takes them. 2 Bastion Munich NPCs are then shown shitting their pants, fully convinced that 2 to 3 defenders are needed to even partially contain Loki. Speaking of, Loki does arrive at their front, however instead of embarrassing them, he actually opts to pass off to his left. The target of this bash was actually Itoshi-rin, who traps the ball while Loki taunts him. Julian wants Itoshi-rin to have the final goal as a thank you for Charles' awakening I guess, but also calls him the Licky Tongue monster, which I'm shortening to the Pokemon Licky Tongue. This is how Itoshi-rin, and nobody can argue with me. Anyways, with Rin trapping the ball and drooping his tongue, Rin calls his master condescending while preparing to shoot. Isagi on the other hand looks helpless and sad, because with the match just restarting at 2-2 and only 1 play going by, it's already going to be closed out by PXG. In comes Igarashi Rimu though, reaching his right arm around Rin to try and contest his shot. His aura is even shown to be mala meditation beads, which are used by Buddhists to recall their mantras, prayers, and so forth. They're very important. His aura is probably the most fitting in all of bluelock, and another fun fact, his previous jersey number 108 is a sacred number within Buddhism. Buddhists ring a bell 108 times to symbolize the start of a new year. It's the number of volumes in the Kankir, and it's just so prominent within their religion. Sadly for Igarashi, no amount of prayer can make him better or physically equal to Rin, so when the two crash, Igarashi doesn't really amount to much. Rin just straight up tells him to get away, to then knock off his center of balance, causing him to fall very hard into the pitch. It looks super painful as he lands shoulder and face first into a very rough crash. With a look of surprise on Itoshirin's face, however, the announcer blares out that Rin's physical challenge on Igarashi has been ruled as a foul. To no surprise of anyone, Igarashi may not be better or equal to these egoists, but he's now using his own weapon to make his mark. New secret technique, genius killing Malachi. This chapter ends off with the monk's eyes radiating with aura, being the only second or third time we've seen him fired up, I think. This chapter starts off with roars from the crowd as the announcers scream out in excitement as well. I don't believe it. Just moments after being swapped in, Igarashi has drawn out a foul from the fairly Toshirin. Isagi and even his OG fan have looks of amazement on their faces, now knowing what a true egoist looks like. Itoshirin, however, looks extremely pissed while gritting his teeth. However, the angrier he gets, the stronger Buddha becomes. Speaking of which, our boy Igarashi then screams to the heavens while rising from his knees, as he barely just prevented Itoshirin from closing out the game. Kagamaru and Raichi sprint to him in tandem and celebrate with their homie, hugging him and complimenting how goated he is. You can clearly tell this touches Igarashi's soul, because for once in the Blue Lock program, he can help his team and not just depend on them. Donning a wide smirk, Igarashi goes on to explain how this plan came to be, actually coming from Noah himself. As they subbed into this game, Noah pointed out how Itoshirin was relying on his senses now, charging in with minimal thought. If Igarashi can take advantage of this and use his technique during a reckless charge, then he can surely draw a foul, which we now know succeeded with flying colors. The biggest sense of joy in Igarashi comes from Noah's support, as he seemed to be watching him train the whole time, and now will utilize his talents. This makes sense because around chapter 208, I think, we saw Igarashi training this technique alongside Noah watching in the doorway. Maybe Kaneshiro planned all along for this, Igarashi being the dam to stop the raging waves of Itoshirin. No matter the case, our GOAT deserves it as he screams out to his family and people back at the temple. He wants them to know he can become more than just a monk, because with this play, his life just got a Buddha boost. I really hope this man gets a decent offer even if he can't make the top 23, because apart from being comedic relief, he's a really nice and down-to-earth character and just great friend to everyone. Noah respects this and tells him to keep working hard, but more than anything, keep his guard up. PXG's offense will soon come flooding back at full force, so the job of Igarashi is to drive them absolutely crazy and draw even more fouls. Posting up with Bastion Munich's defensive line, Noah urges them to face their ruthless attacks with cold, coordinated intelligence. Even a monk like Igarashi can make a mark under the right circumstances. Raichi and him of course get fired up, as Kagamaru prepares to go back in the net and hopefully save a shot. The perspective then switches over to Isagi Yoichi, who's sweating bullets after witnessing the baller known as Igarashi. The biggest takeaway from this is now that his technique succeeded, Itoshirin can be stopped. This brings relief and satisfaction to our protagonist, as he wants more than anything to devour this rival. The field also will now shift and change in response to Igarashi, so Isagi must adapt fastest and take charge. Switching back over to the PXG side of things, Julian Loki seems to be taunting Rin, asking if his rampage is coming to a close. Now is not the time, however, because Itoshirin gives him the most devious side-eye while telling him to shut the fuck up. As we watch Igarashi kick off the ball for Bastion Munich, Itoshirin swears to curse our beloved monk to death next time. With the focus now on Bastion Munich, we see Noah leaping into action while trapping the ball. Urging his team to come along and follow his lead, the only person to actually respond verbally is Michael Kaiser, who calls him a shitty master. With the two teams charging at one another and the match restarting, we can see Shido and Charles leading the run for PXG. Noah and Kaiser are on BM running side by side, meanwhile Isagi is dragging just feet behind. Shido and Charles both tweak in excitement to face Noah, the world's #1, as they plan to pincer him as a dynamic duo. Shido's the first to make contact, leaping forward and grabbing Noah's shoulder as Charles stealthily leaps in from the left, trying to snipe the ball. Looking calm, however, Noah simply tells Michael Kaiser to go forth, as he will handle these troublemakers himself. Placing his hand on both Shido and Charles' chest, he easily holds them back while even sending a nutmeg pass between poor Charles' legs. This goes on to become a 1-2 play with Michael Kaiser, who passes the ball back to Noah with Nanase at his front. Isagi Yoichi is obviously watching and glazing the entire time, because with just 2 passes, Noah managed to work with Kaiser and pass 3 whole defenders. With the two continuing the charge up the field, Isagi actually turns on the burners, bypassing Kaiser in hopes of coordinating alongside him and Noah. With a blank expression, however, showing no care. Noah and Kaiser once again link up with a nasty cross to bypass the defense. Kurisu is left stepping in helplessly as Zantetsu arrives to block Isagi Yoichi's charge. Realizing the harsh reality, Isagi says that Noah used him as bait, to then give Kaiser a more open field. Turning his head, Noah admits the real reason he joined the new Egoist League actually has nothing to do with Bastion Munich as a team. His true intentions were to awaken Michael Kaiser's ego, which causes shocked expressions from both Isagi and Michael himself. Continuing on, Noah admits that he craves more than anything as a rival who can truly pose a threat to him, and actually challenge the world's #1 spot. As Kaiser passes the ball back, leaving a defender siding helplessly, Noah says that someone like this can push him even further, producing an entirely new and evolved version of himself. Then taking up an entire page, Noah admits that even now as the world's #1 striker, he still wants more. He still wants to become stronger. The chapter's title is then explained to us in the form of his aura, as Noah radiates square, circle, and triangle shapes while trapping the ball. This could possibly represent his logic transcending everything or being bigger than life, but I'm just happy it wasn't another Igarashi chapter with him baiting Shido or something like that. Kaiser and Isagi are then shown to be unable to move, in complete shock. As Noah still wants to become stronger, his ego transcends anything they've ever seen, even reaching the world's #1 spot, but it's still not good enough. This is what a true egoist looks like. With him then approaching Tokimitsu, who's shaking in fear, Noah just stares him down with what looks to be a new visual prowess of his own. Although kind of looking like normal flow state eyes, it looks more specifically to be gear shapes within his pupils, which fits perfectly with his machine-like playstyle. His time to shine is sadly not today though, because Tokimitsu in one leap forward, grabs this old man's jersey, and WWE slams him into the floor. I mean, this genuinely was all body, no ball, so screw a red card, let's get this man locked up. Even Isagi is left with his jaw hanging open, watching poor Noah just slam face first into the pitch, with a refrigerator then landing on his back. Tokimitsu then stands back up and begins to tweak, because with the announcers pointing out his malicious challenge, he's given a yellow card, which is like the first one since Baru ripped off his shirt in the U20 game, I think. Tokimitsu is on his knees, cursing and pulling out his hair, but Nanase comes in to comfort him, admitting he had no choice. Just like if Igarashi didn't stop Rin, Noah would have scored or obliterated PXG if Tokimitsu didn't stop him. With Isagi then taking our focus, he's turned on SoundCloud and now has some X or Lil Peep sad playlist blaring in his ear, talking about some "Wait right here, I'll be back in the," you know what I'm talking about. I see. Noah didn't care about me. He was only using me to help Kaiser evolve. The person he looked up to, his #1 idol, has duped him all along, and rather than wanting him to challenge him for the throne, he truly wants it to be Michael Kaiser. I think there's more going on here, and Noah is actually 500 IQ, evolving both Isagi and Kaiser for the future of Bastion Munich, but I'll talk about that in an upcoming theory video. For now, Isagi just continues on to admit even Itoshirian used him to grow, as being rivals is nothing more than devouring another to grow yourself. All I am to the world is a second-rate stepping stone, used to help create heroes. With this insane double spread showing Isagi's puzzle pieces flying from the sky like shooting stars, they're actually disintegrating as his entire reality changes. Rather than being the hero himself, he views people like Itoshiri and Kaiser as the leading cast and heroes. I guess that means he'll now transform and become the villain, however before he can do anything and evolve, Noah hands off the ball to Michael Kaiser. Thanks to Tokimitsu's assault on Noah, Bastion Munich had been given a 29-meter or 32-yard free kick, obviously being taken by Michael Kaiser. Pushing back his hair while stomping the ball in place, Kaiser says that the Kaiser impact will once again shine, as Noah just stares blankly. Bastion Munich is flipped over on its head, with Isagi Oichi now being the underdog and Kaiser the favored child. Today's chapter ends off with both determined to achieve their own goals. Michael Kaiser to score his Magnus impact and end this game, and Isagi Oichi to crush every player on this field, including Noah the traitor. We begin with intro text which says, Michael Kaiser's eyes are fixed on this decisive shot. The future will be determined in this tense moment. The visuals begin with an overhead view of the field as the announcers roar out in excitement about Bastion Munich's free kick. With the game at 2-2 and only 29 meters from the goal, the Emperor Michael Kaiser wants to end the game here and now. Before anything else though, while focusing his gaze, Michael calls out to Noah, specifically referring to him as a shitty master. Hands on his hips looking all sassy, Michael asks Noah if all along he's just been participating in a new Egos League for the sake of evolving Michael. Noah just calmly turns and nods his head, to which Kaiser asks yet another question. Was this guidance to Isagi Oichi all part of his plan too? All just to stimulate Kaiser's awakening? Calmly gazing back, Noah once again just says, "Of course." As we see Karasu help adjust the PXG defensive wall, Kaiser just laughs at Noah's words, understanding but still appalled by his actions. So it's all about creating a rival to improve myself, huh? But you were really only thinking about yourself. Giving the meanest side-eye in all of bluelock, Michael calls Noah the true scum of coaches, furthering on to mock if that's how the world's best does things. Replying sternly though, Noah asks why the world's best would ever matter to him, as that's just a title and trophy created by others. With a shot looking up at Noah as if he was an iron giant, he continues on to say that he's simply pursued the role of striker his entire life. He's expressed himself completely, perfectly, and instinctively without a second thought. Becoming #1 just happened to come as a result of that, but Noah never truly actually wanted that. He just fought without a care in mind. Even at this moment, he's looking towards his next threat, which he admits is Julian Loki, the talent who currently threatens him the most. As he continues on, Michael just stands there with the most horrified and shocked expression, unable to comprehend the depths of Noah's psyche. Noah tells him to come and try to surpass him one day after first settling things with Julie and Loki, which very much causes Kaiser to stare more in awe. Noah, with half of his face covered in shadows, then says his only goal is to fight people who are stronger than him. To the bone, I'm a football junkie. Flames are coming up from his jerseys we've seen many times before with panels of him and Isagi Yoichi, and Noah just has a whole new vibe to him now. The next page shows both Kaiser and Isagi preparing themselves, as the Emperor of Basher Munich compares his master to the lead of some shonen manga. I find this pretty hilarious considering that Kaiser is of course German, so what? Did he just read manga before coming to Japan and think, yeah, that's about right, that's how they act? Isagi on the other hand has activated his metavision and is absolutely trying to poach this goal, no shame. As Shoppa directs PXG's defense to shift, Isagi just stares towards the goal with only one question in mind: where will Michael Kaiser aim? He also thinks about how exactly he can steal the goal, which comes along with some amazing cheapy pages, and I love these so much. The first option accounts for the goalkeeper reflecting the Kaiser Impact Magnus, which would allow Isagi to just rebound the rebound and poach himself the winning goal. The second and more badass route is to change the trajectory of Kaiser's shot, which I personally think is the smarter option. Either way, Isagi must still figure out exactly where Kaiser is aiming, right corner or left. The factors include how much backspin he'll put on the ball, and also the possibility of Michael just feinting to smash it top right. With Kaiser just seconds away from taking the free kick, Isagi knows he must decide now and begin his run, as it cannot happen later. If you react after he shoots, there's no way you'll make it in time. It will be a complete gamble of thoughts against Michael Kaiser, as the Emperor too is thinking of how to surpass Yoichi. More than that, he refuses to follow the path that Noah set for him, as he wants to live his own unique way. Noah wants him to grow under his manipulation to then rival him within Basher Munich. However, Michael wants nothing to do with that. He will instead create his own. Closing his eyes and breathing deep, Michael is finally feeling his zero self, the pathetic being that only wants to be loved. With flashbacks of his past shown, he accepts himself as a worthless piece of trash, someone who can only live through damaging love. Sharpening his gaze and activating Predator Eye, Kaiser refers to himself as Michael for the second time in the manga, urging himself to aim for the love. Beginning his run up into the free kick, Michael will pour all of his malice into every play, accepting and using what the world has made of him. PXG's defensive line is ready, but completely terrified, and as Shoppa yells out, Isagi readies himself too. Read it. Right corner or left? With his foot then shifting, Isagi immediately dashes beyond Choppa, begging for Kaiser to choose the direction he wants. Michael, however, is pulling his leg back with vines thrashing all around, just 1 second away from smashing off his free kick. He admits that more than anything, he wants to remain one step ahead of Yoichi's imagination, and he continues to sharpen his gaze while swinging through. With a double spread showing Michael Kaiser swinging through with his Kaiser Impact Magnus free kick, the ball curves completely, bypassing all of PXG's defense. He calls the challenge of surpassing Isagi's imagination a challenge to the impossible, which further shows his zero self can at least respect the skills of others. Isagi can indeed be seen sprinting in the background, leaving Shoppa in the dust while trying to read the free kick. With another angle of him running forward, Isagi wonders if the goalkeeper is reading this too, but says either way, he can do it and is going all in. Activating his metavision with a close-up of the ball curving inward, Isagi assures himself he can score a two-gun volley from this redirect. The next panel, however, completely shuts that thought down, as Kaiser's shot curves even more, going to the top right. Everyone looks shocked at the extreme curve on this free kick, and with Isagi overrunning it, he realizes that Kaiser has fooled him and was one step ahead. He baited them all to think it was going into the left corner, when in reality, he was aiming for the right all along. The situation just continues to worsen though, because hearing a wind burst behind him, Isagi turns his head to see Julie and Loki hauling ass in his direction. Despite the Kaiser Impact Magnus being already halfway there, Loki has just now reacted and has even cranked it up to third gear like Luffy. Isagi's face is completely blacked out, because with the Kaiser Impact Magnus just feet away from the net, so is Julie and Loki, who comes leaping in and flying through the air. At the very last second, Julie and Loki has deflected the free kick, saving PXG from an ill-fated loss. As he flies through the air along with the ball, Isagi and Kaiser just stare in confusion and anger. There's no way that's human speed. Isagi cannot even perceive Loki as human, because with his obtained logic so far, Julie and Loki is still a complete outlier. As Loki lands back down posing up like Batman, Isagi continues on to say that the world calls these sudden mutations prodigies? I guess the terminology is more clear on that now, making Kaiser of course a prodigy himself. However, Loki, he's a demon of his own league. His eyes are completely blacked out in his final page, and ending us off with a creepy smile, he calls the Kaiser Impact too slow. I mean, what a way to show his dominance and also end out the chapter, and we also do get outro text this week. It says Loki's Godspeed slaughters the Emperor's strike. The speed of God negates everything. I mean, even in narration and author are glazing him, so I kinda have to invest in these stocks. The 180th chapter starts off with an overhead view of the deflected ball flying through the air, previously just inches away from ending out the game with a Kaiser Impact Magnus. The announcers of course scream out with excitement and surprise as the divinely fast wonder child Julian Loki, he's managed to catch up and stop the Kaiser Impact with his superhuman speed. With Yohori leading the charge for the loose ball being chased by Tokimitsu and Karasu, Loki is still in his crouched down pose as he turns to smirk at Isagi and Kaiser. Michael and Yoichi have differing looks of surprise and anger, as one just has had his game-winning shot blocked, and the other is entranced in analyzing the situation. Despite reacting to the Kaiser Impact after visually seeing it fly through the air, Loki still managed to speed up and prevent it from piercing the net. With Nanase screaming out for the second ball, Tabito Karasu manages to beat everyone else out as he flies through the air. Using his head to make a quick pass, Karasu hands possession off to Zantetsu, telling him to lock in and use his stupid speed. He initiates by taking care of the first part by demonstrating his low IQ, saying that he's on his way as in wait rather than a directional sense. Zantetsu then follows through with the latter and demonstrates his speed, taking off with a dash that he refers to as a jet counter. Both Alexis, Ness, and Raichi prepare themselves to defend, with Ness first being baited into making a poor leap in. PXG Speedster just easily cuts and continues forth, leaving Raichi screaming for Kiora and everyone else to just defend patiently. The perspective then switches over to Isagi Yoichi, who is on the prow recovering just behind the barreling Speedster. Activating his metavision as we get a close-up of him looking ahead, Isagi really only has one question in mind. What is the true meaning of a genius? With Zantetsu passing the ball off to Shido Ryuze, Isagi continues on to say that up until now, he just assumed anyone amazing at the sport could be labeled as a genius. Julian Loki's display of insane speed, however, shattered that logic, because simply slapping a label onto him wouldn't explain the talent. With an overhead view of him sprinting in pursuit of Zantetsu while locked in, Isagi states that he must understand what makes a genius if he can hope to win here. He firstly labels people like Itoshi Rin and Noel Noah as on the level of genius. Both these players have transcended logic with their own unique and unimaginable playstyles, so if Isagi is to evolve, what label fits him, and how can he acquire those attributes himself? Speeding ahead to run alongside Noel Noah, Isagi decides to ask his master for advice, specifically asking what is he to do in this stressful situation. The field is constantly shifting with amazing plays and evolutions, but Isagi, he hasn't really been the center of anything recent. Shooting him a blank glare, Noah just parrots back the advice he once gave him in the monitoring room. Bring me a winning theory. Didn't I already tell you this before? Noah cuts all the bullshit and straight up tells Isagi that he doesn't feel any of the same heat as he did before from him. The only people who interest him are those that seek to or can already beat him, so if Yoichi can't push any further, then why would Noah care about him? This causes Isagi to think back on Loki, Rin, and Shido, realizing that geniuses are not logical players at all. They instead live however they want and play selfishly, which in turn fascinates people and naturally makes them the center of attention. I want to point and laugh at a certain group of haters for 1 second, because notice how Isagi groups in Shido Ryuze with the geniuses. Yeah, don't ever disrespect my GOAT again. Anyways, with a blacked out panel of Isagi breaking down into puzzle pieces, it seems he has realized that he's not a genius himself, or so he thinks. Instead, he's just someone who's constantly been able to continually adapt to the geniuses he's had to compete with, or as he puts it, I'm just a talented learner. I want you to all take his words with a grain of salt, because I do believe this inner dialogue can't be trusted as fast considering who it's coming from. Isagi is a distraught 17-year-old kid who's just been shunned by his idol. Of course his mind is filled with self-doubt. This acceptance and placing himself below competition is good though, because it will hopefully lead into his evolution and the winning goal. Before any of that though, we see Charles once again weave past Raichi, screaming out for PXG strikers to go rampant. Despite Isagi's best efforts to leap in, Charles manages to send off a pass here, clearly going to his demonic partner Shido Ryuze, who's smirking at the audience. As he continues to sprint along while tracking the cross, Michael Kaiser ends up ruining all the fun and places himself between Shido and the ball. He even activates his metavision and mocks their chemical reaction, calling it the Perfot line. However, with Rin's tongue shown, the Blue Rose seems to be too tepid to compete. Leaving shocked expressions on both Michael and Shido's faces, Itoshi ends up leaping through the air, trapping Charles' pass while fully in the zone. He even turns his head to face his colorful haired obs, mocking that this hotline was truly meant for Rin and the Contrarian, not Shido. For some reason, Shido then goes on to make a joke about Itoshi Rin cucking him, but apparently the joke makes more sense with the Japanese translations, so I'll just have to trust them on that. Charles even sticks his tongue out while mocking Itoshi Rin, telling them to both fight fair and control themselves. With Raichi then screaming out for Basri Munich's defense to box Rin in and crush him, the screams are dulled out by absolute destruction. Rin effortlessly cuts past the first defender, and despite Hiyori and another awaiting him, they feel no hope before he even arrives. Like Hiyori says this in his scene unfolding, even if two people crash into Rin at once, the monster still won't stop as he extends his arms to hold both of them back. While those two stall Toshirin's attack, Igarashi then arrives to complete the box, mocking that Rin must hail to the three treasures. He continues on to call them a tongue boy and say that his brakes are busted, which does not turn out well for him, but I guess kinda does. With an angry expression, Toshirin goes on to lunge his full shoulder and body weight into Igarashi, knocking our poor monk off balance. He even continues to sprint after him despite Igarashi being on the ground. However, with a buzzing sound from the intercom, the berserker quickly controls himself. Basri Munich are given possession of the ball, as Igarashi has earned Toshirin yet another foul, so in a way, I guess he did win that interaction. He even continues on to mock PXG and their strikers, flexing up and screaming in superiority over his physically abusive opponents. Raichi and Hiyori are both seen to be extremely surprised and hyped up by this stoppage. However, Isagi, he's just zoned out doing his own thing in the background. He still looks horrified at the thought of falling off, because if he can only make slight improvements on his already mediocre talent, how can he possibly hope to ever win against geniuses? Until now, he's just relied on his eyes and brain to read the enemy's movement, pushing him one step ahead into the future of everyone else. This won't cut it forever though, and in the end, it's not something special that allows him to surpass basic logic. Through persistent effort, anyone can obtain these average talents such as a direct shot, ability to read the field, among the rest of his bag. Sweat then begins to pour from his hair and head down onto the pitch, as while catching his breath, Isagi thinks about the world stage and how it's swarming with geniuses beyond his reality. Insane physical abilities, inhuman philosophies, incomprehensible impulses that drive them forward. Players like Julian Loki, Hitoshirin, Noah, and once again Shido Ryuze are shown, all while Isagi thinks about what separates them from himself. He assumes that all of those attributes come naturally with those kind of players, and if this is a stage where only they can survive, he believes he'll surely disappear here. Everything he's done so far can simply be explained with logic and rational thinking, and compared to the likes of Loki's godspeed, Shido's inhuman urges, and Itoshirin's drive to kill, his imagination just won't continue to match up. He still wants to beat Rin though, and even still wants to beat the world's best like Noah and Loki, but he just can't imagine himself winning at his current state. Page 18 is just a complete panel of him breaking down in confusion, with sweat and or tears dripping down onto the pitch. This reminds me heavily of the scene where after the Nationals game he just broke down in tears and swore to create something new of himself, so maybe the same indication is here. He'll evolve and make something new of himself. For now though, the perspective just changes over to Jinpachi Ego, who seems to be watching Isagi Yoichi from Bluelock's monitoring room. He assures him that this wall of the talented is simply a stepping stone to continue growing, because in the end, the world of talent is indeed hopelessly illogical. Loki's speed cannot be explained or replicated. Shido's natural instincts cannot be understood, but reaching this wall will be beneficial. Only those who are faced with despair and nothing can then discover a new path and begin to grow again. Posing up for the final panel and sentence of today's chapter, Ego says that it's now time for Isagi Yoichi to learn the formula for evolving himself. The man clearly knows what he's talking about as he competed with Noah. In every 100 chapters or so, Isagi does evolve or develop significantly. It's now time once again for our egos to create something new, or maybe bring something old and dormant out from deep within. Chapter 281 starts off with an interesting looking page, consisting of DNA strands and 3 chibi creatures specifically labeled. With the white blob being a woman and the black blob being a man, the two seem to be parents of the below gray blob as they each pass down half of their gene to it. Ego Jinpachi then comes in and explains how this process is the most crucial step in creating life, encoding the child with DNA based on both of their parents. With another chibi demonstration then showing the same 2 blob parents, something wonky occurs this time, with the gray child having a wiggly tail lifting it off the ground. Ego explains this to be a copy error that happens every so often, resulting in the child being born with a trait unique from both parents. Some specific cases are then shown where there are significant disparities between the parents and their offspring, such as their child's size, height, speed, and even sensitivity of feeling. Funny enough, being a red-haired individual, I fall into this category with my M1CR gene mutation, making me feel around 10 to 15% more pain according to researchers. The more you know. Anyways, Ego then clarifies that the majority of people with unique traits end up doing nothing with them, and it's for a very sad reason. Society doesn't always find being unique a good thing, so those gifted end up singled out due to their differences, or even fail to compare. They're then put at a societal disadvantage, their genes of course are never passed down, and that unique attribute of theirs dies with their soul. In very rare instances though, a unique trait can be something super beneficial, with the example being given height in a forested environment. With the main source of food being apples high up in the treetops, only the tall gray creature is able to eat, leaving the smaller ones on the ground starving to death. The tall creature then thrives and passes that unique gene down to its children, normalizing this advantage through natural selection. The trait that was once a unique mutation becomes a common standard for the species, and this genetic cycle repeats until the original species becomes a completely new creature. The white blob was fine initially, but once put into an environment where food was high up, the population died out and some evolved. The gray tall creature thrived with its unique trait of evolution, so in turn, it then passed on the gene and created a new normal for its people, and continues on, with this example even showing the creature eventually develops arms and opposable thumbs. With the respect of them finally switching back to Igo Jinpachi and Henri in the monitoring room, he finishes up by coining this process as evolution. I just got home from my chemistry exam that I definitely flopped on, and now I have to talk about biology. Great, I'm really loving it. Henri tries to relate it all to something fun like Pokemon and Pichu evolving into Pikachu, which I do love. However, Igo, he isn't in any joking mood. Taking on a serious tone, not even swapping his gaze from the monitor, Igo tells Henri that foolish adults who goof off and don't study, well, they too get called out by natural selection. Henri is embarrassed by this and gets all worked up, swearing to do better, but in the end, she still wants to know how this all relates to the sport of football. Before answering that question though, Igo clarifies that all of this is just his own personal theorizing, however he's pretty confident in this timeline of human evolution. We're now talking about its impact on the sport, so instead of creatures, it's humans the Igo breaks down in the exact same style. People can be born with unique traits unlike their parents or those around them, but they may end up misunderstood, living difficult lives. Igo, however, knows the potential in their unique gene, as in a specific environment, they could thrive and cause humanity's evolution. We see examples in the form of artists, chemists, vocalists, and even gamers mashing away at their computer, but some are even more special. Those lucky enough to be born in or find the right circumstances can revolutionize with their unique expression. As a result, the world standard has changed on a revolutionary scale in some cases, with Steve Jobs specifically shown presenting the new iPhone. Luckily for us and him, he was born in a technological generation, so he was able to make this product, make millions of dollars, revolutionize the world, yada yada. People born with these seeds to change the world are what Igo calls geniuses, finally gift wrapping that term with a strict definition. Though as we already know, being a genius isn't always easy in modern society, and presenting their unique traits and innovations to the world is not something a genius can do alone. They're often looked down upon, misunderstood, and often just criticized. This is why most require someone to discover or be told of their talent, so that person can analyze and comprehend their worth, to then explain it to the world. When broken into smaller and more simple to digest components, the masses will begin to understand the shocking nature of that unique seed, eventually turning it into the new standard. These people are then categorized as talented learners, being the correct English translation for what we thought to be prodigies. With all this terminology now defined and broken down step by step, Henri seems to now understand how the world standard is set, and even how genetic evolution relates to the sport. Igo believes this process to not only be linear in biology and sports, but in every aspect of evolving human culture. Specifically in football, he uses geniuses with abnormal physical abilities as an example, as they will eventually create incredible plays with their trait and become the focus of the pitch. Players shown in this category are Nagi, Bado, and Bachira, all being incomprehensible geniuses who dominate with their flair. On the other side are players like Reo, Karasu, and Charles, talented learners who analyze these geniuses to then form tactics, weapons, and counters from that info. This is how football has evolved into the modern age. With Igo fully completing the egoist axis with the terms talented learner and prodigy, the pieces to evolve are now all laid out for our egoist. Usagi Yoichi just needs to clear his mind and open his eyes, as he too can share the world stage with these geniuses. It's not that one is better than the other. Talented learners just have their own unique path to becoming the world's best. It's like a constant back and forth, yin and yang, where both sides maintain balance and calls the other's evolution. Anyways, the game then finally restarts with Usagi running up the pitch, as Ikarashi hits Noah with the initial pass. Using his metavision behind Noah to scan the field, Usagi somehow concludes that he cannot defeat a genius based on his prior logic. The absurd plays they make are impossible to replicate on the spot, being so beyond logic that Yoichi cannot even imagine it. I find it interesting how he's only worried about replicating the offensive techniques, showing how he's kind of left the defending to the backline and wants no part in that smoke. I'm kinda joking, but kinda not. More than anything though, he makes the realization that he's always fought as a talented learner. His ability to exploit people's blind spots, his 2-gun direct volley weapon, even his U20 luck goal were all possible due to a talented learner's style of growth. He first analyzed the pieces from Naruhaya, Nagi, and Rin, to then copy and rearrange them however he best saw fit. Despite stealing a piece from everyone he's fought so far and deepening his bag, Isagi states that he's barely scraped by, which I definitely think is an overstatement. He continues on while gritting his teeth, realizing that he doesn't quite have enough originality to create one from zero. With Itoshiden and running alongside Noah, BM's master manages to thread a pass over to Michael Kaiser, who volleys the ball right back for a 1-2 play. While this is occurring, Isagi continues to spiral down and feel helpless, realizing that the current game is revolving around these geniuses we've just defined. The world is patiently waiting for them to score another super goal. However, Isagi, he doesn't even know if he's being considered in this moment. The situation only worsens because with a sonic boom being heard from his left, Julian Loki comes speeding by at over 60 miles an hour. I mean, bro literally goes from 10 feet behind to 10 feet ahead of Isagi in mere seconds, leaving Yoichi not a chance in hell to react. At the next scene, it shows Julian Loki intercepting the pass meant for Noah, as Isagi realizes now the true difference between him and a genius. He believes this wall of talent to be unsurpassable, and with a fully blacked out panel, he even blames God for being so unfair. At the same exact time that Isagi had this thought, Michael Kaiser comes running beside him, screaming out something very similar. He too is frustrated with the world blessing some with gifts and not others, Julian Loki, a Godspeed, which Isagi finds very interesting. Why would Kaiser say something like this? Because he clearly knows from all the way back in chapter 162, Michael Kaiser's a heaven-sent genius, right? How is Michael holding his own against the world of geniuses, displaying the same traits and method of play and evolution as Isagi, that of a talented learner? Today's chapter sadly ends off here with Isagi questioning if Kaiser is really a talented learner like him, and what can he learn from him to fight in the world of geniuses. Bluelock chapter 282 begins with a slight view of the star change timer, as less than a minute remains for the Masters at play. As Julian Loki speeds up the pitch with the ball in possession, Michael Kaiser tracks his movements with metavision while looking pissed off. The announcers are also screaming out in excitement, with the number one question being who will score the winning goal, and how. With Kaiser continuing his pursuit of the speedster, we then see Isagi Yoichi continuing the Congo line by chasing behind Michael. As puzzle pieces expel in black and white colors from his back, Isagi realizes that Michael Kaiser is not a genius as he previously thought. Instead, he too is a talented learner, a player who grasped the field through his senses and cold logic. Isagi then begins to think back on his previous interactions with Kaiser, now realizing that all of his words and actions had reason behind it. His taunting of Isagi, his challenge as a striker, even him pouring his heart out to Alexis Ness. This does confirm that Isagi overheard that conversation and also makes the connection to Ness here, so it's great to see that. Anyways, he continues on to say that even the Kaiser impact was crafted through logic and time, so maybe Isagi or even Reo Mikage could copy it. Sadly, he isn't quite that, so unlike Itoshiden or Julian Loki, he too must make plans around the world standard. Wait, the world? Making a connection within his mind, Isagi questions if a talented learner and a world-style egoist are actually the exact same thing. While a world-style egoist performs best in relation to the world's value, a talented learner faces their opponents with honest logic, being the connecting stone in these two concepts. A snowball effect then occurs as he makes more connections, realizing that self-style egoists would be geniuses under this analysis. Thinking even further on this, Isagi says that pursuing value in relation to oneself is what produces a genius's inspiration and innovations. With the similarities too obvious, Isagi states that they must be the same thing as it fits perfectly into his analytical framework. The world doesn't just revolve around these geniuses. The only reason they've ever been discovered is thanks to talented learners, who require analyzing their play to produce their own greatness, admiring and competing with one another. Talented learners and geniuses hone their egos with this fighting and end up evolving. That's exactly how Isagi Yoichi and all of Bluelock have grown fast and far, because ego seems to have the ideal hotspot for chemical reactions. With all that data input, Isagi says that geniuses and talented learners are not a hierarchy, but rather a back-and-forth rivalry, a relative relationship that causes both parties to evolve. We get this really cool chibi representation of a scale perfectly balanced, showing the two egoists maintaining the yin and yang in the process. The chapter is just filled with absolutely phenomenal visuals, and you guys haven't even seen the half of it yet. Continuing on, we then see Julian Loki running up the midfield with his lethal speed, as Raichi screams out and Hiyori just runs along. They seem to be alright for now though, as Noah arrives looking very annoyed, wrapping his arm around Loki to hold him back. A person we don't see in the direct area though is Isagi Yoichi, who is breathing out with a clear head, sure that he's now on the right path. As Loki quickly bypasses Noah though, Isagi continues on to say he's been fighting using the wrong methods to evolve this entire time. Geniuses and talented learners, self-style and world-style egoists have vastly different ways of using their abilities and evolving, and nothing will happen unless his efforts and talents align. As he then fixes his gaze on the worried new generation 11 striker, Hisagi begins to think like a talented learner, looking to learn from Michael Kaiser for answers. How is it that Kaiser can hold his own against these geniuses, despite being the same exact ego type as Hisagi? He first started being effective within this match once he returned to zero, dropping his fixation on Hisagi and the options he always relied on. He applied himself logically and worked alongside Raichi and whoever was best, because that's how a talented learner fights. Sprinting up the field with a blacked out background, Hisagi realizes that he too must drop all of his fixations in order to reveal his true zero. The rivalry he has with Itoshi-rin, his malice towards Michael Kaiser, even his admiration towards Noel Noah. Page 11 shows all of that peeling away in an amazing panel, perfectly calling back to Kaiser's return to zero. Hisagi Yoichi has also dropped all of his fixations and things tying him down, and his body begins to peel apart as puzzle pieces fly away, revealing the original and true light within. Sprinting up the field as the darkness surrounds him is illuminated, Yoichi finds out what is left of him at last. I wanted to win. With an amazing double spread of Hisagi being reborn from his old self, scenes from the past are shown where he screamed and sobbed over the loss we saw in Chapter 1. This frustration came from his deep desire to win, which he still holds on to. Isn't that right, Yoichi Hisagi? With our boy tweaking over here in his own corner, Noel Noah and Julian Loki are still going at it, both now in the flow state, crashing shoulder to shoulder. Raichi screams out for Hiyori to help with the press, however with Loki cracking a smile, he threads a pass between the two, and they step in helplessly. This pass was intended for Itoshi-rin, who traps the ball with his left foot while once again facing off against Igarashi. He screams out for the monster to just come on and try him, but this time, he looks nervous for some reason. Itoshi-rin however looks calm and collected, realizing that if he continues to crash into him, the actor will just fall over and get him carded. This time however it will go differently, as he prepares himself to take the space that Julian Loki clearly made for him. I do find it hilarious that he calls Igarashi an actor, because despite having a weapon meant for making fouls, Itoshi-rin's cards are 100% deserved in this game, honestly being borderline assault. Anyways, that has no effect here, as Itoshi-rin bypasses that altogether with a stylish roulette turn. The monk is left diving at the air looking clueless and pathetic, as his weapon has been shut down. Loki encouraged him to completely bypass him and approach the goal, which with that happening now, two defenders remain at his front, being genuine NPCs. They attempt to coordinate and cut off his path, but we all know how that will play out as he charges into them, daring for everyone to just come and bring it. Pushing both defenders off balance and barreling onward, Itoshi-rin seems to be slipping back into that berserker state now that he's bypassed Igarashi. He directly says that he wants to dive headfirst into the monster breakpoint, which does not seem to happen yet as his eyes remain clear. His slobber and spit however is flying through the air, which is made apparent by this giant glob Nomura put on the panel. Insane. Appearing from inside of the box though, playing defense, Hisagi Yoichi arrives with an entirely whited out look and blacked out text bubbles. He calls out to Rin and tells him to bring it, knowing that the NPC defenders aren't just enough to entice him. The sight of Hisagi clearly pisses off the berserker, however Hisagi too is tweaking on a whole nother plane. Rin, if you're a genius monster, then I'll now be one on the side of talented learners. The final page shows Itoshi-rin charging forward in the reflection of Hisagi's eye, pushing past the defenders as he's now back in his berserker form. Hisagi is ready to face off against the monster once more, but this time as the new awakened Yoichi. Hisagi's eyes have been distinct looking this entire chapter 2, with puzzle pieces extending in a cone shape, and even more than that, bro is now glowing bright white. This matchup is giving me heavy Ultra Instinct versus Ultra Ego vibes from Dragon Ball, and maybe it will play out similarly, with Hisagi reacting to every dribble perfect. The way this matchup goes is really up in the air, however if Hisagi is acting logically, shouldn't he stall Itoshi-rin until more help like Kaiser can arrive? If all he cares about is winning, then he knows that taking on Rin one-on-one is statistically improbable, so he should instead run him in circles, essentially never giving him the full satisfaction of a challenge. Whatever the case may be, comment down below what outcome you all expect or just really want to see. I know Hisagi fans were jumping up and down to enjoy this chapter, because as one myself, I proudly was. Bluelock chapter 283 starts off with intro text stating, Itoshi-rin and Hisagi face off once again. A limit-pushing 1v1 battle begins, right at Basher Munich's goal box. Raichi is screaming out as always to get his team back on track. Meanwhile, even Shiro Ryuze look shocked by Itoshi-rin's play. He just chugs along, unable to be stopped, pushing both NPC defenders off their center of balance while Hiyori stares at the clock in horror. With only 10 seconds and counting left on the star change system, Hiyori knows they can get a break from PXG's unrelenting offense if they just stall for a bit longer. More specifically, Hisagi Yoichi must be the one to do so, as he seems to have wrapped around to assist Kagamoru in what could be the last defensive effort. Alexis now seems to be running in towards the box 2 in the first page, however a PXG defender is shielding him, so I doubt he'll have any use. As Hisagi approaches Itoshi-rin, glaring him down with evolved metavision, He challenges him to just come and try and pass him. Just try something. Itoshirine stares back with no response, so locked in that his mouth is filled with drool and now pouring out onto the pitch. Somebody please get bro a napkin. Anyways, Rinin lunges forward, leaving 2 defenders in the dust, as Julian Loki urges the new star to just continue onward. Noah, however, is watching along with unease, as he's never seen an egoist with such an obsessive rage. The moment Itoshirine was presented with the challenge of his #1 rival, all hell broke loose, and he basically got a Kaioken ×4 multiplier to every stat. As the 2 rivals then finally meet face to face, one-on-one, Isagi knows that Itoshirine craves to specifically destroy him while chasing after this victory. I also have to point out how amazing this double spread is, and since I'm probably using the colored version, shout out to Ritsu Arts for his amazing artwork and adaptation of the manga. Y'all make sure to go check out his socials and support his work, which will be linked down below. I just really love the contrasting sides of light and dark, destroyer versus creator, because it carries the perfect contrast for bluelock's #1 rivalry. Anyways, Itoshirine obviously dives headfirst in with no fear, chanting Isagi's name over and over just like some kind of crazed ex-girlfriend. He even activates his Spiral Destroyer Eye from the U20 match, just as we see Isagi begin to leap in for either a tackle or a block. No matter his intention, his foot ends up just 1 inch away from the ball as Itoshirine swings through for the shot, with his eyes turning black as he yells out Isagi's name one final time. Itoshirine's ideal conditions have been met, and they've now caused him to instinctually take a desired shot. He begins to preemptively brag about the winning goal in this match, however his entire demeanor changes when hearing Isagi's confidence as he runs towards the goal. Does that feel good, you pervert? You know though, I'm just a sacrificial pawn. Sprinting past Rin while turning his flow state into a shocked one, Isagi has found the key to piercing a genius's unstoppable play. A prodigy x prodigy chemical reaction, and yes I know, the canon term is talented learner, but I cannot be asked to say talented learner x talented learner. You know, that just sounds lame and too long. Anyways, as Michael Kaiser can be seen sprinting into the box while tracking the shot with his metavision, Isagi and Rin just both watch in shock as it's both out of their hands. While Itoshirine acted in a moment purely based on his own desires, Isagi Yoichi let himself be destroyed, basically manipulating the field into his ideal scenario with a few movements. Knowing that he can't magically become Lavinho and beat Itoshirine in a 1v1, Isagi stalled for just long enough to lure Michael Kaiser in to assist with the shot block. We sure enough see the blue rose flying through the air, chipping a piece of the ball to complete the chemical reaction. We even get a cool combination of Kaiser's Vine Aura and Isagi's puzzle pieces. However, Aura cannot change the block. It may have been too shallow. With Kaiser taking on a worried expression while watching the ball fly, he realizes that it's heading for the outer frame as it continues curving through the air. The perspective switches over to Gagamaru again, who clearly has no time, cursing under his breath while hoping for the ball to not go in. As the shot continues along its course, Bayern Munich players are left with a worried expression as it slams into the crossbar, bouncing in towards the net rather than out like they hoped. Charles Chevalier is of course happy and singing in excitement as we see the ball bounce off the bar, into the ground, and just barely over the line. Or so it seems at first glance, because if you look at the ball's shadow in comparison to the white line, it hasn't fully crossed yet, just like the Japan World Cup situation. Reading this bounce while diving through the air, Gagamaru goes on to make a last-second save, swatting the ball clear of Bayern Munich's net with a bear claw deflection. Everyone is left with shocked expressions, as contrary to the world-class goals they've been witnessing, a world-class save has instead just occurred. This man Gagamaru has so much aura every time he's on screen, last time showing up in the BM vs Uber's match to shut down King Baru. Anyways, with the ball bouncing out of bounds and over the white line, the announcers scream in disbelief, as Gagamaru has prevented this match from being shut out 3-2 by Itoshirine. With he and Isagi both clenching their fists in excitement and determination, Bayern Munich can breathe deep, as they're now safe and back in action. The outro text then says, with Gagamaru's super save, it's in favor of Germany's Bayern Munich. No, we can do this. From prodigy to genius killer. Luck chapter 284 starts off with fans screaming in amazement from all over the world as they have just witnessed a masterclass save from Gagamaru. The announcers even scream out to confirm that Itoshirine and PXG did not score, and compliment Gagamaru on his composure in a desperate situation. Igarashi and Raichi of course sprint to the goal and support their homie, and let me just say how amazing this is to see. Kaneshiro seems to be giving a lot more focus on defensive players and plays lately, so hopefully the U20 World Cup will give everyone their shine. We then see Isagi Yoichi posing up on the floor while clenching his fist, hyped for the match to continue on. Even the Bayern Munich NPCs are sprinting towards him in the back, recognizing how impressive his effort was. Itoshirine obviously is just gritting his teeth and snarling like a rabid dog, because once again, Isagi has bested him. With a voice calling out from behind Yoichi while grabbing his head, he takes on a surprised look while turning around. It's none other than the cyan-haired Yohiori, who's smiling wide while calling his buddy totally awesome. He then goes on to ask just how much of the play-by-play had Isagi genuinely calculated, which he replies, all of it. Apart from Gagamaru's save, everything played out exactly as he planned, such as Rin's shooting and Kaiser's movements. He points over at Gagamaru while explaining this, to which the goat replies by throwing up a peace sign with a confused face. I mean, how can you not love this adorable guy? Anyways, Hiyori then begins to laugh in disbelief while calling his teammate nuts, reaching his hand down to help him up. As Isagi locks hands with him and begins to stand, Hiyori continues questioning him, asking if he planned to lose to Itoshi-rin from the start, which also is a yes. As we then get flashbacks showing last chapter's events, Isagi explains that if he just charged in like normal, he more than likely couldn't have stopped Itoshi-rin. He instead decided to focus purely on restricting his shot course, leaving the finishing block to Michael Kaiser. Michael knew that if the shot passed his teammate, then Itoshi-rin would score, so anticipating that, he rushed in and assisted on defense with Metavision. Being a very similar person to the world-style egoist, Isagi was able to exploit his psychology and even his abilities to formulate this play. It's best explained by Yohiori here, who points out how Isagi just viewed himself as a pawn, a cog in the machine while also exploiting Kaiser calmly and rationally. Speaking of the Emperor, he can be seen crouched down eavesdropping on their conversation, which will be important later on. This is the first time Isagi has ever thought of himself in such a way, using himself as an object of the team rather than an individual egoist. As he thinks back to his past self, he explains that if he lost in the NEL now, he would just disappear and be overshadowed by the geniuses. This made him realize that all of his personal feelings and bottled up emotions, they don't matter, because in the end, all he craves is winning. Posing up for an amazing panel staring down at his hands, Isagi explains that he would even sell his soul for victory. I've found a new way to fight. Puzzle pieces begin to float up in the air all around him, as his eyes glow with intensity, leaving Hiyori speechless. Sell your soul? Kaiser is once again shown trying to act all nonchalant, but turning his head, it's clear that he's still listening in. This conversation is cut short though by PXG's Itoshi-rin, who wipes away his sweat while calling Isagi tepid. Giving the classic Itoshi side-eye, he goes on to call his striker ego rotten, wondering why exactly he's so happy over blocking one little shot. This does briefly leave Hiyori speechless, however Isagi, he only needs a second to cook up a response. Huh? You're the tepid one, Rin. With Rin's face shifting from disgust to surprise, Isagi continues on to explain that it wasn't simply any shot he blocked. The whole world wanted a super goal from you. They were waiting for the birth of a hero in this new Egoist League, and I tore that away from you and crushed it. Clenching his fist while staring Rin directly in his eyes, he proclaims to have bent history to his will, taking away all the possible glory Rin could want. Even Loki and Noah are staring along, confused and interested, as Isagi continues on to flaunt how his logic surpassed all of Rin's inspiration and genius. Leaving his rival completely blacked out with a shocked expression, Isagi takes the win, as he's proven to himself that a talented learner can defeat a genius in his own way. Gripping his hand while taking on the most devious look ever, Yoichi goes on to say that he's never felt such egotistical pleasure before. He now understands the intensity and heart-pounding chase that Itoshi-rin pursues with his own ego. Anyways, we then get a perspective change to the star change system timer, as the announcers confirm that the 3 minutes have fully elapsed. The Master Strikers will now be forced to sub out of this game, and as we see Loki looking unhappy and Noah unfazed, Loki begins to walk off the field. He looks very annoyed with his expression, complaining about his decision to even partake in the match. The only reason he was enticed to join was Itoshi-rin's berserker state and Charles' awakening, but since his pass couldn't even be converted into a goal, Loki is disappointed. At this rate, it will be 10,000 years before the world's best striker comes from Japan. For some reason, Loki just had to keep yapping and push it too far, which causes one egoist to take special offense. Isagi Yoichi tells him to shut his mouth with the most fierce expression ever, pointing out how Loki is the loser in this scenario. With both Loki and Kaiser staring along in shock, Isagi continues on to say that in his visualization, his future, he wanted Itoshi-rin to score, but he and Kaiser smashed it all apart. Please go check out Zay Drawing over on Twitter if you want to see the animation updates or just anything else they work on, because they're super talented and cool. Be a man and admit that you lost. You're awfully full of yourself for someone who just happened to be born fast. Yeah, Isagi takes the biggest blade and makes the deepest cut possible, basically telling Loki to grow up and be better. This causes possibly the second most angry look in the series, behind maybe Balder or Chris Prince, because Loki, bro looks like he's about to crash out like Isagi. Before he can respond though, Noah walks up behind Isagi, placing a hand on his shoulder while telling him to quit and calm down. This is all being streamed all over the globe to millions of people, so he must compose himself. Noah even goes on to compliment Isagi and the play he formulated, admitting that he indeed won in that matchup. He begins to tell him to prepare for the rest of this match, however Isagi literally calls him a shitty master while telling him to shut his mouth.
You're just like him. You used me as a tool to awaken Kaiser, and I can no longer trust you. Isagi has truly thrown away his admiration for Noah as he squeezes his master's wrist after swatting his hand away. Staring at the number one dead in the eye, Isagi promises to create a theory that can even surpass him, demanding that Noah just sit there and wait patiently. The next World Cup is mine. Just like in the U20 match, Isagi makes an extreme declaration to reign victorious over the footballing world, but that's no problem to Noah. Being a football junkie to his core, he's more than likely pumped up about talking about this, as he tells Isagi he's looking forward to the challenge. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is peak fiction without a doubt. The fans and commentators of course roar out in excitement as Yoichi Isagi has just made a bold declaration on the world of football. He's brought forth chaos and ego, declaring war against the world's number one and his own team's master Noah. It's not just the world, but Karasu, Igarashi, even his buddy Hiyori are left thinking he's lost his marbles. Who do you think you're picking a fight with, you dumbass? Basically everyone just feels his intense ego and twisted aura coming from Isagi, as he once again zones out and focuses on thinking ahead. With his original spiral ego eyes appearing, Isagi knows he must abandon all pride and useless sentiment, in a way, selling his soul for victory. If I use myself as a tool, then even I can defeat Itoshi Rein. Having the ego and knowledge now, Isagi calls out to Michael Kaiser, thanking him for this new line of thinking. He was only able to develop and grow so far due to this new generation striker's pressure, so in a surprising twist, Kaiser, let's team up. In a very similar panel to chapter 266 where he called Michael a superstar, Isagi formally asked Kaiser to team up with him as a puzzle piece floats up behind him with his rival's name on it. Reaching out his hand towards Michael, he explains that together, they can end this new Egoist League and go flawless like the peak fictional characters they are. Sorry, he obviously didn't say the last bit, but I'm just too hyped up at this. Half of the puzzle pieces even turn black to indicate his deepest desires, true ego, and possibly even Kaiser's malice blending into his aura. The outro text for today's chapter says, "An unexpected team-up, a proposal that transcends boundaries invites the Emperor Kaiser and the monster prodigy Isagi to fight side by side." Bluelock chapter 285 starts off with Isagi glaring into Michael Kaiser's soul as he seems to question what's just been said. Huh? A team-up between me and Yoichi. Isagi seems fully confident in what he's just asked with a stern expression. However, Kaiser's entire vibe was thrown off and he even begins to sweat more. He goes on to ask Isagi if he's lost his damn mind, because the person he now wants to team up with is the same guy he once grabbed by the collar and threatened to murder. It's kinda crazy how these things work, huh? That's life. Isagi basically just tells bro to ignore all of that and get over it, because at this rate, both of them will be outclassed by the geniuses of PXG. This panel also heavily parallels the Isagi and Rein panel from way back in the U20 arc, and I am just so happy to see that, as I wouldn't say I predicted it, but I begged for this to happen. Itoshi Rein's current state makes it impossible for Isagi to stop him on his own, and if he scores again, it's game over for Bastion Munich and these two prodigies. Isagi continues on to remind Kaiser that at any point, Rein could once again surpass their imagination and produce some incredible play, overshadowing everything they worked so hard for. The only way to currently handle Rein and win is to combine their high-level logic and work together. Flashing back to the near-death experience they had in chapter 283, it was shown that their combined logic could at least create some impact with a defensive play. If they apply the same tactic and coordinate an attack, then they could create a play beyond their wildest imagination, proving that talented learners can defeat geniuses. Kaiser finally goes on to reply with a very confused expression, asking if that's really the reasoning behind him wanting to team up, proving some theory to himself and the world. It's Isagi Yoichi, so of course it is, as he continues on to say that rather than playing for personal feelings, he too is a world-type egoist, just like Kaiser. As we then see a puzzle box begin to form with his iconic puzzle pieces, Isagi says that he'll disregard all of his emotions, and purely use his talents as tools for victory. More than anything, he wants to explore this calm and rational version of himself, as with all of this noise being put aside, this will produce his true ego and peak level of play. Now this rationale seems to actually impact Michael as he looks shocked by this, staring along with the background completely blacked out. As we then get his inner monologue in perspective, he begins to think that Isagi has completely lost it, however that's not the case. Doing a double take, Michael realizes that this man is completely sane right now, if anything more than ever. Rather than being psychotic, this is just a true and unfiltered ego of Bluelock's Isagi Yoichi. With a panel that took the community by storm and had everyone soaking their pants, Kaiser proceeds to crack a smirk and laugh, asking a very important question. If he goes along with this plan and they really do work together, who will score the final winning goal? With no hesitation and bloodlust in his eyes, Isagi just says that they'll play it fair, each operating to chase the most logical path to victory. In other words, Lady Luck will decide who gets all of the glory. They'll work as a team, make logical passes, and dominate the field, but whoever has the ball last at the right moment will be gifted the right to score. With this lucky piece being the final one to complete Pandora's box of Isagi's ego, Kaiser goes on to point out how irrational this is. They'd have to throw away all their personal feelings, emotions, and resentment towards one another, turning it all into background noise of their main goal, victory. As Isagi begins to disintegrate and rebuild himself into a new, improved version, he says they must abandon their egos and become machines built to win. This translation is not exactly right though, and has confused a ton of people, as Isagi and Kaiser are not getting rid of their egos, please understand that. It's actually quite the opposite, as their return to zero has brought forth their true ego to the surface. As world-type egoists, their deep desire is for winning and appealing to the world standard, rather than personal goals or emotion. That's why these two are not throwing their egos to the wind, but rather the irrational noise of feelings and personal connection. These things are the chains that shackle down their true potential, and to be honest, if you guys want a full breakdown video on the whole return to zero concept, please let me know. It seems like Isagi and Kaiser have the most mischaracterization out of anyone in the community, and it's really sad considering how impactful their characters are. Kaiser goes on to hatefully accept the offer while covering his face in shame, reminding Isagi that his hate still runs so deep that he could drop dead at any moment. Being a job to achieve victory though above all else, he can consider it and now push through their differences. Isagi feels the same way and says that he still wants to beat him into a pulp, however they'll just have to save it for later. While confirming the promise with his hand in the gesture of the pinky promise sign, Isagi continues on to say that it's just a temporary, rational contract to get what they want. Their objectives just happen to align, as neither of them want to fall short to Itoshi-rin, and both of them want to crush and get revenge on Noah. I find it funny here that their brains are still slightly clouded with personal issues and that logic, because Rin and Noah are still mindless noise drowning in their brain. Victory must come before it all. Anyways, page 10 then is a gift from God, as Isagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser dap one another up with their backs turned to the reader. To overcome the geniuses, they'll make a contract with even the devil and put aside their pride and hate. Not only is this double spread hitting harder than my father, but so does their aura exploding with black and white puzzle pieces alongside the thorny vines. I just cannot get over how amazing it is. With the audience watching and the commentators going crazy, the final match of the new Egoist League seems to be reaching its true endgame. Not even the Master Strikers can make an impact and settle the game within their 3 minutes. Speaking of them in the star change system, the substitutions do happen, with the only notable one being Kunigami Rensuke coming back on for Noah. He's taking a deep breath and mentally preparing himself, and I truly hope the luck shines upon him for the final goal. Karasu, Hiyori, and Igarashi are all shown hyping themselves up, with Hiyori specifically being surprised with Kaisugi's ship becoming canon. Tokimitsu, Santetsu, and Nanase from PXG are all shown to be preparing themselves while stressing too, as the top 23 is slowly closing in on them. Charles and Cheeto are both just happy to give it their all and close out this match. Meanwhile, Itoshi-rin, he wants to crush everything and everyone in his path. The perspective then changes over to the bench, as Julian Loki complains about the absolute dog known as Isagi. He tells Noah that he's responsible for teaching him manners and should tell him to watch his mouth. However, the craziest thing happens. Noah says that Isagi didn't say one thing wrong, causing Loki to side-eye him, asking what that means. PXG and Loki may not have lost yet, but he did try to manipulate him, in turn opening the door to Yoichi Isagi's true ego. Itoshi-rin and Noah both tried to use him as a stepping stone, but in the end, both ended up getting used themselves. It seems as though the new Egoist League wasn't just some surface level cash grab, but rather a place for ego Jinpachi to exploit their desires and hone their unique egoist. The perspective then changes over to the main man himself watching it off in a monitoring room, as the masters realize they were all just pawns in the grand scheme of things. He's literally watching and listening to Noah as he makes the realization, even taunting him behind the monitor saying it took him long enough. Absolutely crazy work, and you know this man watches way too much Classroom of the Elite trying to act like Ayane Koji. He continues on to say that this injection of fire into the new Egoist League was these idiot Master Strikers and their big ego and desires. All he needed them to do was finally get serious, and thanks to Noah and Julian Loki's personal interest, they both fell right into his trap. As we see Nanase throw the ball back into play, Ego goes on to say that it was indeed a gamble, but Isagi Yoichi and Itoshi-rin both endured through. These diamonds in the rough became polished, requiring unique mindsets and techniques to survive in this high-pressure environment. As Itoshi-rin traps the ball to gain possession and restart the game, we see Isagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser take off sprinting side by side in this amazing double spread. Ego Jinpachi urges these egoists to go forth, as the seeds of evolution he planted will now blossom and prove their world-changing originality. The final page shows Itoshi-rin, Michael Kaiser, and Isagi Yoichi all taking on their original ego eyes as they prepare for what comes next. Now is the time for the birth of a new egoist hero. I just cannot get over how hyped the end of this match has become, because my 3 favorite characters are all reverting to 0 and achieving their peak egos. How can I get any better than this? We then have some outro text which says, Michael Kaiser and Izagi ambush Itoshirin. This impossible combo will overturn the battlefield. Chapter 286 opens up with Nanase throwing in the ball for PXG as the game enters its final moments with only 1 point to go. The ball arrives into the possession of bluelock's ace, Itoshirin, as he traps the ball while gliding through the air. Glaring towards the Bastion Munich defenders while drooping his tongue, Rin knows that he just needs 1 more point, and he'll solidify himself as this game's ultimate destroyer. He then takes off into his solo run, making an S-shape cutting past Igarashi, Raichu Jingo, and even some random NPC defender. Neither them nor the announcer can believe their eyes, as this kid is slipping through and around the defenders like no other person. This dribbling potency and technique just cannot be stopped, as Raichu and Igarashi just stare along as Itoshirin continues up the field. His run is suddenly halted though by the appearance of Isagi Oichi, who slides directly into his route with his eyes wided out. Then activating his Metavision prowess, Isagi monologues how this has to be it, Itoshirin's ideal beast point to take the shot. Sure enough, with the perspective change, Itoshirin's thinking in his head over and over on how he'll dodge his rival to then bag the goal, but he quickly backpedals. Rin instead decides to physically crash into Isagi to take the shot, adhering to his ego as we see his eyes switch to a dark black hue. His monstrous aura even reappears, and taking a closer look at it, it seems like the spikes on his back are meant to be piercing Isagi's chest as he's physically pressing him. Bro is truly a murderous monster, and his aura represents it amazing. With Gagamaru readying himself as Itoshirin sets his sights on the top right of the net, he's immediately thrown out of flow and left with a shocked face, as in comes Michael Kaiser to poach the ball away. With Isagi contesting 70% of his rival's front, Michael took advantage of this to slide in and slap the ball right out of the air. He too activates his Metavision prowess to keep up with the Berserker, as he goes on to taunt him by saying his pleasure points are just too obvious. Poor Itoshirin had to witness firsthand that Isagi and Michael Kaiser are now working together in tandem. The two take off with the ball now in their possession, as we get an awesome shot of them syncing up with their auras flaring. Isagi goes on to compliment the play, explaining that by charging into Itoshirin, Kaiser was given adequate timing to gauge his shot to then move and intercept it. With the talented learners both clearing forward with their Metavision locked in, Michael begins to realize that they can do this. The geniuses can be killed with logic and rationality. We're then given another perspective from behind the duo, as in sync, they're monologuing about becoming a machine to work towards victory. Tokumitsu is just centered in this panel looking horrified, huffing and shaking for what comes next. Bastion Munich's aces then break apart, with Kaiser firstly dragging the ball to far left of Nanase. Isagi on the other hand does not have possession, so he cooks off the ball and leaves Tokumitsu stun locked. Nanase tries to slide in and snipe the ball off Kaiser, however nothing is achieved as the Emperor leaps into the air and passes towards Isagi. With Tokumitsu trying to hold Isagi back as the ball approaches, he ultimately decides to complete the 1-2 and pass back to Michael Kaiser. Tokumitsu is still stressing and screaming in terror, as these two are the most compatible duo we've seen yet. Mine is Ryuze, I cannot wait to see them next week in the anime, who else is hyped? Anyways, the 1-2 is actually not completed, as Michael leaps up over the ball, allowing it to bounce and continue on. The NPC defender at his front has never been more surprised, as Yohiro then receives possession and explains that it's not just Isagi and Kaiser. This teamwork buff benefits everyone on their team, as Hiyori smiles wide while being encouraged by the last 2 NPC defenders on the field. Bastion Munich won all of their matches with Isagi and Kaiser constantly beefing with one another, but now, with the infighting over, they've teamed up and all of Bastion Munich has merged into one. A logical monstrosity. We get this amazing double spread of Hiyori sending off a pass, which Isagi one-touches directly over to Michael Kaiser. With 3 Metavision users all linking up, the entire field is being left in disarray and even begins to glow with the iconic puzzle pattern. Fans from all over the world, the announcers, even the in-universe Twitter is going crazy about how good Bastion Munich have now become. People are saying things like, how are Isagi and Kaiser so amazing? This duo rules. And shit, they're crushing PXG. Anyways, Michael then goes on to pass off to Raichu Jingo, who traps the ball with his Zantetsu just at his back. Encouraging his team to go forth and finish this match, Raichu passes off the ball to Yohiri, who's once again in possession. While pulling back his leg for a pass, he goes on to glaze how amazing Isagi and Kaiser's movements are and how they complement one another perfectly, leaving little to no wasted motion nor effort. With the 2 aces working together, Hiyori can visualize a goal being made from anyone, anywhere on the field. It doesn't matter which striker he passes to, because either way, he can smell a goal coming. Hiyori even goes on to say that these two are the future of Bastion Munich, but actually goes on to correct himself. They're making a unique and cutting-edge design not just for Bastion Munich, but one that will change the entire new era of football. While saying this, Yohiri fires off his pass, nutmegging Shido Ryuze in the process and harming my soul. Why, Shido? Why have you been done so dirty in this arc? Anyways, with Isagi tracking the pass all the way through with his Metavision, The ball bounces just in front of a PXG defender, to then bounce right back up to Isagi's left hip. With him pulling his leg back while aiming for the goal, another PXG defender and the goalkeeper ready themselves for what's to come next. Instead of taking the shot though, Isagi ends up feinting with his left leg to throw off the defender, even bringing back the infamous dual Glock aura in the process. This time though, the pistol on the side of his feinted leg seems to kick back, leaving only the right one aiming straight and true. Also, the coloring on screen was my own rushed attempt to do something creative, but worry not. I actually ordered a drawing tablet and will be learning how to cell shade, so expect some really cool coloring streams and unique colorings of my own soon. Sadly though, with the crow feathers falling from the sky, Karasu Tabito comes flying in to block the 2-gun volley. Looking intensely at Isagi, we actually see that Karasu now has his own metavision prowess. Yeah, out of nowhere in the middle of Isagi and Kaiser's team-up chapter, the boy Karasu gets a huge upgrade with his own visual ability. The ball is still in play though, so staring into the sky, Michael Kaiser stands there in shock as the ball begins to fall directly onto him. Could Lady Luck really be smiling on me? Michael then takes this opportunity to rip off a Kaiser impact. However, sadly, Bayern Munich's second shot is also blocked, this time by Charles Chevalier. He takes that shot directly to the dome, somehow getting up immediately after to smirk and taunt them. Isagi and Kaiser are both just left confused and shocked, as both of their shots were anticipated and stopped. The perspective then changes back over to Karasu, as he explains that he too cannot stop what he can't comprehend. If it's just common sense and logic though, he can make it in time. With this amazing final page of him and Charles both brimming with aura while celebrating, Karasu explains that they're common dumbasses just like them. Adaptable, talented learners, who have blocked not only a 2-gun volley, but a Kaiser impact shot attempt back to back. PXG have taken a note out of Bayern Munich's book and are now just combining players to create any sort of chemical reaction possible. Anyways, the chapter itself begins with Kunigami Rensuke and Onase both staring into the sky, as Michael Kaiser's deflected shot seems to still be in play. With us then seeing Isagi reverting to his 0 point, he begins to analyze how even the logical coordination between him and Kaiser can barely be stopped by exceptional talented learners. With Karasu and Charles both shown sporting smirky and excited grins, Isagi realizes that scoring a goal at this point will not be a simple task. As he then begins to sprint into action, puzzle pieces begin to peel off from his body as he once again attempts to adapt himself. Instead of clouding his brain with too much thought or irrational feelings, this egoist craves to change things up and spark an idea to bypass PXG's talented learners. As we then see Francis Speedster leaping into the air to chest trap the ball, Alexis Ness and Kunigami are left helpless as they attempt to intervene. Before Ness can recover and once again try to take the ball, Santetsu quickly rotates his body and shoots off a pass to Shido Ryuze. The demon flies through the air to make a clean trap, singing out with a smile on how it's finally his time. Making me blush by making eye contact, no pause, Shido continues on to say that they will blame the loss on him if he takes too long. This translation does come across heavily as it's an intentional fourth wall break, and while fitting for Shido and cool, it's always best to go off officials. Raichi, Yohiori, and Kyoragen are all shown leaping into action, forming a triple press around PXG's rampant demon. Although he initially looks concerned as anyone would with 3 whole bodies on them, he then goes on to smirk and sing out that he too has plenty of ideas. With all 3 of them holding him back and crowding his space, Shido ends up making a backheel pass here to completely bypass them all. The target of this pass? Itoshirin, who we see trapping the ball with the most shocked expression ever. Raichi too screams out and asks what the hell is going on in this match, and with Shido using the confusion to break free, he screams out and explains it all. He believes that if Bayern Munich's aces are going to team up and overpower them, it's only fair if he and Itoshirin link up and do the same. I absolutely love this moment as I not only predicted and begged for this, but Shido is super wholesome with how quickly he dropped his grudge to work with Rin. He's always appreciated and praised his rival's ability. I just think that he and Rin don't get along well because their personalities are fundamentally different and Rin can't accept when other people are good. Anyways, Tabito, Karasu, and Charles then appear sprinting on both sides of Itoshirin, smirking wide while offering their assistance to the ever-evolving PXG. Yohiori and Kyoragen are also shown both talking about how crazy this is, and sadly, they then proceed to get cooked. While approaching Hiyori, Itoshirin decides to quickly bypass them by heel flicking a pass over to Tabito Karasu. The ball is then chained towards the Imp Charles, who instead of accepting the ball, allows it to pass in between his legs and arrive right back with Shido Ryuze. Sliding it at his front, Bayern Munich's heaven-sent warrior assures the demon that this is the end of the line. Gritting his teeth to try and act fierce, Igarashi is thinking about how he'll do anything and everything in his power to stop Shido, so that he'll then become a hero. Becoming the unshakable genius he is though, Shido just taunts his opponent as he flicks the ball, laughing that Igarashi of all people has such confidence inside of him. With the next page showing Shido far past the monk with a simple bait and run, the demon rubs salt into the wound by telling Igarashi to try harder in the next life. The poor kid looks terrified but refuses to accept this loss, So with Shido attempting to sprint away, Igarashi desperately leaps backwards and grips onto his shoulder. My glorious demon is obviously caught off guard and frustrated by this, but no matter, he screams out that his explosions cannot be stopped while passing off the ball. With Igarashi literally flying through the air while holding onto the toppling Shido, he's left helpless to just watch the pass curve around one defender and bounce into the box. There's nothing more he can do, and that's saying something considering he attempted to take Shido to Suplex City. Anyways, like I said, the demon's pass ended up skipping off the pitch and just outside of the box, arriving at the front of the destroyer himself, Itoshirin. Staring down at the ball with his tongue hanging out and a monstrous aura flaring, all he can think about is scoring this final goal and finally becoming number 1. Igarashi's screaming out for someone to just please stop him, and sure enough, 2 voices are synchronized, pinpointing the ideal stopping point. Usagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser once again work together perfectly in order to shut down Rin, this time with Michael doing the block while Usagi makes the tackle. We see this take place from an overhead view here on page 12, and these two look absolutely demonic and awesome here. Itoshirin is left stunned and unable to react, breaking down the situation himself basically as it occurs. As the loose ball flies off into the sky high above the goalpost, Kagamaru screams out to complement their logical duo. Kaiser and Isagi have perfectly synced their thinking here, and it shocked even Itoshirin to his core. Huffing for air while standing up from the ground, Isagi goes on to mock that PXG's teamwork is too shallow. Just like how Isagi and Kaiser can't magically become geniuses by pulling off special moves, Shido and Rin can't magically become hyper-adaptable in the context of logical coordination. In this amazing panel calling back to the earlier moments of Usagi's ego, he and Kaiser are shown posted up looking down upon PXG's dual aces. He taunts them to just keep playing their crazy-ass football, because in the end, they'll never outsmart these talented learners. I think what I love most about this panel is the shading and darkness of these characters, meanwhile their eyes contrast and pierce into your soul. Also the fact that this whole time, Kaiser isn't talking any shit, he's just letting Isagi take the most of it because he knows that's what he does best. Anyways, the speakerphone then makes a loud buzzing sound, as the announcers say that there was a malicious foul caught during a previous play. As the monitor lights up and replays Igarashi absolutely slamming Shido into the floor with his grab, it's explained that the play was allowed to continue due to PXG's advantage. Despite that, Igarashi will still receive a yellow card, which has him looking shocked and sad. He's cursing under his breath over and over, however with another demanding voice being heard from behind him, Igarashi is told that he is out. With Noa being shown, he explains that with Itoshirin already seeing through and adapting to Igarashi's foul bait, the monk will no longer be useful in this match. He would only be a burden for Basher Munich in this high pace and intensity match, and his abilities outside of baiting fouls are very lackluster. Although he is left speechless for a moment, Igarashi begs and pleads to continue his fight. He currently has no salary and will likely not have any if swapped out now, so more than anything, he wants to continue trying. Take a seat. Your theory is utterly lacking in logic. With no empathy shown at all, Noah sternly stands by his choice as Igarashi pleads over and over to just stay on the pitch. Even as the poor kid begins to cry, Noah explains that Basher Munich's objective is to achieve victory and anyone who could hinder that will not be allowed to play. Giving him a serious look while staring into his soul, Noah commands that he go and take a seat and accept his fate. Your time in this league is over now. Falling to his knees with tears swelling up, Igarashi begins to think back on all of his accomplishments within the Blue Lock program. After everything he put in, his soccer life and dream are now over. Igarashi has reached the end of his time in the Blue Lock program, so with no more words, he just stares blankly into the distance while biting his lip and sobbing. With a hand patting his head however as he turns around, Isagi Oichi appears to comfort his day one. Isagi says that the only reason he's still here today is thanks to Igarashi, and as this wholesome moment occurs, puzzle pieces begin to fly all around with memories of the two homies. A scene from the cafeteria as they both joked around and shared food near the bottom leaderboard. Isagi encouraging Igarashi and giving him advice on how to survive. Even the very start of their journey where Isagi refused to hit him in the tag game. All of their experiences together led up to this moment. So with one final shot of Igarashi crying his heart out, Isagi confidently tells his friend that he's glad he was 300th place while staring into the distance, ready to continue his own journey. With that being the final moments of today's chapter, I just have to say, what a depressing end they left us with. We started off with Shido and Itoshirin linking up for some super cool action, and after one bad play, boom, Igarashi's done in Blue Lock and I'm wiping away tears. Blue Lock chapter 288 part 1 begins with a sad tone as we see Isagi Yoichi walking away from Igarashi who's left sobbing on the pitch. While this may be a sad situation, the bright side is that we get a new player on the field with a substitution for Basher Munich. With the announcers screaming out and us visually seeing a player put on their glasses, you know exactly who's coming on next. The goggled street dribbler Yukimiya Kinyu has once again made an appearance, finally getting some playtime after denying his offer. Replacing Igarashi the monk on the left wing, Yuki takes some time to adjust his glasses while assuring Pastor Munich that the envoy of victory has arrived. This is actually a pretty cool wordplay from the author, as envoy works as a double entendre here for both the English and French meaning of the word. Anyways, with Isagi then glaring over at Yukimiya, he makes the realization that Bastion Munich's left side will now skyrocket in offensive power. With Noah being seen posted up on the sidelines, Isagi realizes that by subbing in a player suited purely for offense, he's basically giving them the order to immediately finish this game and win. With both players craving nothing less than victory, Yukimiya Kinyu and Isagi Yoichi both acknowledge one another, now sharing the pitch with a former rival. A cute little detail here is over on the bench, we can see Corona trying his best to comfort Igarashi as he cries his eyes out. He's mainly just patting his head while paying more attention to the pitch, but hey, the Shark Boy's doing his best. The game then finally resumes with Gin Kagamaru kicking in the ball, assuring the rest of his team that victory will be theirs. With the game at match point, tied 2-2, the player to first receive the ball was actually Yukimiya Kinyu himself. Tokimitsu is seen barreling his way towards Goggles here. Meanwhile, Kaiser and Isagi both activate their Metavision and sprint up the pitch in order to assist with the attack. With the Kaiser Impact, Twin Guns, and 1v1 Emperor all being up front, Bastion Munich now has the most logical and destructive triangle to lead them towards victory. With Tokimitsu finally arriving at his front, Yukimiya chains off the ball to Michael Kaiser, who immediately redirects it to Isagi Yoichi. With Yukimiya's power charges and dribbling drawing in the defense, Isagi and Kaiser are able to logically and efficiently set up attacks, which we see Isagi continue with one more pass upfield. We then get another perspective of Yukimiya dribbling, this time from the PXG side of things with Karasu Tabito. He first just scoffs at there being another offensive nuisance on the field, as if Michael Kaiser and Isagi were not enough to deal with. Now Yukimiya has been added to their arsenal, the 1v1 Emperor who can slip through tight spots and disrupt the defense. We see this happen in the present, as Shido Ryuze is left one-on-one with Yukimiya due to a failed slide tackle. With Karasu using his Metavision to break down the situation, he realizes that if he simply rushes in, Yukimiya will fry him with speed and technique. In this scenario, the player that he should target is the person Yukimiya intends to pass to, Isagi Yoichi. Karasu begins to do exactly that by ignoring Yukimiya and marking Isagi, which in all honesty, he should have known wouldn't be a good plan. Sure enough, it ends up being an unsuccessful play, because Yukimiya just takes advantage of there being one less defender, and dribbles on by with the ball in his own possession. With Isagi watching him run off into the distance, he honestly cracks a smile at how twisted and awesome Yukimiya is for this. He knew what Karasu would be thinking and made it look like a pass, to then just use Isagi as bait to make a solo charge. Exploiting Kaiser and Isagi's coordination, Yukimiya Kinyu is doing everything he can to make purely himself shine. This then transitions us into part 2 of chapter 288 as Isagi Yoichi sprints in pursuit of Yukimiya Kinyu. He's actually encouraging him to go forth and try his best, because another stable pawn was the last thing he needed. This pitch needed someone exactly like Yukimiya, an unexpected piece who can ignite change in the balance of power. On top of that, Yukimiya is another selfish genius that Isagi can use, adapting to his presence to further grow his own abilities. Yuki of course intends to prevent this, and will do everything in his own power, even sacrifice himself to beat Isagi Yoichi. As he says this, we see Yukimiya glide past 2 more defenders, leaving him now one-on-one with PXG's goalkeeper. As the goalkeeper prepares himself, Yukimiya does the same and actually activates the Predator Eye visual prowess while staring him down. It seems as though Karasu won't be the final person in this game to have an awakening, because Yuki is now staring down the net with his own glowing cat eyes. He refuses to lose to Isagi, as he was the egoist last game who honed his own talents, so with one last glance, the Emperor goes forth and makes a shot. 2 PXG defenders try to leap in and stop it, but unfortunately for them, Yukimiya planned for this, and narrowly squeezed the shot through. Everyone is surprised at this turn of events, with even Zantetsu turning his head in horror that the game could now end. With Charles Chevalier giggling in the bottom left though, in comes PXG's child, flying into the air to prevent their shot attempt. This kid has the wildest grin on his face while singing out in victory, even mocking Yukimiya by calling his shot basic. It's super funny too because Yuki has manners and calls Charles a clever kid, considering he's only 15. Charles meanwhile shows no respect and is mimicking Itoshirin, drooping his tongue while singing and mocking them. This is a prime example of why you don't trust Shido Ryuze to babysit your children. Anyways, with the loose ball flying high in the air, Isagi Yoichi can be seen staring down this 50-50. Mocking with his Metavision prowess, he admits that he's been waiting for Yukimiya to mess up all along and create this moment of luck for him. Now it's all about deciding how he can reach the ball and what to do. Being 35 meters out from the goal, Isagi is out of his direct shot range, and trapping the ball here would give defenders adequate time to crowd all around him. With the ball quickly dropping towards him, Isagi glances left and right with his Metavision, then deciding that the best move is a 1-2 pass with none other than Alexis Ness. With Nanase leaping in just a second too late, Isagi redirects the loose ball back towards Ness, leaving everyone on the pitch in reading in absolute shock. Returning to his 0-point form once more while breaking past Nanase, Isagi then is seen sprinting in front of the goal completely open, urging Ness to pass him the ball and become a pun for victory. As someone who's been heavily rooting for and predicting for this team up, I'm absolutely furious, because Ness just received the pass and begins to dribble the ball frantically. Isagi looks hella confused by this, as Ness is still looking to do nothing more than pass to Michael Kaiser. Even with his boyfriend being completely marked by both Itoshi-rin and Shido Ryuze, Ness is still looking for a way to get him the ball. He's actually so emotional and desperate here that his original ego spiral eyes come out, but before any awakening can occur, a lone crow begins to swoop in from the sky above. Plucking the ball off of Alexis Ness and once again taking flight, in comes Tabito Keraso with an amazing slide tackle to clear it away. Ness looks really confused and caught off guard. Meanwhile, even Kerasu knows better and tells this loose dog to make better choices next time. We then get a half page of Alexis Ness realizing how badly he messed up, as Kaiser and Isagi take on super frustrated expressions. Isagi quite literally says that right now, Ness is an utterly useless player. With the loose ball flying out of play, PXG all begin to celebrate with Karasu. Meanwhile, Yukimiya seems more interested in Ness. He realizes that he's being left behind by his environment and even social connections, all because he's hyperfixated on what he wants to believe in. Interestingly enough, Yuki even continues on to say that it's like looking at another version of himself. Another route he could have gone if it were not for Isagi Yoichi, unshackling his ego and changing his perception. Unlike Yuki though, Alexis Ness doesn't have someone to connect his ego to, and is actively being a cancer cell harming his team's growth. Realizing this, Yuki decides to revise his thinking with the standard of those who can't keep up with Isagi and Kaiser are being left behind and will wither away. The final page of today's chapter is actually quite the brutal one, with Michael Kaiser calling out to Alexis Ness. It's not for a wholesome reason though, because with one single glance, Kaiser just tells his old friend to give up on soccer. Give up completely. Isagi and Michael Kaiser are just taking any opportunity they get to Aura Farm lately. Meanwhile, Ness is breaking down and sobbing profusely. The chapter just ends with Isagi glaring into her souls using metavision, as black and white pieces fly into the sky representing his alliance with the Emperor. This sport is a death game which follows the rules of natural selection, so those who can't keep up and adapt should give up and move on. This week's chapter starts off with Isagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser Aura farming with sweat running down their faces. Both players are mean-mugging Alexis Ness due to his previous fumble, and we even see Ness's crying face on a puzzle piece which is cracked in half. Kaiser then even goes on to give Ness a friendly suggestion, which is, give up on football. To the surprise of nobody, Alexis Ness then begins to break down even further as he tries to stutter out his words. Clenching his fist while unable to even make eye contact, Alexis Ness tells Kaiser that he refuses to quit, even shouting it loudly while shaking and crying. Ness won't quit because he believes he has some sort of obligation to make Michael Kaiser the world's best, but his partner feels nothing of that degree for him. Looking off into the distance at all the other players on the pitch, Michael goes on to ask Ness if he even feels the heat of those fighting here. Ness takes on a confused look from this, resulting in Michael elaborating that every other player is radiating heat from risking their lives, giving their all in this battle of egos. While saying this, we see players like Itoshi-rin and Shido Ryuze watching from afar, with even Igarashi crying on the bench being included. All of these players know what it's like to give it their all, utilizing their unique talents to create impact and alter their destiny. Putting his hands on his hips and leaning in closer, Michael Kaiser then remarks that there's no place in this battle for those who live for someone else. With a close-up of his face then showing how truly terrifying and hateful Kaiser looks, he continues on to tell Ness that bottom feeders without autonomy should fuck off and get lost. Those without individualized talent are nothing but trash. With one final deep cut into the soul of Ness, the poor guy just stands there in shock, once again struggling to spit out his words. Page 4 then even gives us a glowing close-up of his face as he cries out that he truly doesn't have a core reason to play the sport. He doubles down on his core reason for playing being to serve as a pawn for Kaiser's ascension. However, with his partner just laughing, Michael makes the realization that talking about this won't make Ness understand any better. He even goes on to clarify that he's no longer angry or upset with Alexis Ness. He just simply can't care for anyone who cannot keep up. Walking off into the light with his new partner, Kaiser tells Ness that he and Yoichi are currently innovating the future of football, and they don't have any use for uncreative traditionalist pigs. Alexis Ness is left completely shrouded in darkness as he just stands there in shock, as his partner won't even look in his direction. This horrible moment was sadly bound to happen considering Alexis Ness forgot his true passion for playing the sport, and instead developed full dependency on Kaiser's presence and praise. Without even a moment for mercy, the perspective changes to Isagi Yoichi, who's wiping off sweat while analyzing the situation. From what he can see, Alexis Ness is fully lagged behind with the rapidly changing field and is now viewed as useless, With players like Raichi, Katasu, and Charles all side-eyeing this depressing breakdown, it's clear that nobody expects anything from this anymore, as in his current state without Kaiser, he's dead in the water. While saying this though, his eyes take on a unique design, being pitch black with white lines going up and across them. The emphasis on his eyes in this moment and the unique design make me question if this could be hinting at something more, but we'll just have to wait and see. For now, the perspective then mirrors over to PXG's side of things with Itoshi-rin, who believes this to be the worst possible situation. All he wants to do is destroy and wreck his rival Isagi Yoichi, but if he tries, these impulses will easily be reversed and used against him for a counter. While staring down at his hand and having flashbacks of his childhood toys, Itoshi-rin realizes that he must develop stronger destructive impulses in order to surpass his level. Then cursing under his breath, Itoshi-rin begins to push back his hair and prepare himself to destroy amidst this stressful situation. With his eyes showing his tunnel vision on Isagi Yoichi, Rin says that he now must find an even more pleasurable way to destroy his rival and feel that heat. The match then restarts with Kyoragen throwing in the ball and Bastion Munich taking possession. Isagi begins the play by making a one-touch pass over to Michael Kaiser, who swiftly traps the ball with Zantetsu right at his back. Taking on a confused expression as he glances up though, Itoshi-rin seems to have already adapted and is taking on a defensive role against Isagi Yoichi. Instead of rushing in to collide, Rin is instead keeping some distance between him and his opponent to keep a close guard. This allows him to avoid any easy counters while also blocking their passing course, which to Isagi makes it seem as if Itoshi-rin has finally started using his brain to stop his plays. A giant crack then forms in the pitch from Isagi's perspective, as while rushing towards Itoshi-rin, he realizes that this defensive change will reduce Kaiser's passing options, further isolating them both. With Zantetsu and Nanase both sprinting in for a press, Kaiser begins to actually look worried as they've stopped his movement and turned him into a sitting duck. Zantetsu then collides into the Emperor's back, attempting to shake his score, but with Kyoragen and Raichi calling out in support, it seems as if Bastion Munich are also adapting to these changes. With even Katasu jumping into the mix in order to stall Raichi, Michael Kaiser realizes the downside of everyone clustering up like this. Isagi Yoichi will be left all by himself. We see exactly this taking place with Itoshi-rin mimicking his every movement, as separating his rival from Kaiser was exactly what he's been waiting for. This entire plan was meant to make Yoichi ineffective, but with Rin obsessing a bit too much with Kaiser's struggle for possession, Isagi uses his moment to dash beyond the body and towards the box. No matter the situation, he knows what his job is and will do everything in his power to make it happen. Read the ever-adapting field, update the plans, and find the best possible way to the goal. With Kaiser also activating his metavision to sync with Yoichi, he too says that no matter the circumstances, they must become the optimal goal machines and achieve victory. With the two egoists being in perfect sync, Isagi begins to sprint off the ball with the hope of dodging Itoshi-rin and getting open right in front of the goal. Kaiser on the other hand has realized that everyone currently is putting their full attention on him, so while activating his Predator Eye, he hopes to just find one instance, one gap to take. With Isagi faking left to then sprint past Itoshi-rin, Michael Kaiser finds his moment and uses a combination of Kaiser Impact and Predator Eye to beam the ball into the box. Everyone is quite literally either surrounding Michael Kaiser or spread out across the pitch, and with the ball approaching Isagi Yoichi, only he and Itoshi-rin remain in the box. With the ball approaching even closer, we see everyone take on shocked expressions as Isagi completely bypasses Rin as his rival's back remains turned. He even re-enters his 0 point while putting his full focus on receiving this pass. Is he and Kaiser's perfect design? While Itoshi-rin's eye snaps back onto Isagi though, he goes, "That's it." Rin manages to read instinctively and turn on a dime, leaping into the air for a deflection of the Kaiser Impact Magnus Cross. Isagi and Kaiser are both left with shocked expressions, as the Destroyer's spikes come piercing up from the earth to destroy their connection. Not just any connection though, a brand new idea and chemical reaction they created on that moment. The final page of today's chapter shows Itoshi-rin slouched over with his aura growing even more unstable and monstrous. Now the monsters are basically exploding like the gem cluster from Steven Universe, and the spikes of course are still there to top it all off. To make him even deadlier though as he licks his lips, Itoshi-rin activates Predator Eye Visual Prowess while stating that he's found a new toy to play with. In the 11th hour, the genie's Rin is mutated and adapted even further. Rin Itoshi, what is happening to you? Chapter 290 kicks off with a loose ball from the previous play, as Itoshi-rin's stop leaves everyone frozen. Nanase, Katasu, and Shido all staring at their teammate in disbelief. Rin isn't just keeping up, he's once again evolving and devouring everything in his way. With the loose ball dropping down from the air though, it ends up being effortlessly trapped by Charles Chevalier as he activates his metavision. Looking up, the imp then begins to scan the pitch with his eyes sharpened, assuring us that this will be PXG's grand finale. But the score is still locked at 2-2, just one goal will decide everything. Charles does not hesitate. He launches a high-arching cross down the field, sending the ball soaring over Yohiori and straight towards Tokimitsu, a perfect setup for PXG's next move. With this play unfolding, the perspective then shifts to Isagi Yoichi, who's fuming and completely caught off guard. He and Michael Kaiser's last attack was improvised on the spot, creating a brand new chemical reaction that should have ended the game. So how the hell did Itoshiden adapt and shut it down instantly? And speaking of the rapidly evolving monster, Rin appears on Isagi's right, cutting off his train of thought to assure him that no matter where he goes, Rin will be there within 4 meters to lock him down. His obsession has driven every single one of Isagi's abilities deep into his memory, allowing him to shut him down on reflex as long as he stays in range. We then see puzzle pieces of Isagi and Kaiser disconnect as Itoshiden continues on, saying that he was waiting for this exact moment to implement his strategy. The fiery moment when you two egoists would try to connect again. Rin speaks with his tongue hanging out, his aura flashing, and text bubbles fully black, a clear sign that he's completely in the zone. Isagi begins clenching his teeth in frustration at this, finally realizing that Itoshiden is genuinely just insane. Meanwhile, PXG keeps pushing forward with the ball, shifting from Tokumitsu to Nanase. With no time to hesitate, Isagi activates Metavision and begins scanning the field to figure out what his next move should be. His first instinct is to break free from Rin's 4-meter hold, but the second he considers it, he realizes the problem. Forcing his way out will only limit his freedom and make his coordination with Kaiser even worse. At this point in the game, if that happens, Bashi Munich will be completely obliterated. At the 11th hour, Itoshiden is still evolving, still finding new motivations to change. But if Rin won't back down, then neither will Isagi. He's gonna match that energy and fight until he achieves victory. With Isagi lunging forward, he dives even deeper into his 0 point, locking in on what he must do. He has to fight and beat Rin within that 4-meter space. There's no escape, no avoiding it. If he wants to win, he has to outplay Rin head on. Inside Rin's mind, it's exactly what he wants. He wants Isagi to keep coming, to struggle, to push back, to give him someone to destroy. Your thoughts, your freedom, dreams in your mind, everything that's precious to you, I'll destroy all of it. What was once just a puppeteering hand now has a twisted eyeball in the center, fused with the chaotic energy of his destroyer aura. It's a perfect visual blend of his cold calculating nature and his rampaging destructive instincts. The way the aura is drawn and the intensity is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Kyoryugen struggles to contain Nanase, who breaks free and keeps pushing the ball upfield while screaming to his team that they must win now. The attack doesn't slow down for a second. The ball gets chained from Katasu to Zantetsu, who quickly fires off another pass, keeping the momentum alive. Yohiri and Raichi were sadly helpless in the face of PXG's counterattack, and with there being no pressure applied so far, they've already crossed the midfield with possession. Zantetsu's pass lands perfectly back at the feet of Charles Chevalier, who barely hesitates before looking towards Itoshiden with a grin. Fully embracing the chaos, he tells the destroyer to go forth. Effortlessly transitioning from his trap to a pass, Charles launches a high-arching ball straight towards the dueling rivals just outside of the box, a one-shot killer pass aimed right into the heart of battle. Instead of landing at Rin's feet, Charles' pass sails right by him, cutting through the air and finding Shido Ryuze instead. Mid-air, wings spread, Shido traps the ball effortlessly, his demon aura flaring up as he prepares for impact. It turns out that Charles' words were just a trick that the little goofball wanted to play. Shido was his true target all along, and he doesn't let the moment pass without some chaos, thanking Charles in perfect French with an I love you. Their brotherly dynamic is honestly one of the most wholesome things in this entire arc, and despite my issues with Shido's new Egoist League development, his connection with Charles remains one of my favorite aspects of this storyline. Kyoryugen isn't backing down yet though. Sliding in at full speed, he positions himself at Shido's last line of defense, ready to do whatever it takes to prevent a goal. Kunigami as well comes crashing in, joining Kyoryugen for a 2-man press against Shido Ryuze as the ball bounces in front of them. He of course stumbles for a moment, caught off guard by the sudden pressure, but it doesn't take long for Shido to again regain his composure. With a grin, he reminds them exactly who he is, a contrarian to his core. Without hesitation, he flicks the ball to his left, keeping the play alive and setting up a pass for his very own rival, Itoshiden. With Itoshiden trapping the ball cleanly with his right foot, he simultaneously holds Isagi back, keeping him locked in place. His tongue hangs out even further, his aura flaring up as he assures Isagi that this will be their last battle. Isagi quickly gauges the distance to the goal, 33 meters. Right now it's too far for Rin to take a shot, but if he lets him push just a bit further, he might be in prime range, and that one move could be the play that ends everything. Shido bursts to the right, sprinting at full speed while shouting for Rin to send a contrarian pass back. But Isagi already knows that is not what Itoshiden wants. Predictably, Rin still wants to score the final goal himself, charging forward and crashing straight into Isagi. The sheer disrespect of it all irks Isagi to his core. Rin still sees him as nothing more than a disposable pawn, but if that's how it is, then so be it. With a sharp gaze locked on Rin, Isagi challenges him to come forth and give it his all. As he lunges forward to get an armor on Rin, Michael Kaiser sprints in from the left, questioning if this is really Rin's ideal shooting point. Keeping his pace, he makes it clear that this time, he's stepping in and shutting down these childish antics. Isagi is obviously so happy with this as he won't have to take on Rin all by himself, So while tapping into his 0 point, he praises the Emperor, calling him the absolute best. Despite Michael Kaiser standing right in front of him, Hitoshirin does not slow down. He keeps barreling forward, his eyes now fully transformed into his spiral destroyer eyes. With a mocking tone, he calls them tepid, declaring that this fire is exactly what he's been waiting for all along. The dual aces are left shocked as they expected him to react to their coordination, to adjust, but he didn't even aim for Isagi in the end. Rin's true target wasn't Isagi at all. He wanted to crash straight into the Emperor himself. A one-on-one battle with the new Generation 11 striker, Michael Kaiser. Lowering his center of gravity, Rin makes his move, trying to sweep Kaiser off balance. At the same time, his infected puppeteer hand manifests behind him, now impaling Kaiser with spikes, a chilling depiction of Rin's sheer desire to kill, to destroy. But what makes it even more twisted? His motivation still comes from Isagi Oichi. If he destroys Kaiser, then in turn, he takes away Isagi's ultimate fire. With thorny vines creeping up around the scene, Michael Kaiser doesn't even flinch. Instead he tenses up, wraps an arm around Rin and swings through the air, using Rin's own core as leverage. A smirk crosses his face as he tells Rin, when it comes to physical contact, I've been training for this since I was a kid. But beneath that confidence, we see a glimpse of the past. Flower petals falling through the sky, overlaying the painful memories. This kind of physical battle, it's nothing to him. Kaiser was built for this, and no matter what, he's not backing down. I've had a way worse upbringing than you shitty humans. With Rin still locked in its grip, Kaiser swings fully around him like a firefighter pole, using the momentum to launch his leg forward and kick the ball away just as Rin was about to take the shot. At the very last second, he completely shut down Rin's improvised targeting, adapting in real time to deny the goal. Isagi, all he can do is stare at his teammate in disbelief before finally shouting out, "Are you a god, you damn superstar?" Chapter 291 picks up with the crowd erupting in excitement as Rin and Kaiser crash to the ground. The sheer intensity of the moment sends shockwaves across the world, with fans roaring at the spectacle. Up in the booth, the announcers can barely contain themselves, screaming in pure amazement. Michael Kaiser, the Emperor himself, just pulled off a last-second acrobatic defensive play, denying a goal in a way that only he could achieve. With the perspective shifting to Isagi Oichi, he watches as Rin and Kaiser pick themselves up from the ground. As he takes in this moment, Isagi realizes something. His read of the situation alone wasn't enough. He required Kaiser, who's operating on a version of himself that Isagi never could have predicted. And just like that, the Emperor's already back in motion, sprinting alongside Rin and screaming in his ear to go again. With Kaiser looking ahead towards his teammates, he takes a rare moment of reflection. Playing along Isagi, something unexpected is happening. The shitty past he's always hated and suppressed starts to feel strangely meaningful. For the first time in his life, he isn't just chasing dominance, he's being affirmed. The battlefield, the struggle, this competition, it's all starting to make sense in a way that it never has before. Maybe this will be the turning point for him to learn and grow, but for the moment, he just has to keep fighting. Charles Chevalier is then left helpless as Yukimi Akinyu leaps into the air, chopping the loose ball and finally getting another chance to shine. As he lands, he takes a brief moment to admire Michael Kaiser's ever-evolving play. In a way, he sees himself in this. Now as he pushes forward with the ball, he puts that growth into words. Playing alongside Isagi Oichi has made him understand, you cannot just stay the same. You have to constantly work towards new heights and grow. I have no choice but to change. With that declaration, Yukimi explodes forward, gliding past two defenders with precision before charging straight towards the goal box. As he sprints, memories resurface. The moment he was first diagnosed with his eye condition, the fear, the ego he once left behind. But just as the past threatens to weigh him down, another flashback cuts through. His game-winning goal against Manshan City. Instead of breaking him down, those painful moments can only fuel his fire. He doesn't just want to play, he wants to deepen his ego, to push even further. Those of us who stand on the field with Yoichi Isagi know of this privilege and cruelty. Continuing on, Yukimiya sprints towards the next defender, Tokumitsu, who still can't shake his nerves and is screaming in terror. As Yuki closes in though, he makes one thing clear with the demonstration. Anyone who cannot evolve in this environment and change will disappear. Tokumitsu tries to step in, but before his foot can even touch the ground, Yukimi is already gone, gliding past effortlessly and sprinting full speed towards the box. Just as he gains momentum, Nanase and Zantetsu close in front of him, wrapping their arms around for a double press. Yukimiya in this unfortunate situation simply just cracks a smile. Even with his individual run being stopped, he is not fazed. Instead, he grins and assures them that this sinking ship can still produce some treasure. Yukimiya threads a pass between the two defenders, slipping the ball through their tight press and finding Yohiyori, who leaps through the air with full focus to trap it. As he lands, his aura flares up, his expression intensifies, and in that moment, he fully embraces Yukimiya's words. With conviction, he agrees wholeheartedly, we're egoists who died once, and then were revived by Isagi Oichi. This is probably the craziest instance of glaze I've ever seen in anime manga, but you know what? You gotta respect it. He's still fighting here because that's what Isagi Yoichi told him. As Hiyori sprints up the field, shards of glass break away from him, symbolizing the moment of his evolution and growth. Every step forward is a rebirth, a new version of himself forged through struggle. But even as he acknowledges Isagi as the nucleus of the team, he wants to make one thing clear. No one is fighting for Isagi's future or what he wants. This battle isn't about serving him like he's Kageyama. It's about each of them pushing forward for their own ego and desires. All of us are fighting as if we were the protagonist here. With Isagi approaching just outside of the box, Hiyori acknowledges it once again. This ability to draw out the ego of others, it's Yoichi's magic. The very thing that fuels Basher Munich's strength. With the perspective shifting back to Isagi Yoichi, he scans the field, processing every little detail. But even with all that awareness, he realizes one thing. He can't predict the awakening of a genius. Earlier, Michael Kaiser didn't just react. He used his own specs to the fullest and matched Rin's awakening. And more than anything, he responded to the situation faster than anyone else. In other words, for a talented learner, the most important thing is their awareness of this ever-changing field being faster than everyone else's. As Isagi makes this realization, a puzzle piece appears with a chapter title on it, signaling just how important this moment is for his evolution. He may not have this raw natural talent of a genius, but he can intellectually understand what the world wants. That alone gives him the chance to keep up. With a powerful stomp onto the pitch, he urges himself to find it. The awakenings, the errors, everything that happens on this field. If he wants to win, he must be the first to adapt and the first to react. Because in the end, it's not just about skill. It's about finding that one lucky outcome that will decide the match. With page 14 showing a double spread, Isagi once again returns to his 0 point after figuring out this new piece. If he can create a play faster than anyone else, then that attack will seize the world's attention and become part of his originality. We then shift back to Hiyori, who with possession of the ball, looks ahead at Kaiser and Isagi, deciding who to send this pass to. In the end, it doesn't matter which one. The only thing that matters is which striker can keep up with his dream of creating the world's best pass. As Hiyori pulls back his leg to launch a pass, a familiar voice ahead lets out a laugh, pointing out that he seems to be getting fired up. This is none other than Karaso Tabito, who appears at his old friend's front to lock him down. With a sharp glare, Karaso activates his newly awakened metavision and locks eyes with Hiyori while challenging him to bring it on. Karasu smirks, admitting that he never thought he and Hiyori would face off on such a stage. His words hit differently, and Hiyori's clearly caught off guard. Standing in his way isn't just another defender, it's the very person who made him once excited about his own ego. A brief flashback resurfaces, showing the moment Karasu helped shift his mindset, pushing him to see himself in a new light. But there's no time for nostalgia. Karasu keeps pressing, mocking him with a sharp question. So are you extraordinary, or just ordinary? Hiyori ultimately decides to charge ahead, taking the duel head on. If he can't beat Karasu here, then the new egoist he's striving to find will never be born. With no hesitation, the two old friends clash head-on, their auras surging as crow feathers and glass shards radiate outward. This is a super awesome moment that I cannot wait to see more of next chapter, but for now, the final page is absolutely insane. As Isagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser sprint ahead, just behind them, Alexis Ness is still fighting, biting his lip angry and refusing to back down. Stuttering "I" over and over, he seems to finally be thinking about himself. What makes this panel truly interesting to me though is how this panel is split in half. On Kaiser's side, Ness's eyes are filled with pure anger and disgust, boiling with frustration. But on Isagi's side, his eyes are wide and glowing for some reason. The chapter kicks off with Itoshi wasting no time, tongue out and eyes locked in as he charges straight at Kaiser. He crashes into him shoulder to shoulder, putting everything on the line without a worry in the world. Kaiser tenses up and braces for impact, but he isn't surprised. He knew Rin would come for him. At this point, Rin is all in on destroying the chemistry between Kaiser and Isagi, and if he succeeds, their offense will become nothing. Kaiser tries to create some space, extending his arm to keep Rin at bay, but it's clear that he won't just be able to shake him off. If Basher Munich wants to score, they have to overcome his greed of this destructive monster and trust in their team. Isagi meanwhile is sprinting in from the left, positioning himself for the next move. Kaiser knows he has to be even more precise now and be fully aware of his positioning relative to the ball. If Rin succeeds in cutting off their link, their entire attack falls apart. Isagi pushes forward with everything he's got, sprinting ahead to break past both Rin and Kaiser. In that moment, Michael has a realization. This cross run is their key to throwing Rin off. By constantly switching lanes and disrupting his field of vision, they can force Rin into an impossible decision. Their best move isn't to hesitate or slow down, it's to keep charging forward. Eventually Rin will have no choice but to commit to one of them, and that's when they strike. In the end, luck will fall to whoever Rin doesn't choose, and Kaiser knows that Isagi has reached the same conclusion without a single word exchanged as we saw last chapter. With his metavision activated, Kaiser glances over at Isagi and sees something terrifying. His presence is overwhelming, eyes locked in like a predator ready to strike. At this moment, Kaiser acknowledges it. Isagi is in the perfect spot, operating on the same level as him. This is soccer with Yoichi Isagi. As we then get an awesome panel of Isagi and Kaiser weaving in and out of the pitch like they're cutting up in traffic, Kaiser reflects on what it feels like to play alongside him. It's fun, fascinating, and unlike anything he's ever experienced before. Isagi gives him trust and respect, and with this one attack, Kaiser makes a vow. He will become the Emperor of the New Dimension. I have no clue what that edgy shit means, but hey, it sounds cool. With the perspective shifting to Alexis Ness, he desperately chases after Isagi and Kaiser, but deep down, he realizes the truth. He's no longer needed. The thought stings as he recalls Kaiser telling him to quit football, and Isagi's unwavering expression only makes it worse. To Ness, this isn't just about the match. Michael Kaiser, the person he's devoted himself to, is being stolen away by that damn Yoichi. As he continues his pursuit, memories flood his mind. Kaiser's first interaction with him, the moments they shared, the times he felt valued. Now though, Kaiser sees him as nothing more than a pig with no autonomy, someone disposable. Over and over, Ness fails to find the words to respond, trapped in the weight of his own insignificance. In that moment, a question creeps in. Does he too have to change? Thinking back on the words Kaiser said to him on that fateful day, "Your wishes wouldn't be impossible with me." Ness realizes in that moment a spell was cast over him. That promise, the illusion of purpose, bound him to Kaiser completely. As he tucks his head down and pushes himself to run even harder, his pixie-like aura starts to appear even clearly. To him, this was the day everything truly began, the day he and Kaiser became inseparable. The pixie aura begins to fade though, along with his memories of Kaiser disappearing with them. Ness finally comes around and accepts the truth. If Kaiser no longer needs him and wants a fresh start, then he too will change. Biting his lip hard, he finally lifts his head, aura radiating from his eyes. In this moment, he does what was once too difficult to even consider. Goodbye, my Kaiser. Goodbye, to the me who believed I'd be the world's best alongside you. As Ness steps down with intensity, his aura shifts into a deep black, signaling that he's truly returning to zero now. The weight of his past is gone, and what remains is something entirely new. The perspective then shifts back to Yohiyori, who's locked in on a one-on-one battle with Karasu, searching for any possible way to break past his defense. Karasu immediately reacts to Hiyori's first move, sliding it at his front with ease, questioning if this all-ordinary Hiyori has nothing to offer. Hiyori doesn't flinch though. His metavision is already locked in, scanning the field ahead. His strikers are well within range, and now it's all about timing. Isagi and Kaiser meanwhile are still locked into a desperate duel with Itoshirin, weaving in and out to throw him off and create just enough space for the final move. From Rin's perspective, the situation is infuriating. Every time he locks onto one of them, the other pushes ahead, creating an ever-shifting balance like a seesaw. No matter how fast he reacts, they just keep slipping through his grasp. Realizing he can only destroy one of them at a time, he clenches his teeth and makes his decision to just gamble it all. At that exact moment, Hiyori suddenly stops the ball in place, metavision fully activated as he looks up to scan the pitch. Instead of passing, Hiyori executes a trick play, using subtle visual glances to mislead Karasu before kicking the ball forward for himself. The move works perfectly, allowing him to burst past and leave Karasu behind. With his eyes still locked on the three egoists charging towards the box, he knows his final decision between Isagi and Kaiser is coming. But at the same time, Itoshirin is making his choice too. Their next move will decide everything. Karasu tries to step in, but he's too late. Hiyori launches a high-arching pass that soars way above the field. His chosen striker remains unseen for now, but Rin's decision is clear. He crashes into Isagi Oichi with full force, completely locking onto him with the intent to annihilate. Deep down, Isagi knew it would be him all along, but that doesn't change the reality of this moment. He's sweating and terrified as anyone would be when facing this kind of physical assault. The next page then shows Hiyori's pass continuing its trajectory, revealing that he too anticipated Rin would target Isagi. Instead of forcing the play through him, he sent the ball straight to the Blue Rose, Michael Kaiser. With everyone else caught up in the chaos, only Kaiser and the goalkeeper are locked onto the ball. Eye sharp and predator eye fully engaged, Kaiser is ready to seize this luck that's fallen into his lap and take full advantage of the golden opportunity. With the ball approaching in front of him, Kaiser isn't the only one locked in. Shito Ryuze is right there, charging in with a grin. He's been tracking Kaiser this entire time, waiting for this exact moment. Without hesitation, he makes his move, declaring that if Rin won't mark Kaiser, then he'll gladly pick up the slack and shut him down himself. Leaping through the air with blackened eyes and his demonic wings fully spread, Shito gets to the ball first, heading it down into the pitch before Kaiser can even make contact. The impact sends the ball bouncing away and leaves both Kaiser and Isagi caught off guard, their expression shifting to shock as this could spiral into a dangerous situation very fast. The loose ball flies towards PXG's Charles Chevalier, who sprints ahead, already calculating his next move. He praises Rin and Shito for their efforts while calling for them to prepare for a killer counter, but just as he's about to take control, Kunigami presses his foot hard into the pitch and surges forward. Without hesitation, he leaps headfirst into Charles' path, literally diving towards the ball while risking a collision with an incoming cleat. With the gamble somehow paying off though, Kunigami gets to it first, heading the ball away and sending it soaring high into the air. Lying face down on the pitch, he leaves this next play up to fate. Isagi watches in shock before muttering the only word that fits the moment. Hero. With the final page showing Isagi and Rin clashing while staring up at the loose ball, everything is set for the final showdown. The ball is descending into PXG's box. All the major players are in range, and at the very bottom of the page, Isagi is immersing himself into his 0 point. Bluelock chapter 293 begins with the entire field looking up at the recently cleared ball. Kunigami Rensuke's quick reaction was just enough to deflect Charles' pass into the air, shutting down PXG's counter before it could even begin. As a luck piece falls into place, the battlefield erupts into chaos. Shido and Kaiser are still clashing, Yukimiya is sprinting up the pitch, and in the middle of it all, Isagi sees his chance. With Itoshiden distracted, he wastes no time breaking away to leave his defender in the dust. With page 2 being a double spread, we see Itoshiden, Charles, and Kunigami all snap their heads around, searching for the ball's trajectory. As it soars through the air, descending alongside the falling luck piece, the tension builds. Who will claim this moment? The answer comes in this page though, as the player blessed by luck is Alexis Ness. Staring up at the ball, his eyes shine bright with hope and surprise. We then see Michael Kaiser's expression freeze in shock, his usual composure shattered. Isagi, however, remains fully locked in, 0 point eyes activated as he begins to fixate on Alexis Ness. As the ball continues its descent, Ness's aura flares up as Kaiser's fear deepens. Of all people at this critical moment, the loose ball has fallen to his so-called stray dog. We then shift to Alexis Ness' inner perspective as his instincts almost pull him back to the familiar, passing to Kaiser. For a split second he reverts, his mind reaching for a routine, the role he's always played. But then he bites down on his lower lip, cursing himself for the thought. This isn't just another pass, this is his moment, a chance to break free, to prove he can be more than just Kaiser's shadow. Kaiser meanwhile is locked in his own thoughts, watching from afar as Shido holds him back. He's contemplating the choice Ness will make, analyzing every possibility. But in his heart, Michael Kaiser believes that for Ness, this decision is impossible. Keep in mind, this is coming from the Michael Kaiser that said he can make the impossible possible, so this statement has a lot of weight behind it. As Kaiser fights against Shido's relentless hold, frustration overtakes him. He spits out the word swine, demanding that Ness pass the ball to him, fully expecting obedience. But Ness hesitates. For the first time, he genuinely considers, should he take the shot himself? The thought lingers, tempting him with the idea of stepping into the spotlight. Instead, a different realization takes hold though. Rather than scoring, he chooses to create something entirely new. This isn't about following orders or even proving himself through a goal. Alexis Ness is about to cast a new spell onto this field. With the ball now level with his face, Ness's aura surges up, shifting into a deep black energy that rises from a sigil forming on the ground. For the first time, the magic he cast isn't for someone else, but for himself. Up until now, every pass he's made has been crafted to accommodate the Kaiser impact, tailored perfectly to fit Michael Kaiser's playstyle. Now though, Ness's gaze sharpens and his eyes shift into the crystal clear flow state. This is my first rebellion, my declaration of war to the new Emperor. With a double spread of Ness firing off his pass, a black magical beam trails behind it, cutting through the field like a spell cast into reality. If you're really the best in the world, then come and steal it. From a distance, Raichi mistakes it for a shot, but Nanase quickly corrects him. This isn't a shot, but a long-driven pass. With Ness's eyes now reflecting the deep black of pure instinct, he clarifies the truth. This pass has topspin, purposefully designed to be unsuited for the Kaiser impact. He sent it beyond the defenders, perfectly timed with the ideal run for Kaiser. Whether Kaiser succeeds or not, this play belongs to Ness. With Michael sprinting behind Shido Ryuze and Itoshiden colliding with his own teammate, the chaos on the field reaches a peak. Ness has hoped for this moment all along. Deep down, he wanted Kaiser to be there, to take this pass and prove himself so they could start anew. This was supposed to be their reset. But then, as he focuses a little closer, his words suddenly cut off. Before his eyes, Kaiser's face begins to peel away, puzzle pieces breaking apart one by one. This was not Michael Kaiser. Instead, standing in his place, Isagi Yoichi surges forward, his disguise breaking apart into puzzle pieces behind him. His run was so perfectly aligned with Kaiser's playstyle, so seamlessly executed, that in Ness's eyes, he had become Kaiser himself. The illusion had been complete, and now, reality sets in. Ness begins to scream out in anguish, but with the pass already being made, it's too late to change what's been done. As players on the pitch like Hiyori and Katasu react in shock, Isagi continues to break apart into puzzle pieces, his disguise fully unraveling as he lifts his eyes towards the incoming pass. Hiyori, still processing what just happened, mutters that not a single person on the field expected this outcome, not even him. The sudden awakening of the genius Alexis Ness has just taken place, reshaping the flow of the entire game in an instant. Despite achieving this breakthrough and proving he could create something new though, Ness's face is still twisted with anguish and sadness. Ness wasn't the only key piece in this play though, because the only person who truly believed in him in that moment was Isagi Yoichi. While everyone else hesitated, Isagi adapted instantly, sprinting to the ideal spot before anyone else could react. Yukimiya and Kunigami watch in awe, staring at the sheer ego it takes to bend fate itself. Isagi didn't just read the play, he took control of it, shaping it to his will. But the one struggling the most is Itoshiden. As Isagi surges forward, Rin reaches out his hand, desperation in his eyes. He refuses to be left behind, but in this moment, he's chasing a shadow. Isagi's true power isn't just his visioning or positioning, it's his ability to manipulate the egos of others. He draws them out, fuels their fire, and when the moment is right, he exploits them for his own goals. Michael Kaiser, Alexis Ness, Itoshirin, every egoist on this field has unknowingly become a pawn in Yoichi's game. As Isagi pulls his leg back to fire the shot, a voice erupts across the field. Michael Kaiser, screaming louder and angrier than ever before. His rage is directed entirely at Alexis Ness, the person he literally told to leave and never come back. Despite making a perfect play for his team, Ness feels nothing but pure anguish. This isn't the satisfaction of proving himself. This is heartbreak. Deep down, Kaiser always believed Ness would follow, serve, and support him, even after casting him aside. Now faced with the truth, his fury knows no limits. Itoshirin meanwhile keeps watching in disgust, unable to look away. As Isagi moves to strike, Rin sees it clearly. A brand new perfect Isagi is hatching, being born right before his eyes. As the ball soars through the air, puzzle pieces burst outward, each one representing a fragment of his evolution. His moments of despair, the times he was left behind, the feeling of being insignificant. All of it flashes by. His return to zero, the painful process of breaking himself down to rebuild stronger. Everything that shaped his journey and gotten him to this point. The goalkeeper launches himself through the air, fully extending to stop it, but in the end, his shot blasts through the net, leaving PXG's goalkeeper helpless as he crashes down to the ground. The moment the ball hits, the entire field seems to freeze before Isagi erupts. A primal scream of victory tears through the stadium, his eyes shifting back to the original ego state. Itoshirin is left standing motionless, biting down on his lips so hard that he nearly draws blood. Acknowledging the truth, Itoshirin admits that Isagi is bluelock's Demon King. The final page of today's chapter confirms the goal. Isagi drops to his knees, his arms stretched out as he screams in pure joy. This isn't just another goal, it's a defining moment in his career. With the score now 3-2 in Bayern Munich's favor, the matchup between the new Egoist League's undefeated giants has officially come to a close.